Welcome back to the channel, everybody. We got year 2 of the Tennessee Titans here on NFL Head Coach Show 9, and I apologize that it has taken a little bit longer than I would have liked for getting season 2 recorded right now, but the blizzard, hit where I live, so it's been a little bit difficult specifically to do like a live com video, and I really wanted to commit to doing it fully live com base cam. I did it for the first one last year, and then everyone after, I was just like, man, I'll just do a post com. I want to commit to doing it this time around. So where we left off was the preseason, and for those of you who did not see episode 1, go check that out, obviously. But we got some really fun pieces to really see if Vince Young is going to be the guy for us. He had a really rough season last year, and I mean, it looks worse than what it really was. I feel like the situation was bad, but, he added 10 rushing touchdowns on the ground, so a total of 21 touchdowns, 21 picks, or I guess in general, maybe like 21 turnovers. It wasn't good, but I can't be too harsh on a guy who's throwing to Justin Gage and Jason Avant as his wide receivers. Rookie Chris Johnson last season was not all that great, and I mean, I've really doubled down on trying to make the offensive line better, and my head coaching tree, I have really committed to trying to make the run game a factor this year. So, Chris Johnson, I'm also saying that for Chris Johnson and Vince Young specifically, like, this is the year where if it's not happening this year, if I don't see significant improvement, it's probably going to be time to move on, which maybe is a little bit more unfair with Chris Johnson, but we can't be doing less than 3 yards a carry. At wide receiver, though, we brought in Mushin Muhammad, and the receivers that we have as rookies, we made a big move, moving up in the top 10 to go and draft Camion Walker, who was given Larry Fitzgerald comps and looks to be special. I haven't had a receiver quite like this in this game specifically. A guy who can catch in traffic, a guy who can have 99 spec catch, a guy who also still, despite being more of a physical guy at about 230 pounds, has great speed as well. And then in the mid to late rounds, we were able to still find some great players. I mean, Charlie Mingo here is an undrafted receiver, and he's got 90 potential. He's going to be on a one-year deal because of that, but also Quentin Surrency, 93 potential. Still have Algie Crumpler here. We drafted Dimitri Cannon here in the middle rounds as well. Going to be a starting left tackle. Logan Mankin's a big free agency splash. Richard Emanuel, a 7th-round pick. I spent 2 7th-rounders on centers. One of them hit big time. And then Jake Scott and David Stewart on the right side of the offensive line. We made a trade for Tamba Hali, who's still got 2 years left on a very cheap contract coming off a Pro Bowl season, 15 sacks, 27 tackles for loss. It's going to be fun to have him on the team as well to go along with Kyle Vanden Bosch, who was, I would say, just top to bottom, probably this team's best player last year. He was spectacular. 20 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, was just a force in the run game. Defensive tackle, we have, to replace Albert Hainsworth, we traded him. Jerry Carrier and Johnny Jolly. It's going to be maybe a rough D-tackle room, but, you're not going to be upgrading everywhere. We brought in Michael Boley, outside linebacker. Drafted Freddie Bates. We had our 2 second-round picks. We moved one into the, 31 slot to go and draft what I think could be the leader of this defense. And, yeah, he is awesome. Maybe not a top-tier athlete, but everything else on him, amazing. Keith Bullock still here, right outside linebacker. We signed Quentin Jammer in free agency. Still have Cortland Finnegan. And another late draft hit, Devin Smith, Minnesota cornerback, 93 potential. Michael Griffin at safety. And our weakest spot on the team, scenario guy, is going to be the strong safety. So overall, I think this team took a big leap up. We had to recoup some draft picks that we used to move up in the draft. So we traded down some spots. And overall, we end up with picks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no 6th rounder, but a 7th rounder. We have our preseason promise, and the expectation for us is to make it to the playoffs. I don't think that's unfair. I think that is definitely possible for us. My expectations is probably around a 500 finish is kind of what I'm thinking. I think we can make the playoffs. I think I'm going to say finish above 500 just to give myself a little bit of grace, just in case we are like a maybe 9-7 team and miss the playoffs. I think I'll at least give myself a little bit of grace there. So our season goals are going to be a couple of similar ones. Defeat the Jaguars in week 3, beat the Texans in week 4, win 3 of our first 4, but I want us to start hot with our division games early on in the year, and they want us to re-sign Keith Bullock. That's possible. Re-sign Kyle Vanden Bosch, very likely. Win a Rookie of the Year. You don't get anything for, you don't lose anything for failing. This is just kind of a bonus goal for the fans, so hard to do, but no penalty here. Hire a new GM, that'll probably happen. Keep Jim Schwartz around, hopefully. Win Coach of the Year, again, another bonus goal. Finish top 10, though, in offense. That's going to be difficult. And then 80 or more approval by the end of the year. So definitely a little bit of an uptick with some of the goals, because having a top 10 offense, the approval rating, I think it was like 75 last year. And, I mean, keeping Jim Schwartz, as long as he did what he did last year, that should be pretty easy for us to do, because he is kind of like that building block of our coaching staff that we got to start things off.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and welcome to the kickoff of the 2010 college football season. Alabama quarterback Alex Hurst shocked the nation in January when he decided to withdraw his name from the draft and come back for his senior year, a story I first reported. I'm told he wanted a national championship ring to go along with his Heisman Trophy. A star on every team's radar is Auburn back Boar Jackson. I know, weird name, but the kid is a beast. He runs a 4.2 and is impossible to bring down. His showdown with tackling machine Ike Fletcher should not only be a good one, it should be a great one. That's all for now. I'll be back next month with another update. Thanks for watching NFL Network.
As we head to the fourth quarter, it's not looking too good for the offense right now. Vince Young has had a up and down game, but I do feel like the stats look a little bit worse than they are due to the fact that, new season and what feels to be maybe a similar issue, we can't run the ball, and that needs to get better. It really does, and I think obviously it's going to take a little bit of time for like the line to gel and everything to kind of come together, everyone to get that cohesion, but it can't be this bad. And if it is going to be this bad and it's going to take some time, then we need to compensate for it. And taking on the Buffalo Bills right now, it's not like we're taking on a star-studded team. Trent Edwards is the quarterback here in Buffalo, and we're over here getting outscored on offense as they throw to the outside. Completion, we have an injury, and to no surprise, it's the same old injury issues from last year. Javon Curse, he's dehydrated. Why is he not getting all the Gatorade and water he needs on the sidelines? I don't know what's going on over there. Is that our training staff? What's going on, guys? 3rd down and 1, though. Marshawn Lynch on the ground. And with 1 yard to go, Marshawn Lynch is able to get it done. Barring a turnover, it's looking like it might be a 3-score game when we touch the ball again. As Edwards hands, Marshawn Lynch is going to go for 2. 32-yard line. 2nd down at 8. 7 minutes to go. They're quiet in the crowd here in Buffalo as they go. And that's, oh my goodness. They go with Lynch again. And he got shot up in the backfield. 3rd down and 11. Edwards going to play it safe again. And a tackle for loss again. And that's going to make a field goal situation really difficult. So from the 37, they will punt. All right, we'll take that. The 2 tackles for loss probably were the difference there, as they will get it out the back of the end zone, and hit the crossbar. It's pretty impressive. One thing for the run game to do bad when we are simming, but how does it look when we are here in the game? Chris Johnson, I formation. How are we looking right now? Johnson up the middle, gets the block from Mort Hall, the fullback, and Johnson will go for 8 yards on the play. I added a couple of new things to the playbook. I felt like we were a very right-heavy team when it came to running the ball and obviously designing certain pass plays, so I added some stuff to the left where Vince Young can move and go for a first down. It's another play where it's like a speed option, but like it's really not a speed option because he never pitches it, so it's just kind of a QB sweep. I know obviously there should be some sense of urgency due to the fact we're down by 2 touchdowns here with 6 minutes to go, but we have a new set of downs. Run game is actually not doing too bad as Chris Johnson for a first down. And, I mean, if we're going to be getting chunk gains like that, I don't think we have a reason to really stop here. Another injury, but Johnson to the outside, and this time loses a yard. As another injury, Algie Crumpler is hurt. We have basically nothing for tight end depth, so we might need to make a move already if Crumpler's out for a significant amount of time. As, yeah, our backup tight end's already running the wrong route, and over the middle, a completion! That's a first down, but our tight end already, the backup came in and ran the wrong route. He just started sprinting down the field. That was supposed to be a flat route. That was Mushin Muhammad. He's going to be moving around. He's kind of going to be maybe like a big slot for us as play action here. Young will throw, and that's a completion. So it's Quentin Surrency wide left, and Muhammad in the slot. We have Mingo as our number 4, and wide right, it's Camion Walker, as we'll go to throw. And one of the new plays we added, Young breaks off a sack, and feel like he had a chance on that in route to Walker at the goal line. But as now it being our second year, we can try to expand the playbook a little bit more with some knowledge getting learned here. But we have our go-tos, our throw back over the middle of the field. And Young is just putting that one in danger. 3rd down and 10. One thing we lacked last year, though, 3rd down and 10, we didn't have a go-to guy. I'm drawing up a play with a first read. It's Camion Walker. This is one of these go-to guy situations, and Young is going to actually hit the angle route, and Chris Johnson. I thought he actually had Walker on the cross, but he goes and finds Johnson first down regardless. I think the drive has actually been really impressive so far at the 2-yard line to make it a 1-score game. Young gonna keep it. Young is gonna find the space, and Vince Young, touchdown on the ground. 10 rushing touchdowns last year and getting the season started with 1 already. And this game is evil. Oh my goodness, we're doing this again. They want us to kick an onside kick. And because I'm not too sure our job situation, like, look how much the media likes an onside kick. You people hate us. You hate the coaches. This is the type of thing you just gotta do when you don't have the type of job security that you like. And trust me, if I were making the decisions here, I wouldn't be doing this, but hey, the call came from the top. I gotta do what they want to do. And if it's not gonna go our way, it's not my fault. I absolve blame here. Picked up by an offensive lineman. Can we force him to fumble? No. The positive here is if we don't let him move forward, we can force him to punt. They punted from the 37 last time. We just have to make sure that they don't get far this time around as Chris Johnson. Who is that linebacker there? Oh my goodness. Who just made that tackle? Who just made that? If you seen him there, he ran the wrong way. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready for the moment. Trent Edwards to throw. 2nd and 2. And the curl route caught for the first down. As Edwards will go to the ground again. This time, no hesitation. Tackle for loss. They're kind of moving the linebackers around a little bit because Bates is the middle linebacker, but on the first play, like, he was wide right on the right outside. Then the last play was left outside. Now they're going to go with a run, Lynch, and nowhere to go again. So, I mean, if they miss the field goal here, it's looking pretty good for us. Relatively short field goal try, but still missable for the 2-score lead. Bills will have it. Kick on its way. Good. And a 2-score lead. You know, I don't have the confidence that this team is going to go out here and just win every week. As Young, he's going to scramble, and Young is got a first down. We're going to have to hurry up. I'm going to do the best that I can to try to hold on to the timeouts and score quickly. I don't want him changing the play. There you go. Go back to the line, Young. And wide open, and he gets out of bounds as well. And there's a penalty on us. That was such a well-done play. holding. Who did that? David Stewart? You're supposed to be the reliable guy. That hurt us so much. I mean, we got to play roughly around midfield, got out of bounds at everything, and now we're all the way back here at our own 23. First and 20. Young is going to try to go to the outside again this time. A little bit tighter coverage. It's caught, but 9 yards, no out of bounds. A minute 30 to go. Obviously, I don't want to spike it, so please don't do that on me. Young in the shotgun. And they're going to go with a just immediate scramble. And Young slides. Okay, sets us up. 3rd down and 3. I mean, I like that he's not hesitating. He's kind of trying to just make a definitive play here. We need to move fast, but I would prefer us to not be taking all this time sliding in the middle of the field. Now audible. He's going to go back to the shotgun formation from the 40. As 3rd down and 3, Young gonna run again, but he got tripped up. 4th and 1, I'm just playing it safe here. What in the world? Okay, QB sneak is what I called. I called QB sneak. I don't know what's going on here. He changed the play. I just wanted to get the 1st down. What are we doing? Young changed the play on me, and he's gonna throw it. It's incomplete. What do you mean? He changed the play. He changed the play I called and did something else, and it failed. So we lose here. Young, I mean, 14 of 25 isn't that bad. Like, we'll take that, I guess. The pick, he had a rushing touchdown. I mean, I thought the rushing attack actually looked pretty decent in the 4th quarter. I wasn't mad at it. It just, we started in such a hole in the first 3 quarters. Surrency with 71 yards. Muhammad with 46. Cammy and Walker just 18 yards. But only 1 drop as a team. Definitely something we can take. Vanden Bosch gets a sack. And a lot of tackle for losses for individual players. But, man, I mean, the asking for the onside kick and then changing my 4th down call, like, that's 2 things right there that just really went against me. As for an injury update, Algie Crumpler is going to be out 2 to 3 weeks, which, I mean, not as bad as it could have been, but man, our tight end spot is rough right now. Craig Stevens, Delaney Walker. I'll probably start Delaney Walker, actually, for the receiving threat ability, maybe. But just in general, I'd like to get another tight end in the room. So maybe, I was thinking, like, at the deadline, tight end and a couple of other positions, depending on where we stood, would be a spot I'd attack. Maybe I'll take a look a little bit sooner than I thought. As we stand headed into the 4th quarter, Vince Young, man, he's having himself a game right now. Maybe like the best game Vince Young has had. 257 yards, 19 of 26, so a 73 completion percentage with 2 touchdowns on the board. And he's got a rushing touchdown as well. So things are going great. And Cammy and Walker caught his first career touchdown. We're up 21-7 here. But the Dolphins are driving in the red zone and trying to cut this thing down to a 7-point game as John Beck is the quarterback. So, you know, already back at it this year with some questionable QB matchups, as that's going to be a tackle for a loss in the backfield. I would have to imagine this is, Ronnie Brown's still the back here in Miami. Tackle for loss from Freddie Bates. Assuming that, we are facing this division because we face the Bills, then we face the Dolphins, so we're probably going to have a run-in with Tom Brady this season, which I'm not looking forward to, but the positive is you get to match up against the Brady Patriots, probably get your face stomped in. The trade-off, though, is you get to face John Beck, whoever the Jets have, and Trent Edwards. That's a pretty fair trade-off. I'll take that, as it's 3rd down and 11. As Beck will go draw play Ronnie Brown. Not going to have a first, and with it being 4th and 9 at the 12-yard line, they will go for it. No field goal try here. They need the touchdown. Probably hoping to get a little bit more on that draw play to make it a bit more manageable of a fourth down, but in motion goes the tight end, Beck to the air, and Beck will go end zone! Picked off! And regardless of if it was picked or not, it's going to be our ball. Who caught that one? Devin Smith, the rookie out of Minnesota. Only real negative here is that we are backed up at our own 3-yard line. So please do not let anyone shoot through and get us down for a safety. Going right up the middle. Chris Johnson slips through. Chris Johnson! That was nice for a 12-yard run. More passable as a cohesive rushing attack. And finally getting Chris Johnson on the edge where he gets another 13 yards on the play. That's the big thing I want to see from us. I want to see us be able to get the speed on the edge and utilize it. He got 99 speed. We got to use it. Johnson tries to cut back, and that'll be a nothing on the play. But the more the run game can help us out, the more it can help out our passing game because a play action's going to be a little bit more viable, we hope. Here it is, play action, and Young, it's overthrown and almost picked. I think the rain probably played a factor there. We have had to cut down on a couple of plays here due to the fact that we have no Algie Crumpler. So some of these kind of go-to plays for the tight end I'm kind of avoiding as they'll find Chris Johnson out of the backfield. And I like this little play I kind of implemented. A little cross from Camion Walker with Chris Johnson sneaking out of the backfield. Only thing I guess we'll have to figure out maybe is who on this backfield can maybe emerge as a nice guy to be a change of pace, someone to give Chris Johnson a breather when he needs it, because we're going to sub in one of our backups here, but it's a pass play. Young floating that one up, and that's really dangerous. Second down and 10, 40-yard line, under 6 minutes to play. Young throwing, and Delaney Walker kind of slipped over the middle there, but Walker! That's what I mean when I said I was trying to avoid some of these plays of the tight end. Walker slipped on his route, recovered, then dropped the ball. All right, well, I have to try to figure it out here on third down. As you go from the 40-yard line, Johnson just still kind of letting him catch his breath a little bit after a couple of nice runs. Man in motion, I don't know how I feel about that, but sometimes it works out. As Walker ran the wrong route, and Young's going to keep it himself. Vince Young! Camion Walker did run the wrong route there. That was supposed to just be right over the middle, a drag route. He was the first read, and yeah, that one's definitely not on Young. He did what he could to salvage that play, and honestly, enough so to where I'm saying let's go for it. 4th and 1. You got Vince Young. Yeah, let's let him sneak it. Don't change the play on me like you did last time. Actually run it this time. As we go from about midfield, Young sneaking. Young, what are you? Okay, he tried to go. Oh my goodness, Vince Young, who are you to cut a sneak to the outside and almost lose that first down? Little play action here, 2nd and 13. As Young got an open man outside, and that's Surrency to the 28, gain of 22. Johnson will check back in as we got him under center. And counter left. Johnson is not able to. I actually think that was one where he could have made it to the outside. He would have been off and running. 3rd down and 6. We don't need to really play it all that risky. We're in field goal range. And under center will go number 2 tight end, Craig Stevens in motion. 2 tight end package as we can move to the right side. Young, designed rollout. Free rusher in, throws to Walker, and I think that was Camion Walker, couldn't hang on. It's okay though, we could just go and boot this field goal through. We took a decent amount of time, we made it all the way down to the 24, a 70-plus yard drive, and for the 3-score lead, no good. Wide left. Because of that though, the Dolphins have still a chance in this one as Beck will send the blitz, and 2 guys in, Beck goes down. Give a half a sack to both of them. 2nd down and 17. They're really going to have to lean on John Beck as another blitz in, over the middle, picked off. Defense, 2 picks in the 4th quarter. That's Michael Griffin. You know what I'm feeling right now? I want play action. I'm sending Walker deep. I want to throw one up to Walker. Play action Young. throw it. What in the world is that throw? Oh my god. What? What is that? Penalty of Miami, pass interference. A 1 yard pass interference. Maybe I am forcing it a little bit, but I do want to get one out to Cammy Walker. Just let him go up there, make a play. And Young sacked again. Just kind of bailed a little too soon there. Well, the offense has given us some mixed results on those 2 drives, but the defense, awesome stuff here. 2 interceptions, and really making it hard for John Beck as another extra man send. And Beck, nowhere to go. Sacked again. This defense unforgiving to these quarterbacks here. Keith Bullock with the sack as I'm really curious to see what happens when we do go face an elite quarterback or even just maybe an average quarterback, because we are, we're really beating up on the bottom of the barrel here. But Beck is gonna get picked off again, and John Beck is gonna be able to bring him down at the 4-yard line. Come on, 2 yards out. I know, like, Vince Young has been the guy we go to here, but, like, I want to see Chris Johnson get one just for his sake. Let he's just not good in this situation. It is hard to get Chris Johnson in the end zone. He's just not exactly a tackle breaker, as we'll go. I mean, actually, we could kneel it out from here since we got the automatic first down, but what fun is that? Vince Young on the keeper, and like, see, it's just so much easier when Vince Young carries the ball from inside the 5. Another rushing touchdown to cap off overall a really nice day from the team as a whole, but Vince Young, I thought, played very well. Aside from a couple of plays that we've seen, he had an interception, but overall 4 touchdowns, 2 in the air, 2 on the ground, and a 28-7 win where he also completed 65% of his passes, and yeah, I mean, ran it pretty well. Johnson, I mean, you could see, like, we've had some better runs, but it's just not all put together yet. Surrency goes for 100 yards, Walker catches a touchdown, and just the drop from Delaney Walker, Mushi Muhammad. But again, the receiving core holding up pretty nicely. That's been a tangible improvement in the sacks. Look at this. Bullock 3, Holly, Peak, Boley, Jolly all got 1 as well. Jammer, Smith, Griffin all with picks. Jammer had 2, including the game sealer. And a huge win for us. End of the 3rd quarter. We are going to be on defense. 10-7 your score. It's been a bit of a struggle on both sides. Young not having as good of a game, but the run game is definitely doing something here. We have about 100 yards as a team, and it's just little bits at a time. No double-digit yard runs, but quite a bit of 4, 5-yarders and a couple of typical Chris Johnson losing a lot in the backfield, but still, winning this game, defense has been the story here. They have a wide open man. Why did I even hop in? If this is going to be the first play, touchdown Jags. Excuse me? What did you guys just do on that play? This is a bit of approval on the line here. Our goal is obviously win 3 of our first 4 like it is every year, but also specifically they want us to beat the Jags. Specifically, they want us to beat the Texans next week, and this is an important game. We have 71 approval right now. You can imagine how much it's going to go up if we win the next 2, and how brutal it's going to be if we lose this one. So now 2nd down, long situation here as Young will throw, and I'm looking at that, yeah, right? Cammy Walker was wide open. Let's try again here. 3rd down and 10. And I really am not trying to go 3 and out. Young, do you got something? You got a little bit of magic in ya. Maybe don't run immediately if it's not there. And they go right at the linebacker's head. All right, well, I'll have to punt. Defense, I'm going to need you to, whatever it is you did last drive, whatever that all-out blitz was, never do that again. Just never. Yeah, more of that, please. MJD in the backfield loses yards. I can say I absolutely love the edge and linebackers of this team. I mean, like it's just such a force in run defense. David Garrard to the air though. Blitz sent in. He gets the screen out, but we got that covered too. We got Keith Bullock out there, Michael Boley and company, all of them swarming. I mean, but just to have Keith Bullock, Freddie Bates, Kyle Vanden Bosch, and Tom Bahali as your kind of exterior players, once we improve that interior D line, I mean, it could get a whole lot more scary as they will run it and trying to attack the middle, but not happening. We will get the stop. It's nice to have Chris Johnson not needing to return punts, Devin Smith doing that for us. And, Johnson gets to save a little bit of his energy here for the offensive side of the football where he gets to run the ball right up the middle. And weirdly, it's just like the inside running is just so much better for us. And it's like, man, well, Chris Johnson doesn't really fit that because, I want to go outside run here. And it's just unfortunate because anytime we try to run outside, it just, like, we're going to try to run outside here. And I don't know if it's going to get blocked well. I don't know if it's going to work. Actually, not bad. Johnson. Okay. I mean, it just feels like with the way this team has, gone last year and so far this year, it would really be to our benefit to have a more inside rusher and, honestly leave the outside running to Vince Young, who is, a lot better on the outside, it feels like. I'm going to try to call a new play here. I implemented a QB draw just so I could see Young, maybe in between the tackles, just to see what he does here. As Young, he'll try to run outside, and I feel like we could have got some blocking there from the receivers. I don't know, it's just interesting that the scheme that we are kind of having the most success with, the stuff that we're doing the best, is just the opposite of what Chris Johnson's going to be good at, as Young is sacked on third down. Probably would have considered going for it even if it was incomplete. 4th and 5 would have been okay, but 4th and 11, yeah, we'll trust the defense again, try to pin him back here. Just maybe try to play the field position game. I trust this defense a lot. So, punt. It's not amazing, and he will get a bit of space on the return. A nice return, and that's good field position. So trying to play the field position game ain't going to help us either. 35-yard line, Jaguars. Garrard to the air. They're going to try to attack this passing defense. A low ball incomplete. It's the only shaky part. The linebackers on this team, stopping the run and blitzing, they're awesome. Covering, not so much. And we have our weakest area at strong safety. And the secondary as a whole is just okay, but they can make a play there. Quentin Jammer allowing that. Man, you gotta get a hand on there. 4.5 to go as Garrard will go stretch left. And, oh my goodness, what the heck was that stiff arm? He just went flying in the first down. Now we're really looking like in a bad spot here, because they are right on the fringe of field goal range. Teams are, pretty hesitant to kick from 50 in this game. And if we could have made it a 50-yarder, then maybe we would have had a chance to get off the field, just allowing nothing but a completion there off the pressure. I mean, we had a free rusher. He just did a good job beating it. And, David Garrard is definitely a significantly better quarterback than what we have played in the first 2 weeks. So, he's beating the blitz better than the previous two. And that has really just kind of been the difference here. Even though they haven't put up a lot of points, it's just a matter of our offense being inconsistent, being frustrating, and then, our secondary being spotty at times. Now they're running it down to 3.5 minutes, and you can imagine it's probably going to be a heavy dose of Maurice Jones-Drew, and a tackle for loss. Just got to get out of here, not allowing a field goal. Their number 2 tight end is wearing the number 2, which is interesting. Another one. I'm just letting him call it. Like, this is such aggressive defense, and it's working in the run game. As another one. Tamba Hali again. I am so impressed with what Tamba Hali has given us. 3rd and 16. Backup running back in. And they are playing it safe, but I think they might have played themselves out of field goal range. Maybe? I think they'll still kick it. but maybe Tamba Hali again. And they will kick it from 51, but 51 is pretty dang hard in this game. They miss it, we'll have great field position. They hit it, still 7-point game, and it'll be a Vince Young 2-minute drill regardless. But can we get the miss? The good field position, kick on the way. It is hooking. It is off the post. And we'll have it at the 41. Scobie, no good. The run defense, I mean, literally, if they didn't go backwards for yards at a time, that was the difference between that field goal going in or not. So with it being 2:02, I feel pretty comfortable running the ball, knowing we got a clock stoppage no matter what. And we'll see what the situation gives us here. Johnson is only going to get about 2 on the play. So this is the spot. Vince Young, 2 minutes to play. 57 yards separating you from the lead. And it is up to you to get it done. You got the weapons. You got your legs, using them. You got plenty of time, and Young scrambles for 6. And I don't need to hurry up too much here. We got time. I think we got plenty of time here. We don't need to hurry up. 1:40 to go. Let's let Young run it for a first down. And Young to the outside. Another good run from Young. Still playing it pretty safe here so far. Now we're going to let him see if he can get one down the field a little bit. Young. Nope, he'll run it again. And if he's going to keep doing it with his legs, we're going to let him. And he fumbled, but Cammy and Walker, thank you for saving this game. Don't scare me like that, Cammy and Walker. Thanks for the heads-up play. 1:10 to go, 37-yard line. Young, deep drop. Man coverage across the board. Come on. Down the field. Dangerous ball. Caught. And Mushib Muhammad. 50 seconds to play. 11 yards out. And Young is going to have a tight formation. They're going to go man coverage again. Young. It's caught. That was a dangerous ball at the 3. Still, all of our timeouts. We're taking our time. We don't need to hurry, as we'll have it from the 3. I formation, handoff, Chris Johnson, he's in, touchdown, Titans, and Vince Young has given us the lead with a really nice drive. Chris Johnson punches it in, something he has struggled to do in his Titan career so far, scoring from the short area. And with just 23 seconds, we did it without even burning a timeout. My only worry here is Schwartz is a very aggressive play caller. I don't think just all-out blitzing here is the move, as we just need to make sure they can't get into field goal range. And that pass up in the air, caught, gain of 20. Timeout Jags. This is going to be one of those, live by the blitz, die by the blitz, because Schwartz is still putting up the pressure, it looks like, as they go play action, and the caught, hit over the middle. Bates drills him, and they are down to a injury timeout? Yeah, injury timeout on us. Man, I don't think it matters that much because there was only 11 seconds. They basically only have like 1 or 2 plays, but hurts to give them a timeout here from the 49. Play action, Garrard, and what a deflection! That guy was open. 8 seconds to play. Last chance for the Jags to get into field goal range. We'll have 1 play to get into field goal range. If they don't, I'm burning a timeout here. I don't love this call. I don't love that. Man, Schwartz, you're really aggressive. I don't love that aggressiveness. Like, that is too much. I burned that timeout because I just didn't like the call. This one looks like we're matching a little bit better here. Still, the linebacker on a receiver I don't love, as Garrard swatted at the line. And that might be enough to force a Hail Mary try. Cortland Finnegan is going to be out for the last 6 seconds of the game. Here we are. Maybe your last play of the game. I think Garrard's going to have to launch it deep here. He'll definitely have the arm. He's done it before. David Garrard. Hail Mary opportunity. As will it go to the end zone here. He throws it quicker. It's caught. And penalty on Tennessee! Penalty, which gives them the ball at the 35-yard line. Will it be a field goal try? Or will it be a Hail Mary? They missed it from 51. They missed from 51. Now from 52 for overtime. Kick is good. We're headed to overtime. Man, that was rough. Jim Schwartz, hey, I love the aggressive play calling in certain situations, but there are also situations where you just can't leave everybody manned up one-on-one. We lose the coin toss, and the Jaguars in sudden death will get it first. Like, I felt like we played that so well until we got on defense, and now Schwartz, you gotta make up for it. I mean, the aggressive play calling definitely suits us, not in those late game 2-minute drill scenarios. But David Garrard, credit to him, he did a great job getting it out, and now 2nd down and 5 for our defense to try to get off the field here. Remember, sudden death, overtime, man in motion, he'll follow. And I'm worried about that slot receiver. Can the safety get over in time? And yes, he does! Incomplete pass on the left side. They tried the slant. Can we force the 3 and out? Garrard will have it 3rd and 5. MJD in the backfield. A cast of whoever's at wide receiver. Garrard is going to throw one-on-one. Caught! Quentin Jammer missed it. It was Demetrius Williams with the grab. And Jacksonville has it from the 50. You're looking at about another 1st down, thinking about field goal range, and a tackle for loss. At least the run defense still coming out strong even in overtime. 35-yard line is the target. They hit it from there to get it to overtime, and he had plenty of leg, I think, even beyond 52. So can they get it to maybe 38-yard line, 39? That's the goal here. Garrard throws it up and caught at the 37. Now we're playing to now we gotta up the aggression here. Try to get some gap shot through. Try to force some losses here. And we do force a loss. Loss of 2. They'll get it 2nd and 11, but they are back at the 39. It's Jerry Carrier, defensive tackle rookie, with the loss here. We're just gonna hope they keep running it because I trust the run defense. I'm scared of the pass defense. And no way! Encroachment, Tamba Hali! He tried to jump the snap! And we just gave them 5 yards. That is a back-breaking penalty! Because now it's a 51-yarder. They definitely hit from here before, so we gotta try to force a loss. Come on, it's gonna be play action. It bites, it throws, it's almost picked. I want everybody blitzing Garrard on this play. I want everybody trying to get MJD for a loss. We have to force a long field goal. Come on, defense, play action again, and wide open. 1st down. They're going to send out the field goal unit. We'll ice them. See if we can get a miss. But it's a pretty short field goal from here. Just a 31-yarder for the win. Scobie, kick is good. I cannot believe we just lost that game. Unbelievable. There's no reason why we should have lost that game. Young, I know the stats aren't great. I thought he played well when it mattered, though. Ran it well. As a team, roughly, just under 4 yards to carry. This is rushing production better than what we've seen most of the time. Muhsin Muhammad had some big catches. Defense, no sacks. Despite all those blitzes, no sacks. Plenty of tackles for losses, though. Jerry Carrier also hurt, and he's out 3 to 4 weeks. And that's so bad for us. That is so bad. We don't have D tackle depth. We have nothing here. Um, yeah, I mean, Carrier. We have John Jolly and Barry Cofield. So we do need some more D tackle depth. There's just a lot of 74, 73s, and 72s. We're going to go with a rookie, though, Melvin Armstrong. Bring him in, and, he'll have to play like the number 3 D tackle reps, whatever ones that they do get. A leg injury could mean anything. And Chris Johnson now down. We don't have anything in the backfield that we are really confident in when it comes to running backs. Vince Young scrambling. He's actually had a pretty solid game throwing the football, but the issue is he's now even in bigger holes because, hey, if the team isn't running too hot with Chris Johnson at running back, and imagine what they're doing with a backup. There's a lot of instances where I don't even feel like it's always the offensive line's fault, so I'm not like trying to, throw them under the bus, but it's really brutal right now. Is Young deep drop. Throwing! That's a tight window. He's not able to fit that in there, and is this Chris Johnson? Okay, just a cramp. That's okay. We can live with that. I was so worried because he was gone for a while. Okay, so a little bit of a false alarm there. Johnson is, I think, in the backfield right now as well. But still, 3rd down. We are losing by 7 right here. And Young, deep pass, Kevin Walker, 1st down, and a penalty on Houston. That was going to be probably pass interference. We will decline. So what I'm trying to see here, dial up more plays for Cammy and Walker. I'm trying. Just Young is not always finding him. The connection just isn't there yet, but it's growing, and I'm hoping it keeps on blossoming as the season rolls on. As that's going to be a 9-yarder. 2nd and 1 from the 4. It's the type of stuff I mean. We need to get better at scoring inside the 5-yard line outside of Vince Young running. We can't just lean on that always. Throw into the flats. There's going to be a 1st down. Another injury for us. This time, is it a significant one? I don't even know who else is getting hurt. Richard Emanuel, our starting center, who's been playing pretty solid, is got a leg injury. He's out, and we'll see how long that's going to be. But like I said, I want to get better at trying to score without relying on Vince Young's legs, because at some point you're going to need to dig into your bag for something else. As Young, back in the end zone, caught, and it's out of bounds. Try as I may, sometimes you do have to just go to all reliable and let Young run it. It's just a little worrying when it eventually doesn't work, as Young is going to find the end zone, dives his way in, and that'll be a tie game pending the extra point. All right, we responded pretty well, and now 17-17, we got to look at Matt Schaub and the Texans offense. A Schaub play action, and outside, caught. And that'll be a 1st down to start things off. Still, Andre Johnson, the top guy on this team. At running back, though, they walked into this game with an old Sean Alexander. He got injured as well during the game. I don't know if he's still out there. They get a handoff, though, and that'll be a broken tackle. I don't know if that is Sean Alexander. I guess we'll see. It's Mike Anderson at running back. That's an interesting one. So, yeah, Alexander hurt. Mike Anderson. They have A.J. Bishop. Oh, yeah, they drafted A.J. Bishop. And, presumably to be the team's future running back. But this is interesting. A.J. Bishop, has he found himself in the doghouse or something? He's got 1 carry this season. And he's the higher overall by 9 than Anderson. That's really interesting. I guess they don't trust him yet. All right, they go Anderson's way, and he makes a nice move, but, I mean, he's like a 36-year-old running back. He's not going to go very far. What is his speed at this point? A 36-year-old running back? I mean, are you kidding me? Like, what does that even look like? I'm double dipping. We'll go back. Let's go back. I'm really curious. I didn't see what it was. So, he's got 73 speed. AJ Bishop rocking a clean 97, but 73 speed. I mean, yeah, 1 point for Denver, you know, had some nice years. Not so much as of late. He didn't even play last season. This dude was on the streets. He was in retirement in 08. And now in 09 here, he's the, you know, temporary starter. I think that's really irresponsible to not let AJ Bishop play as Schaub delivers a completion. First down, Texans. So you gotta wonder if we will see AJ Bishop in this game, though, now that he's at least the number 2. As they go back to Anderson, he's just not fast enough. He's just not fast enough to outrun our linebackers and outrun our D-line. I mean, like, already it's hard enough to outrun, you know, Keith Bullock and the boys, but you got edge rushers like Tom Bahali and Kyle Vanden Bosch who are going to hunt you down as well. Flag, Houston, and that's going to be a false start. They'll go back to spreading the field. No one in the backfield. And Schaub will drop back. 5-man rush over the middle and a completion as Griffin got down there, hit somebody, hangs on. 3rd down and 3. Crucial 3rd down. Anderson in the backfield. They're going to have 2 tight ends. I'm hoping they run it. I'm fine with letting Anderson go. They will run. They will get enough blocking. Anderson! Oh, he's making me look silly. Stiff arm. And Anderson goes for 19. I said, give me the washed running back. I would rather deal with him than Andre Johnson and Matt Schaub. Well, I don't think I want to deal with either of them right now. They're going to go back to Anderson, who gets nice blocking. And Anderson, touchdown Texans. And they take the lead. I do think our special teams, our returning at least, has been pretty good. Because remember, back then, touchbacks were at the 20-yard line. So, you know, starting every drive at the 28-yard line as opposed to the 20 is a nice difference to have. As Johnson counter run wide open up the middle, and Chris Johnson will have 12. Another note as well, Algie Crumpler is back in the lineup this week, and throwing one up. Felt like that should have been to Crumpler. Instead, he goes to Walker in double coverage. But it's a nice thing to have our tight end back, Algie Crumpler. He's not overly athletic or anything at this point in his career, but at least he's got a solid pair of hands as Young clears up the backfield. Will get sacked. That was Vince Wilfork who just ripped through our D-line. Wilfork in this universe heading to Tennessee far earlier in his career than he did in real life, so fun for us having to deal with him. As Young, 3rd down and long, gets the crosser route. That is going to be caught shy of the marker. 4th and 2. We're definitely going to have to go for this. Yeah, give me that. Give me the defining moment. I am here to go for it. Unfortunately, the play that I want to run isn't available in that limited play call menu, but I'm just going to go with the reliable play that I have, a 4th and 2 situation, and Young doesn't get it. I don't love that you get a limited play call menu there. I just didn't love a lot of the plays that they gave me because they don't give you everything. And I just had to call what I felt was going to be best, and fortunately, this D-tackle duo of the Texans is pretty devastating. Like, Vince Wilfork is already enough of a problem, but he ain't even the best one they got. As, okay, they're going to take me out. Kyle Vanden Bosch, nice tackle for loss, but this is what we're dealing with right now. You move over the D-line. Amobi Okoye is an absolute monster. Wilfork is actually higher rated for us, but Okoye is also, like, insanely good. And Mario Williams is on this team. So this is a crazy D-line. And D'Amico Ryan's at linebacker as well. They drafted an 81 overall rookie. So it's not a good front 7 for us to have to play 2 high-level D tackles, a high-level edge rusher, and an elite linebacker all at once. 3rd down situation. What will it look like? Mike Anderson. Oh my goodness, Mike Anderson. What are we doing letting this 36-year-old running back do this to us? Guys, you're looking silly right now, as I think AJ Bishop has checked in. Bishop! Oh, he didn't get the handoff! Schaub goes down. All right, Bishop back on the bench. That's unfortunate for him. He didn't even get the ball. 2nd and 15, though. That was huge for us to make sure that they can't get a field goal here. And Anderson, there's Vanden Bosch getting in there with company, and it will be 3rd and 17. I'm assuming that we'll have to, stop the passing attack. That is where I'm going to be a little worried. But this is basically to get into field goal range. This is basically your game here. Due to the fact that if they get a field goal, I don't think we're winning this one. As they go, AJ Bishop, I think that is Bishop getting a couple. And that's not going to be field goal range? No field goal for them. All right. Vince Young, I know we lost the Jaguars game, but he got the job done when he needed to in that Jags game. He just never seen the ball again, which was unfortunate. Now with another opportunity in a clutch situation, we'll go to the 2-minute warning. We got to go 75 yards in 2 minutes. I do feel like our options are a little bit more expanded with Algie Crumpler in the lineup. I trust him obviously a lot more. And Young, Crumpler's wide open, and there's Algie Crumpler right on cue. Right, incompletion. We stopped the clock unnecessarily, it felt like, on first down, but second down and 10. That's outside. That was the wrong route. Cammy and Walker ran the wrong route there. Oh my goodness, that was supposed to be a slant. Supposed to be a slant from Walker. I don't know what he ran. That I was not like. We're still learning. We're still learning the plays. It's just the growing pains. 1:20 to go, 3rd and 9. Young, gotta get rid of it. There's a flag, and it's on Houston. It's a bailout call. It's a bailout. Was it pass interference? Yes, it was. You're stuck in this balance of trying to run plays that your team is familiar with, but not wanting to run the same play too often, so you catch yourself wanting to do something different, but then your team doesn't always know what they're doing on the play. Walker runs the right route, makes an acrobatic grab, and I'm not hurrying up quite yet. I know it's risky to run the ball here, but it's 2nd and 1. I don't want to just have to drop back and keep on throwing it and just, I want the first down. I want to mix it up a little bit as a nice little slip out there. Penalty on Houston. I think that's a face mask. And now it's really starting to look interesting. Face mask. And we'll have it at the 21. We really can take our time here. 21-yard line. 58 seconds to play. Young in the shotgun. Johnson back in. As Young will have Crumpler open underneath. He'll instead take the shot. Oh, touchdown! And Quentin Surrency will seemingly tie this game up. I'm going to be honest here. My thought process was to take this clock down. Like, if I were to have scored with, like, less than 30 seconds to go, should we go for 2? We're gonna just kick it. If it was like truly like 30 seconds, 20 seconds or less or something like that, I think I would have maybe considered going for it, but there's still a minute to go and the Texans have plenty of time. Still a lot can happen, so I'm not even going to risk it with this much time still on the clock, because it could end up not meaning anything regardless. And I don't know, maybe we can get a turnover, maybe we can get them to take it to overtime, maybe we can get a stop. I don't know what the Texans' game plan is going to be here with 53 seconds to go, but once again, even with some penalty help, Vince Young delivers in the clutch as now the Texans take over. It's Mike Anderson on the run, and Mike Anderson is going to have a penalty. No, it's on us now. We're getting a face mask. There's no way we're doing this. We're not going to choke again, guys. Please. We have a good defense, but don't tell me our defense is good, but we choke, and our offense isn't good, but we're clutch. What are we doing, guys? Come on! Make a play! Should have picked that! That should have been a pick! 46 seconds to go. You guys are stressing me out. Schaub spreading the field. Just get a man on Andre Johnson. As Schaub, there he's gonna test it on Trey Johnson. I knew it! They knew they were just gonna take their shot to Andre Johnson. And they got it, and they're right about at field goal range with 41 seconds to go. And now, can we get a big play on defense? No, Anderson runs it for an 8-yard gain. Houston burns a timeout. They are going to try to get closer. I was probably going to burn a timeout there if they didn't, but we're really going to choke this again. Please, please, guys. They're going to go with the handoff, and Anderson has another first down, and they're getting much too close. You know, this is part of what happens, though, when you are a coach of one side of the ball. I give the defensive reins to Schwartz, and he just keeps on playing it aggressive. We're going to not even get the stop, and Anderson scores the touchdown with 16 seconds to go. Honestly, better than tackling him for a first down. I cannot believe we just got the 36-year-old Mike Anderson game. Like, what are we doing, guys? Of all the running backs to just destroy us, it's 36-year-old Mike Anderson. Vince Young, do you have even more magic? Do you have the most magical play of magical plays? Young, it's caught way short. We needed that one 10 seconds ago, and that'll do it. Again, this one's just on the defense. The offense was clutch when they needed to be. They scored. Young delivered in the end zone with under a minute to play to tie it up. It didn't matter if I went for two or not. It didn't end up mattering. He had a nice game. He actually played pretty well. 250 yards, 2 touchdowns. Also ran for 1. We got done in by Mike Anderson, though. 100 yards and 2 touchdowns on 17 carries off the bench. Ah, my goodness. Walker had his biggest game of the season up until this point. 9 for 138. No sacks again. 5 tackles for loss. We're 1-3, and something's got to happen here. Yeah, Richard Emanuel also hurt. Oh my goodness, guys. This is going so bad. Torn ACL. Out for the season. Our center gone. Just like that. We're in desperation mode. Ruptured. When did Jason Jones rupture his spleen? I mean, he's like our, you know, he's inactive every week, but when the heck did he rupture his spleen? But Richard Emanuel, man, he's so good. First thing we got to do is we got to bring in a center. We need somebody who can feasibly play. There's an undrafted rookie here. That's a complete unknown. I don't even know, what we're looking for here. I'll bring in the undrafted rookie just because maybe there's some potential there. This is going to be what we're rocking with that center. It's a pretty big step back. We're hitting the end of the third quarter here, and it'll be 3rd down and 8 for the Cleveland Browns in Titan territory, in the red zone to be more specific. Vince Young's having another pretty solid game right now, and the defense is kind of letting us down a little bit right here. 21-17, we're up, and 3rd down. Completion for the Browns. It's going to be 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. If we can't win this game, there's going to be a bit of an issue here. We need to win this game badly as the run to the 2-yard line. I mean, if we fall to 1-4 on the season, I mean, we might as well just say the season's done at that point. Technically no, but how many teams start 1-4 and end up going far? How many teams start 1-4? We could be getting fired here. We're playing for our jobs. Toss play is in. Touchdown, Browns. Kenny Watson. So, pretty solid starting field position here. 35-yard line, 2 tight end package. We're going to have tight end move to the right to play a little bit of fullback. He'll probably go back, and hit a block. Okay, Johnson just to, as much as we want Chris Johnson to succeed, you know, having like 50 ball carrier vision in a game like this is just, you're just put in a rough spot. Second down as Young throws it over the middle. Mushin Muhammad right to midfield. So we do have the two other running backs that we just kind of brought in. We're going to give one of them a carry. 5'7", I think undrafted rookie Neal taking the run up the middle, getting to. We just need somebody else in the backfield who can run the ball when Chris Johnson gets tired. Again, as much as we want Chris Johnson to succeed, not exactly someone we should be giving 25 carries a game to, just out of the fact of the fatigue of it all and everything. But as Young gets it over the middle, Algie Crumpler. First down, and now we're at Cleveland's 35-yard line. Vince Young's playing some good ball. Like, he's throwing like a pick every game, which is, you know, not ideal. We got an open man here. That's going to be caught. Cammy and Walker, no! Fumble! My goodness, man. That was Walker, right? Yeah. It's just so frustrating. We're not catching breaks right now. First down, Cleveland. And the run, I don't know what's happened all of a sudden where we can't, like, stop a stretch play, but that's got to get fixed up too. Like, I don't know why all of a sudden the edge has been sealed and they are just, like, eating us alive out there. I would understand if it was up the middle. Our interior rush is not too good, but why are all of a sudden they're going outside and it's just working so much? Anderson wide open, first down, and broken tackle. They are gonna have it for 14 on the play. I mean, like how low are we gonna go? Like, we need to win. There you go. Shoot the gap and get Derek Anderson down before he could even get the ball handed to the back. Loss of 4. With 5 minutes to go, we really need to stop here. They're going to move the tight end in motion. And I would imagine it's going to be a throw. Yeah, Anderson, we send the pressure. He's going to have a receiver. Winslow is down for 11. Or, man, the blitzes aren't even getting in. Like, we've gone multiple weeks now without getting a sack. Like, we're sending blitzes, we're sending heat, and it's not getting in the way it was to start the season. Play action, Anderson off his back foot. It's incomplete. Nice break on the ball. By no means was it a good punt. We're gonna have it at the 24-yard line. So we were driving last time. We were moving so well, and then the fumble happened. So it's gonna hope it goes better this time around. Neal on the carry, and look at Neal. Off the streets into action, and I'll take it for 14. Part of it is just wanting to also see what other running backs do with this line. I mean, when you only have Chris Johnson to give carries to, you don't know if it's the line or if it's Chris Johnson, but if other people start succeeding in the same circumstances, conversations will be had as Young scrambles. That'll be 4. Johnson in the backfield this time around, quieting down the crowd. I don't think we were that loud, but we'll go tight end in motion. Crumpler moves left, and it'll be play action. Young throws, wheel route, got it! And a first down into Cleveland territory. It's under 3.5 to go. We'll go shotgun, split backfield of Amard Hull. Fullback back there next to Young. Handoff. Johnson tries to get to the outside. Breaks a tackle. Johnson! Oh, there we go! Finally! Chris Johnson! 41 yards for the score, for the lead. And that is what we have been waiting to see. Now can we do the thing we have just not been able to do? Finish on defense. Just finish them off and let us get out of here with a victory. As the only win we have was a Miami game in which we dominated a poor offense that was led by John Beck. So, like, you know, first few weeks, it was like, man, maybe the defense deserves some credit here based off the momentum that they picked up last season. And it's like, no, now we've run into not even great QBs, just competent ones, and it's just not looking the same. Pressure sent in, it's low, it's caught, and it's shy of the marker. 3rd down and 2. Browns would still probably be in a position where they would punt the ball here if they don't get it. So with all 3 timeouts on the board for them, they're going to probably play it safe here. Who just shot through and just disrupted that play. Johnny Jolly got through. All right, so huge. And we're going to get this ball back with under 2.5 to go. Still, we have a little bit of work to do to try to run out this clock here. Return, though, we'll have some space. Devin Smith is going to get it to about the 42-yard line. It had been so long of us just waiting to see Chris Johnson break one free, and the fact that he did it, it is nice to see what we have been trying to get. That speed out there, no one was catching him. Once he got past that first down marker, it was just gone. And that's what Chris Johnson, that's what makes him special. And we just weren't able to do that last year. We finally got one this year. And I'm looking at these plays, you know, one little angle route outside there looks pretty nice. That's just the key here, though, trying to generate more explosive plays. And 2-minute warning here hit. 2nd down and 9, and can the run game get us to victory? Johnson, there's just no one blocked there. Like, blocked him specifically, I guess. There was some blocking going on, just not him. Which means 3rd down and 10. Yeah, we're going to the air here. We're going to try to seal it with Vince Young. Can he come up with another clutch play? Young will throw. And over the middle, we have some options. They're going to go the corner route. And got it. 1st down curl route. I think I tried to say, like, curl and corner route at the same time. It's the curl route for Surrency. And now, game not over yet technically, but we are well on our way as long as we just hold on to the ball. I'm not even taking any chances. I wasn't going to try a long field goal regardless, just to not give him field position. And I'm not too, insistent that we get the 1st down on a 3rd and 13 run. We'll kneel it out. This game is just... Oh my goodness, our fans are at 0? I didn't even know our fans are at 0. Why? What can I do? Fake punt. Are we dead serious? No. This is one where we punt because we're going to win the game, barring something ridiculous happening. Please do not punt the ball with time on the clock still. Like, run this down. Had the awareness to do that, but down 2, right at 20 seconds. Punt will be right through the end zone. Yep, 15 seconds. We may have lost the approval for not going for it, but we should be able to get it back with winning this game unless we just allow a miracle to happen. As Anderson will throw. Gonna load up. Toss one deep. And it's caught! But they don't have time! Why did you still let them catch that ball? Time has run out. We win. The issue is, though, not going for it. This is why I do tend to do a lot of these goals here, because we were at 44 approval. Not going for it dropped us by 6. We might get 6 for winning. So we might have just won this game and made no progress. Vince Young, a really good game. 21 of 25 passing. 250 yards, 2 touchdowns. He still throws a pick every game. But still, we'll take that. Chris Johnson, 96 yards, 2 touchdowns on over 4 a carry. And Neal, 3.6. We'll take that. Young, not too effective on the run game. Surrency, 100 yards. Camion Walker, 76 and a touchdown. Crumpler scored as well. Sacks, we got 1 from Jolly. That wasn't really a sack because it was a tackle on a run play, so they count it, but it wasn't like a legit sack. 5 tackles for loss as a team, though.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your draft update for the month of September. All I can say is, wow. I know it's not very articulate, but that's all I can think of right now. If you haven't seen the Boar Jackson highlights from the Clemson game this week, walk directly to your computer right now, go online, and watch. You better. It was unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this kid. Arkansas corner Demetrius Grimes had a great month, leading the Razorbacks to an undefeated start. A little further south in College Station, the Aggies are off to a 4-0 start thanks to the play of their twin guards, John and Blake Onken. The O-line has helped the Aggies lead the nation in rushing yards up to this point. And one last note. Alex Hurst is currently on pace to exceed last year's numbers. Does that mean another Heisman? Stay tuned.
It's going to be interesting what we end up doing. So you can see Alex Hurst. I don't have him scouted much, but here's Boar Jackson. LaDainian Tomlinson comp. Do you want me to fall in love with this player, man? Like, compare somebody to LaDainian Tomlinson. I am in already. No weaknesses. I don't know, an Auburn running back, Boar Jackson. Maybe he's more like Bo Jackson. Maybe that's kind of what they were going for there. But I did take a look at running backs, just in case. We also have Noel Shine. Any other fun comps? Amon Green? Edgerrin James? You know, some nice players here, but we get to play the Jaguars again after what they did to us in overtime. So we'll get to end our season series against Jacksonville early on in the season. So here are Kyle Vanden Bosch contract talks. This is less than ideal. He's 30 years old. Signing him during the season also does mean it's an extension, so this replaces his current contract. So technically this is like a 4-year extension, because the 5th year of this year actually would count. So that would mean we're basically keeping him until his mid-30s. I don't know how good he'll be in 4 to 5 years. One thing I'm also going to do, though, with Vanden Bosch and Keith Bullock, because they are goals for us to re-sign, I'm going to do what I did last year and wait to re-sign them till the end of the season so I get the best approval bonus that I can, because right now we're looking like we really need that approval. How about this one as well? Charlie Mingo, 90 potential wide receiver. This is a weird one for us because he doesn't play. He's our number 4 right now. Obviously, Muhsin Muhammad isn't going to be long on this team, but we already have, 2 other rookies that are under contract. I know he's got 90 potential. I know he's really good. I just don't know if I can justify paying somebody, a 6-year contract, pay him more than, the other guy that we drafted who was ahead of him. And the money also could really be used elsewhere, because we did give a big contract to Kemian Walker because he was a top 10 pick. I don't really know if we should do this. Feasibly, I guess I could trade him a 4th round pick from Jacksonville. I know it's a 4th round pick, but I am not giving him to... Jacksonville's got a bad receiving core. That's the one thing that we have on them. And I can give him to the Saints for a 5th. So he was an undrafted player. We're getting offered a 5th round pick this year for him. Or we can re-sign him to be a number 3 receiver at best on a pretty long-term, sizable contract for a number 3 receiver, which I just don't think is doable for us. I think a number 3 receiver is super findable, super replaceable. We have Muhammad this year, and in the years to come, we'll have people. I think I'm just going to trade him for a 5th and not bother re-signing him. I know maybe that's disappointing for some, but I think that's just the right thing to do. Cap-wise, for next season, like, you could see, we aren't exactly, like, swimming in money at this point in time. In the offseason, we'll have $40 million, but you have to keep in mind, we have to re-sign Kyle Vanden Bosch, we have to re-sign Keith Bullock, and as well, is there anybody else that's, like, big to re-sign? Cortland Finnegan's contract is up. Algie Crumpler probably going to let walk, but we're going to need a new tight end anyway. We're not going to re-sign Muhsin Muhammad most likely. And also, we still have to figure out, is Vince Young going to be the guy for us? Because if he's not as well, I mean, we would have to get rid of him. And it's a pretty big cap to eat, and we're going to need to pay somebody else to replace him. Same thing with Chris Johnson. You know, I know things have been pretty interesting for Vince Young so far this year. I think he's played some really nice games. Chris Johnson's been a little bit more of an up and down story, but there's still a lot at hand here to where I'm not prioritizing an undrafted wide receiver. So I think I'm ready to hop in here. I'm gonna, you know, actually manually let it run to the fourth quarter here because I want to take over inside the red zone. This is a big situation for us. So with the way that things went in Jacksonville the first time around, I really want to go and get a little bit of revenge here. And we are up 21-14 in the red zone, ready to make it a 2-score game. Can we get it done here? Put it into the end zone. Drop back the throw. Young scrambles. Young, what the heck was he doing there? Was he trying to taunt a little bit for a moment? It's another game where Young has thrown some picks, given the ball away, but he's also made some really good plays. So it's another game where it's not fully clean, but you've got a lot to be excited about with the receiving core. 4th down and 3. Are they going to make me go for it? Like, please don't make me go for it. I would really like to just kick the field goal here, and they're going to make me go for it. I have to. Our approval is so low. And this is gettable, too, to where, if we get it, it's a massive boost to our approval. Do I just go with the run? I don't have a lot of my... Do I throw it? It's 4th and 3. I was hoping we'd get a little closer. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna give it to Vince Young. This play, it's got a pretty high success rate for us. Come on, 4th and 3. This is the season definer here. Young, he's got the first down. And the big approval boost that we needed. How... What do you mean it went down? What? It can't win. The approval still went up a little bit, but what do you mean down? All right, how about 2nd down and goal from the 1? Little tight formation here, close to the center. And we'll go sweep. Young, he just... I would like him to pitch it one time. They want us to sub Vince Young. Is Vince Young fatigued that bad? Oh, boy. All right, well, I'm not subbing out my quarterback. You know, going on the ground did not work out. Going through the air, on the move, didn't work out. So let's just have him drop back and throw it here. 3rd and goal from the 2. Everyone's going short. Young gonna scramble. And he is in. Nice job to get the touchdown here. We're up by 2 scores. All right, well, we got the defense back out here now, 28-14. Just hold the lead here as they go handoff. MJD slipping through the defense to get an impressive 9 yards, but looking at it and saying, just don't choke like we did last time. Obviously, this is a different situation, a 14-point lead to hold. We should be able to do it, but another game where it's kind of like one of these must-win types, not just for the approval, but also due to the fact that, hey, we can get to 3-3. But the way the season started, to sit there and be 3-3, I'd be more than happy with that. And, you know, we'll maybe have a different scenario here for, the trade deadline. Maybe we will buy a little bit. As Garrard, 3rd and 1, outside open man. As Jacksonville drops the throw, Garrard, pressure in from Vanden Bosch. Tight end can't hang on. 2nd and 10 now, shotgun. They got 4 receivers out there. MJD next to him as Garrard throws again. That one in. 2 defenders were there. And he reels it in. I'd really not want to even put ourselves in this stressful situation of allowing them to score a touchdown with a lot of time to go. Maurice Jones-Drew, big hit. Say, the defensive tackle room, we're missing our best guy. And, they've held up pretty admirably. Johnny Jolly's been pretty all right. And Garrard off his back foot of play action. Schwartz keeps dialing up the blitzes, and they just keep getting beat. 4.5 to go. At least we're making them take a little bit of time. They go handoff again. MJD, open field, makes a man miss. And that'll get him a couple of extra yards. 8 on the play. 2nd down and 2. They go. Stretch left. Corner gets in there. I think it was Cortland Finnegan. Great play. You know, Finnegan's playing for a contract extension at this point. I don't know if I want to extend Finnegan. So he's playing for his job right now as Garrard. We're sending a lot of heat, and that's caught for another 1st down. I think we're just sending too much right now, and, you know, Schwartz is the D coordinator, so, like, I have to keep rolling with it. I'm not going to be calling the offense and the defense. That just, you know, doesn't really happen, so I have to just kind of roll with it. But I don't love how aggressive we are sometimes as Garrard sheds a sack. End zone! What a play by David Garrard. Oh my goodness. I don't love that. There's still a lot of time left for Jacksonville. 3:47 to go. All 3 timeouts as well. 7-point game. We're going to go 1st down throw. And Young over the middle. Musheen Muhammad. And they're going to call that pass interference. Pass interferences in this game are they get awfully generous, but, you know, it goes both ways. We've had good ones on us. We've had bad ones on us, so it does even out. But I think early on in this season, we're kind of getting the better end of it. We'll go with the 2 tight end package here, and there's going to be a Chris Johnson handoff. Johnson! Oh, boy. There's a flag on us. Yeah, that was quick. That's going to be a hold, so yeah. We receive penalty yardage, and then we lose penalty yardage, and this one hurts pretty badly due to it being a 1st down and 20. If we don't get a big play here, like, Jacksonville's going to get this ball back, it looks like, with a lot of time. We're going to go to the air again, and Young with time. Young going to hit him outside, dropped. Surrency. I am going to play this rather aggressive. I've already doubled down, now I'm tripling down on the throwing because I just want to make sure that we can get more time off the clock. They go man coverage, though. That's going to be Cammy and Walker with the grab. So we're going to be able to move it for 13 yards. It's just that holding penalty really derailed us. Jacksonville will be set up. Oh, that's a bad punt, too. Oh, my goodness, guys. 37-yard line. A bad punt, as if it wasn't bad enough that we barely took time off the clock and we weren't able to get ourselves out of that holding penalty. We give them good field position too. MJD on the ground, and he'll start the drive off at 3. They're not really in a sense of urgency right now due to the fact they just need to go 60 yards in 2.5 minutes with all of their timeouts. Man, all right, come on, defense. Just be clutch for us for once, as the run is not going to happen there. And they are really, like, more advantageous to throw the ball here due to how our pass defense has been and how the blitzes have just been diced up all season, it feels like. Yeah, 3rd down and 8. Can we get off the field here? I don't know if they punt before the 2-minute warning if that happens, but we'll see. Garrard out in the flats, make the open field tackle. Yes, we get him. They should be going for this. 4th down and 8. Basically, your game here, unless something goes really wrong for us, because we'd be set up in field goal range, basically. So come on, Jaguars, off play action, open, low ball, and he can't hang on. Garrard just sold there. That ball could have been caught, but that was a wide open receiver, and it was a bad throw. So, like, yeah, not over. They have all their timeouts, but as long as we move forward here and we hit a field goal, it'll be ours to win. And the run, Johnson is going to get forward progress, so we'll take 2. Jaguars burn their 1st. 2nd down, I have formation. We're just going to go right up the middle. Try to play it safe. Here, I don't like that. Johnson can't be bouncing that one outside when I just wanted a safe inside run to go and get some yards. At least get back to the line of scrimmage. Now, I feel like I trust Vince Young maybe a little bit more with the ball in his hands. We will still run it, but I want to give it to Young. Just please get us a little bit closer so I can kick a field goal and be confident. I don't love it from 55. Young outside. It doesn't matter about the field goal. He gets the 1st down for the win. A big win to get back up to 500. 3-3. back-to-back wins and getting a little bit of revenge on the Jags. And if we were able to close that game against the Jags and we were able to win against the Texans, I mean, we're looking at 5-1 on this season. But, you know, you can't just think only in the hypotheticals here. Young, solid day, 2 interceptions, less than ideal, but another 250 yards, 2 touchdowns in the air and on the ground, 2 more. Chris Johnson, not a good game. Cammy and Walker, though, 11 grabs, 137 and a touchdown. Surrency, 49 yards and a touchdown. I mean, there's a lot of improvement here, though. Things will get rough for us because of the fact that now we have to take on the Indianapolis Colts next week. And just to take a peek at the schedule here, because I haven't really done it that much. So we still play, you know, the Colts twice, obviously. But we play the Patriots, we play the Seahawks. Seahawks are going to be a little rough. They got Ozzie Jones. Not a bad schedule, not a great one, though. Still not anticipating us being in a spot right now where we're competing with the Colts, but here's hoping. I'd say as of right now, though, signs are pretty positive on Vince Young. I think I'm a little negative leaning on Chris Johnson, though. It's just, man, it's just not clicking on the ground right now. He has the good game against Cleveland, but every other game, like this one, okay, but this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. And in these games, he's got one big run. His long is, you know, other than the 41-yarder, he's not broken off anything other than a 13, 12, 11. You know, this is going to be a pretty big heat check game for us after, you know, winning back-to-back, and I wanted to see what we'd do against the Colts. I wouldn't have come out here and said we're going to win the game, but, man, 28-0 at the end of the third quarter, and, you know, we're going to get a couple of these on a season. Not every game's going to be close, but that's really unfortunate to come out flat against the Colts team. They're just a nightmare to deal with. Them and the Patriots are just brutal. Vince Young throws another interception, and this has definitely been his worst game of the season. I was just really hoping we would have a better performance against a quality team to show that, like, you know, maybe if we're not ready to go get over the Colts in our division, that we could at least compete with them. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case, at least not right now. We'll still play them, obviously, later on in the year, but we're going to get shut out. It's looking real close, 20 seconds, and we do find the end zone with just under 20 seconds to play to make it 28-7. The Colts kind of feels like they took their foot off the gas pedal here. Peyton Manning, though, was, yeah, I mean, they subbed in their backup quarterback. Manning went 17-22 and 2 touchdowns. They ran it pretty well. Both running backs averaged 4 yards a carry. Reggie Wayne, 2 touchdowns. Meanwhile, for Vince Young, he threw 2 interceptions. He did complete over 50% of his passes for 200 yards. And predictably, the run game it's just not good. Cammy and Walker, though, if there's one thing, you want to see who shows up against the big teams, how about 16 catches for 179 yards and a touchdown for Cammy and Walker? Maybe some of it is a little bit of garbage time. Maybe we got some Michael Wilson statistics here, but, like, hey, this is one heck of a game from Cammy and Walker. And no sacks once again from the defense, not even a tackle for a loss. I didn't think I'd be this worried about the defense at this point. The defense was going to be our strong suit, but right now it's really letting us down. I'm being honest, the trade deadline is in a few days. I took a look at a lot of options for us to buy and to sell. There's really nothing for us to do. You know, Cortland Finnegan, I've not been too impressed with. There's no one who really wants him right now, which is, I guess, understandable. Expiring contract. There were some trades where, like, I could get a player swap for him. The best trade that I felt like was the closest to being accepted was Cortland Finnegan, a 5th and a 6th for Brandon Mebane to help out our D-tackle room. But even then, a lot of lack of interest. None of these players got any trade offers except Musheen Muhammad, and even then, I don't even know if it's a good offer at this point for us because fourth round pick is pretty good for a guy that isn't going to be on the team next year. But we did just trade a receiver, and do we want to go and double down and trade another receiver? I don't know if that's smart for us to do, but like Cammy Walker is like just on another level. Also, a thing about this is we literally play the 49ers this week, so it's like, do I want to trade Muhammad to a team we literally play in the next game? A fourth round pick is pretty enticing, though. Do we have any other packages? No, that's literally it. It's a fourth round pick for this year. I don't feel like there's a right or wrong answer. He's not going to be on the team next year. I don't know if we're competing. I don't want to take away from Vince Young and hurt him, but I don't know what Muhammad does for us right now. He's been pretty solid as a number 3 receiver, but is our number 3 receiver worth keeping for a fourth round pick? I'm gonna make the move. I'm gonna trade him. And the 49ers, are 3-3 right now, so they're trying to, maybe make a bit of a push here to get over 500. Their offense is struggling. It is the second worst offense. The Bears, oh my goodness, they're averaging less than 10, or right at 10 points a game. So it makes sense for the Niners, who have a pretty solid defense, but need to get a little bit of an uptick on offense to make the move. Yeah, I mean, the receiving core did get a bit weaker, but like, look, Cammy Walker, I mean, we just gave him 16 catches in a game. Justin Gage is still here. We'll go out and sign somebody. I know it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Guys, this is what we're up against this week. We gotta win. Like, look at how bad Kerry Collins is at 36 years old. This is really bad. We've played him last year, destroyed him, picked him off a bunch. Now he's coming out here trying to lead the league in interceptions. This is the type of get-right game I wanted to see from the guys. We'll head into the fourth quarter with a 24-6 lead, and it'll be fourth down. Oh, I mean, this one we don't maybe need to hop in, but we'll take a look. I mean, we're playing really good. Kerry Collins is a disaster of a quarterback. I don't know how after that Ravens season he earned another starting job, but yeah, he is one-upping that season. Because he ain't even throwing 24 touchdowns to go along with the picks. He's playing terrible. I think we have 4 on him already. 5 picks. I mean, you see the stats. Like, he was already doing terrible. I don't know what the heck is up with Kerry Collins. What a steal of a trade that we got, though, when we originally traded Kerry Collins. Because I think we traded him to the Ravens for like a 4th round pick. We got a 4th round pick for that dude. Speaking of 4th round picks, we got the Niners 4th round pick, and we're beating them up right now. So, right now maybe a bit of a win for us as Chris Johnson loses yards, but to go and trade a player to the Niners and then, beat them potentially to make their pick a little bit worse. I know it's just a 4th rounder, but yeah, I mean, to get to 4-4 would be huge. Again, better than last year, but you cannot be having 3 yards a carry as 3rd down and 3. And he is going to have the first down. Big run up the middle. Chris Johnson. And there you go. That's what I was waiting for. A touchdown. 49 yards for Chris Johnson. I think he heard me. I wanted a big run. I wanted a big play from him. And Johnson is able to do it. He's got over 100 yards on the day. I think we'll wrap it up there. 31-6 your score. But yeah, like, he needs to show us something a little bit. He's got 2 big runs so far this season, and that's, already more than we've seen last year from him, like, actually on the field. But I just want more consistency too. Like, I want him to, start having more 5-yard runs, more 6-yard runs. We miss a 39-yard field goal. Kicking also has been pretty rough for us. Like, Barones has not been good. Kerry Collins gets a little garbage time touchdown to help his stats up a little bit, but that will be game 31-13, your final. Chris Johnson has probably the most yards of his career because he had a decent amount, I think, beforehand. Young, 11 of 18, did not throw much, didn't need to. 2 touchdowns, no picks. Johnson, 117 on 4.5 a carry. So, not to like rain on the parade here, but still, you take away one 50-yard run, he has 25 carries for like 70 yards, which is right around what he gets, under 3 yards a carry. So, I just need that to get a little bit better. I need the consistency to get better. Cammy and Walker, another 81 yards and 2 touchdowns. We get 2 sacks and interceptions. Scenario Guy gets 2. Jammer, Smith, Bullock all with 1. And we get to 4-4 on the season. If you want to know where we might be making a change. Oh my goodness, man. I was kind of giving him a little bit of grace because, early season, you missed a couple, like, against Miami. He went 0-2, but we won 28-7. It is what it is. A miss against Houston, though. Miss against Cleveland. Miss against Indy. 1 for 3 against San Francisco. Maybe at least this will, like, scare him a little bit. I don't know. So we'll bring in a rookie kicker. He's got 87 accuracy, which is actually pretty solid for a rookie. 90 power, also, like, that's a pretty solid rookie kicker. 82 potential, like, he's got some. How much better can he get? 92 accuracy is what he can get. Like, it's actually pretty solid. But 4 of 11, that's got to change. We'll sit him on the bench at least for like this week and just kind of see if it snaps him out of it. But like, we can't be doing that. Guys, I don't know what happened. I'm literally about to hop into the Cardinals game, 9th game of the season, and, you go to the inactive players, and it just says Chris Johnson's injured. How did he get hurt? What do you mean? It's pending injury report, so I don't know. Oh my goodness. He got hurt in practice, I guess, and now we don't have him. I don't know what's happening now, because we have to wait and see. By no means was Chris Johnson lighting it up, but not having him has really hurt. We're going to go into the 4th quarter, and we're down 10-7 on the Cardinals, and not having Chris Johnson has hurt us. I mean, he isn't exactly lighting it up this season, but he is definitely a significant upgrade compared to what we had, and it's really hurt this offense. A drop ball is going to force 3rd down and 9. We're down 10-7. So, I mean, 3 yards to carry from Chris Johnson, not good, but, it's still better than the 1 yard to carry we're getting without him, as Young, deep pass, and Surrency caught for the 1st down. But Chris Neal is, he's also fumbled it too. Yeah, I mean, none of these running backs are exactly ready to be, getting the ball any significant amount, so I don't know if it really matters who we give it to. Neal is the most talented that we have, but, it's not ideal to just drop back and throw it every play. And obviously, Young's rushing production's also gone down. They can key in on him a little bit more as we'll go to the air here. And Young, good protection, and that's Cammy and Walker. 1st down. At the midway point in the season, Cammy and Walker is tied for the league lead in reception. So we're feeding him this season, at least so far. But now, right around field goal range, we have a new kicker, remember, for this game. Maybe not the time when we need a field goal to try a new kicker out, but Barones hasn't been doing much for us as that ball thrown into coverage for Crumpler and incomplete. I mean, this game, though, is very much going to be all on Vince Young's shoulders offensively. When we're running the ball, I'm going to be feeding Young, run outside. He's got a pretty okay gain there. We'll take 5 yards to set up 3rd and 5. It's a really handicapping place to be in when you just don't have a running back you could trust, but We'll go on the ground again. This time, Young to the right. Young got some nice blocking. Vince Young, first down and a lot more. He's going all the way to the 5-yard line. Vince Young. One of the other undrafted running backs is checked in. It's Randall, who's got the number 2 nod today. Carry Randall. Oh, okay. Touchdown. Nice run. Really nice run. Josh Randall, look at him go. Jumping over a defender and finding his way in. Algie Crumpler has his stomach cramp, so he might be back for next possession. At least I've gotten a little bit of a confidence boost with Josh Randall maybe being a guy who could take some carries late in this one. But Matt Leinart is here to throw, and Leinart is going to find a receiver as we got to make sure we can get guys on Fitzgerald. I don't know if Anquan Bolden is okay. Obviously, we're hoping Bolden is not going to make it back for this one. Does that help us out quite a bit? Bolden... Oh, goodness, they have a lot of injuries. Okay, Bolden's still out. Early Doucette's going to be out. Darnell Dockett is not here. Edgerrin James is not here. Takeo Spikes and Mr. Wright. Oh, my goodness. All right, everybody hurt for them. It's Matt Leinart and Larry Fitzgerald and a mismatch of whoever else. So, okay, we should be able to do our thing here as a broken tackle. I don't even know who's in at running back for this team. Kevin Jones is the running back. But you could probably see why the Cardinals have only been able to put up 10 points on our defense so far. Second down at 5. Run up the middle again. Jones lit up in the backfield. Rookie Freddie Bates with the tackle for loss. Third down and 6. Can Matt Leinart figure something out here as we got a little classic Matt Leinart and Vince Young matchup, and it's going to be caught with a broken tackle and a lot more for the tight end. But Matt Leinart versus Vince Young at the NFL level. I don't know if Matt Leinart's been really moving this Cardinals organization forward and proving that he's not a bust, but both these quarterbacks have a lot to prove. As a sack, that's immediate pressure. Immediately goes down. I actually am curious, what's Matt Leinart doing these days? Because if he was able to keep the starting job, 77 overall, he's still got it over Ken Dorsey. He has not been good. He didn't start last year, and this year he's definitely doing a lot worse than Vince Young. So that was Tamba Ali with the sack, 2nd and 14. 4:40 to go. Leinart got another bit of pressure in, and he gets it to the tight end. As this is a situation where Jim Schwartz is aggressive, blitz heavy, just send everybody, can work. You're facing a lackluster quarterback and a banged up offense with a not so good offensive line. No Anquan Bolden, no Edgerrin James. You can keep sending pressure, and they try to test Fitzgerald, but Jammer's got him there. 4th down and no man's land. They're going to try a 54-yard field goal. A lot of trust in the kicker here. Kick for a 1-point game. It's getting inside the upright. And Tennessee penalty. Are you kidding me? Who did that? Who? Corey Webster. Roughing the kicker. You cannot make these types of mistakes. You just can't do that. And now the Cardinals, we would have had the lead still with the ball in our possession with under 4.5 to go. And now the Cardinals are set up right on the fringe of the red zone. Toss it out. And that's a nice job of the run defense to get them down for just a yard. Still, though, I don't love that we're going to have to go out there for another couple of plays and see if we can get a guy on Larry Fitzgerald. Elite receivers have hurt us. Reggie Wayne caught 2 touchdowns on us. Andre Johnson destroyed us as well. And what a hit for a fumble. Leinart picks it up. And that'll be 3rd and 11. Who just absolutely leveled him? Oh my goodness. Michael Boley. Yeah, really high-level receivers have hurt us. We don't have that high-level corner to match up on them. So Fitzgerald on the right side here. Watch out for him. Leinart to throw. And with a pass over the middle, it's too low. And incomplete. They should settle for a field goal again, I would imagine. Yes, they will. No roughing the kicker, please. With 3:44, as I guess it long-term kind of helped us. And the kick! Oh, it really helped us! He missed it! He hit from 54, missed from 40. So Corey Webster, I guess he could tell the future. I won't be too mad at him for that. A very fortunate series of events there to get some more time off the clock and to make sure they come away with no points. Randall in the backfield, he's the one after that touchdown run that I feel like I should trust a little bit to get the carries here. Is Randall to the outside, cuts it back inside, and Randall not running it so bad. I know just 2 carries that we've seen, but both of them pretty solid. I have no reason to not stick with Randall here, especially with Neal not having a good game. So 3 minutes to go, and we'll run this clock down, probably all the way to the 2-second mark before the snap, and with a second down and 3. I formation, handoff, here goes Randall again. Randall is down for just a 2-yard pickup, not bad. Will be 3rd and 1, and we still have to run another play before the 2-minute warning. I know it says 3rd and 1. This is really like 3rd and 2. That's a really long yard. So as the clock's winding down, we're going to have goal line package Vince Young on the sneak. He'll go up the middle. Young, first down. And we'll hit the 2-minute warning. Another spot where we can get another first down. Make Arizona start using these timeouts. Shotgun handoff. Randall, not a chance. Arizona's going to burn their first. 2nd and 13, I'm going to go ground here and then maybe throw it on 3rd down, but I at least want to burn the 2 timeouts from Arizona. Randall, not a whole lot of space, but he does the best that he can to get 3 yards back. Strategy here is pretty simple. If we could find Camion Walker at the first down marker, then we can end this game. If not, don't do anything risky. Young, and that's a quick throw, and he's got it caught. First down. He had it low, but that's a really impressive grab to not only get it, but roll backwards and get the first down. Who does that? Who got that? They deserve a lot of credit. It's Justin Gage coming off the bench. You know, that's the first time this series I think I've complimented Justin Gage. But that's going to be enough to end this one. Game ends 14-10. And Vince Young ends up not doing a whole lot. 10 of 19, only 100 yards. Had a rushing touchdown. Put up a really nice rushing performance. 60 yards on 11 carries. Randall was definitely the better of the running backs. No one else really did anything. Receiving, Camion Walker, you know, quiet for his standards, 5 for 47. And then on defense, a lot of tackles for loss, sack from Tamba Hali, and an interception from Michael Griffin. And we move to a winning record, 5-4 in the season. And here's the verdict here, Chris Johnson. We're on a bye week this week. Then we go back to face Indianapolis. Chris Johnson, 2 to 3 weeks with a dislocated elbow. All right. So, again, we have a bye week. 2 to 3 weeks, that's not that bad considering our next game is in 2 weeks. So he should, I feel like, only miss 1 game, and that's the Colts game. Which, we can deal with that. 1 other game, I mean, basically it would be 2 games without Chris Johnson. Maybe if we're stretching it, it's 3. But unfortunate at the same time, though, not as bad as it could have been.
The Alex Hurst hype machine is in full force once again. The senior quarterback led a fourth-quarter comeback 2 weeks ago to beat Auburn in a game that has become an instant classic before the opening kickoff. Boar Jackson ran for 261 yards and 3 touchdowns, but Hurst got the ball back with 1:21 to go, and you know what they say, the rest is history. I can't wait to see these 2 players in the NFL. One of the biggest surprises this year has been the play of the North Carolina Tar Heels. They've been a basketball powerhouse for decades, and football seems to have been an afterthought, but not anymore. Nick Erickson and Corey Kirk are leading the charge for the ACC leaders. I'll be back next month to give you an update on their progress.
Much better this time around. We're going to head into the 4th quarter, down by 3, as The Colts are going to... They just punted to us. All right. So we have the ball down by 3 in the fourth quarter. The run game, I don't think it's been too good. I started Randall this week just because he had a better game. Yeah, that's just not good. I just don't know if it matters who we started running. Because none of these undrafted guys are ready for that type of spotlight. At least Randall gave us a couple of nice carries last week. Play action here, Young. First play of the fourth quarter caught. That was almost picked off. But if we could come out here and beat the Colts to go to 6-4 on the season, that would be absolutely huge. The Colts and the Texans are really high up there. Both of them are competing for a first-round bye, not just the division title. And to close that gap and maybe put our name in the hat there for, not only a division title, but if we win the division, probably going to get a first-round bye. It's obviously still a long ways away, and we could drop this game, go down to 5-5, and be in the mix for a wild card spot. But this is a really pivotal game to determine how high can we go this year, especially without having Chris Johnson today. That's a 5-yard completion. We'll have it third down and inches. I mean, that is literally third and an inch. So we'll have it I formation this time around. We'll do something a little different. Go to the fullback, Amard Hall. Don't usually give him a touch, but let him finish off that first down. Gain a 6 on the play. We're driving right now. Young's also had a much better day than he had against the Colts last time around, as we'll have a play action. And Young off his back foot. That's a man open. Quentin Surrency. First down to the 24. Firmly in field goal range. 24-yard line. 6.5 to go. Hand off to Randall. And he'll have no gain. Second down and 10 now. As this time we're going to let Young run it. He had a couple of nice runs when Johnson was out last time, but not this one. Without Johnson, I thought his running production would really take a dip. Instead, he goes out there and, has a 11 carry, 60-yard game. It was really impressive. We'll be stuck third down and 9. As long as we don't turn it over here, we can go and try to boot in a relatively short field goal. As Young throwing, and that's Surrency. Nice ball. Nice catch. First and goal. 7 yards out. Probably a little too far to go and let Young run it. We like to do it inside the 5. We'll let Young throw. And that, you needed to hold on to that one a little bit longer, Young. That play was not ready to have that ball thrown. You had time in the pocket. That's what happens, though, when you just don't have a ground game that you trust to put it in the end zone with all your undrafted rookies in there. Third down and goal. Shotgun this time. We'll let Young have a little bit more space. He'll throw. And Young. This time he'll try to scramble. This time, Young is in. Touchdown. He taunted a little bit before he got in. But Vince Young gives us the lead. All right, Peyton Manning put in a spot where he's got to try to go on and maybe game-winning drive. Not the start we want to see. I think that was Vanden Bosch got the early jump. But what an upset it would be to take out the Colts for the first time. Here, Peyton Manning down by 4. He'll go stretch right. And that's a lot of room for the running back. And I think that might be my card. He's got another big run on this defense. We had some trouble stopping the Colts ground game last year. And now this year, not good. That was Joseph Adai. So, actually, Adai has been hurt every single time we play the Colts. Mike Hart always ends up checking into the game because Adai keeps getting hurt. But that was Joseph Adai this time. He'll have it stretch left this time. After 28 yards on the first play, give him another one. My goodness, that's an immediate 19 and a 28-yarder. I would love to be able to run stretch like that. I try to run stretch. It does not go anywhere near that well. Second and 10, though, after an incomplete pass. And this time, penalty on Indy. All right, we'll take a 5-yarder false start. Helps us out as Manning will have Dallas Clark in the backfield next to him along with Adai. Reggie Wayne out there. They'll have a man in motion. So Wayne isolated right as Manning will throw. We send an extra man. He gets in unblocked. And Reggie Wayne with the grab short for just a 7-yard pickup. Had to get him to throw it pretty quickly. That was, a bit of the game plan here. Is Jim Schwartz. He doesn't know any other buttons to push other than just blitz, blitz, blitz. But I don't know how I feel about blitzing Peyton Manning this much. We're going to go again. Blitz again this time. Kyle Vanden Bosch knocks it down at the line. And the Manning offense will have to settle for 3. Kick is... That was almost short. Oh my goodness. I didn't even know how to process that. It was a 44-yarder, and it almost came short, but the kick is good. 2nd and 10 this time. Young's getting real reckless with the ball. He's gotten away with a couple of passes that could have, maybe should have been intercepted. So he keeps playing around with fire. Please stop. Throw it outside. Can he get his feet in? Camion Walker. Yes, he does. I mean, we are only... 10 games into his career, but Camion Walker is looking like just a home run draft pick. Walker's been awesome. Look at Randall breaking a tackle. And Randall, a 1st down run. Nice creation there. He made that happen. Even if the blocking wasn't there, he made a miss. He got the 11 yards. You go and you make a nice run like that, you know what? You get rewarded with another carry. 2 tight ends out there going straight up the middle. Josh Randall is going to try to cut it outside. Okay, maybe that's, why you were an undrafted rookie. You make a good play and then you make that happen. Well, we're right on that line of field goal range, 51 yards from here. But if we could find the end zone, I might have thoughts about going for 2 to try to put this game away. Young, though, will throw. A lot of time to find a receiver. Sorensen! Quentin Sorensen! He fumbled the ball! No! Bob Sanders picks it up! You've gotta be kidding me, guys! Why? We were well on our way to putting this game to bed, to putting Peyton Manning down for the first time, and you fumbled it inside the 10. Sorensen now has to hope the defense can do a play like that. Okay, a 4-yard loss. Whoever just shot through right there, Keith Bullock, thank you very much. All Manning needs is a field goal, but he's got to go a long way now at his own 4-yard line. They're going to try to run it again. A die is going to spin off a tackler, jump over a defender, but all of that just to get 3. And okay, they're going to give me a little defining moment. I like how they're letting me make the play call. As if Schwartz wasn't going to blitz regardless. I'll just do your job for you. He was gonna blitz anyway, probably. That's all he does. And now 3rd down and 12. Getting blitzing Manning. Okay, they're gonna run. No play action. Manning outside. Reggie Wayne. Oh no, man. That's brutal. I didn't want to have full confidence there, but they would have probably been forced to punt. And if we got that ball back at about midfield 2 minutes to go, I trust our team to put it away. Instead, now it's looking pretty favorable for the Colts. They got to go. I mean, you've seen the kicker's leg. That 44-yarder was almost short. I have to think his range is maybe 45, 46 yards. They got some nice plays here. Actually, let me steal a little bit. Let me steal something. You gotta think their kicker's range is roughly around 45 yards. So they still have to go a decent amount of field. They still gotta go maybe, do a little math here, maybe 40 yards plus. But Peyton Manning with 2 minutes and 3 timeouts, that's plenty of time. Split shotgun as we send an extra man on the edge. As they throw the curl route, Anthony Gonzalez. 1st down. They'll go hurry up. They really don't need to hurry at all. They got plenty of time, and especially with that 1st down, moving it closer as Manning will throw again from that split shotgun. Look, it's a short ball right at the receiver's feet. Yeah, we're looking at maybe 30-ish yards here, needing to stop him as Manning outside, open. He's got some separation, and he doesn't get out of bounds, but he will have 8. All right, 45-yard line, 3rd down and 2. Letting it ride here. They burned the timeout, so they want to go and see if they can get something out here. They took their time to make the play call, and they got the 1st down. at the 47-yard line, and they got out of bounds. So really bold of them to use a timeout there when they did not have to, but they wanted to make sure they got the right play call in. Credit to them, I guess, because now they're inching closer. A minute 35 to go. Manning with 3 receivers. He'll try to find the tight end. And he does. Crucially, they cannot hit from 51. You've seen that kick. I don't think he could hit from 7 yards longer. So just don't allow them to get 5 yards, really. And they know that that's all they need to get. So Joseph Adai gets 3 on the play. They're hurrying back to the line, so I don't see the need to call a timeout here. Let them rush. Let them make a wrong play call. Let them, do something without really thinking about it here. It's a 48-yarder from here, but a minute to go. 3rd down and 8. Manning to the air. We send the nickel off the edge. He'll get it to Adai short. Joseph Adai breaks the tackle, but out of bounds. And that, if the sidelines did not stop him, he was well on his way to getting a first down and a decent amount more. Instead, it's a field goal from 44 yards, the same distance as last time. As I'm not going to ice him, I'm going to keep my timeouts because we might need those. Kick is on the way. It is good, and he had a comfortable amount of distance on that one. Better than the last kick. He made it, though. And we're losing by 2. Absolutely ridiculous, man. Quentin Surency's fumble might cost us this game. Do we have a nice return? I think this is Devin Smith, the cornerback. Rookie gets the return to the 30-ish yard line. Barones hasn't kicked in a couple of weeks. We've had that undrafted kicker come in. He's been pretty okay. He's hit from 50 already in his career. So I'd say field goal range is about the 35-yard line for us, as we'll start off with Camion Walker. And Walker will burn that first time out. All right then. We're looking at 20 more yards, I'd say, to make me feel a little bit more comfortable about making a kick. I don't want to do anything from like 55 plus. I don't know if we can hit that. But Vince Young, does he have another clutch drive in him? Young will try to deliver right into coverage, and he's really getting lucky. I'm stunned the Colts haven't caught one of these yet, but regardless, we'll have it here. 45-yard line, still 39 seconds to play. Young, will he hit the tight end over the middle? He will try to find Crumpler, and he does. And Crumpler will burn the timeout there. We still have 1 left. 3rd down and 1. I'm playing it safe here. I want Young to just run it. I trust Vince Young to run for a yard, but this is a pretty stacked Colts D-line. We might have this could be a boom or bust type of play. If Young gets to the outside, he could have big yardage here. Young, nice job from the cornerback to make sure he didn't get far. But Young now, we'll have to hurry it up here. I want to save that final timeout. I'd say we're maybe 7 yards away from field goal range. As Young, no spike. No, I don't love this. We're spiking it here. That's a lot of time being wasted. And he'll fake the spike! Young! What? What did I just watch? Did he think he spiked it? No, we might lose the game because of that. What do I call? We need to get out of bounds. Why did he do all that? I guess we'll go corner route. That's all we can really do. 12 seconds just isn't enough time, I don't think. If we get it in bounds. And I guess I could try a 59-yarder, but I don't know if I want to do that. Young, that's over the middle! No, can we get the field goal off in time? Do we have enough? Come on, come on, come on, come on! Kick, 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 come on, we got enough, we got enough! Field goal! No, it's no good! You've got to be kidding me, come on! There's no way! Oh my goodness, guys. What do I even do? I think I did everything I could to make sure we could win that game, and everything went wrong. Every single thing went wrong. The fumble inside the 10. Young just standing there after faking a spike. We still got the field goal off, and then he missed it. Unbelievable. Young goes for 280, actually has a really solid day. He throws his obligatory interception. Run game was no good. Walker 86, Surency 100 yards, but the fumble. Sack for Carrier. That's just brutal. Another game that I'm sitting here saying, like, we absolutely should have won that game. But it just isn't meant to be, it feels like. I very much am distraught after that game. But this is where things now are really rough for us. We're 5-5. The difference in that win would have been massive, but you can already see, like, you know, the Jaguars game here was one like we very much could have and should have won. The Texans game was really close. You know, obviously we got blown out by the Colts the first time around, but the schedule's really brutal. So we play the Jets, which is fine, but Texans, they are really good this season. Rams, Raiders, Patriots, Seahawks. So the AFC is also really stacked this year. Playoffs are not going to be easy. So yeah, the Texans are 7-3. We still have to play them. In the NFC, the Seahawks are the best team in the league. We play them to close the season. They're 9-1. Like, that's brutal. The Rams, at least, are 3-7, so that's a winnable game. But Patriots are also the number one team tied with the Seahawks. They're 9-1, so we play two 9-1 teams, a 7-3 team. And you can see here, we're 5-5, but look at all the 7-win teams. There's literally 7 7-win teams in the AFC. And teams that are 500 or above, there are 10 AFC teams that are 500 or better. So, the Jets, the Raiders, and the Rams, very winnable games. 2-win Jets, 1-win Raider, 3-win Rams. So those are easy games. But then 9-win Patriots, 9-win Seahawks, 7-win Texans. We get 3 easy games, 3 hard games. We could be finishing 8-8, and this is why I also wanted to promise we'd finish above 500, but not the playoffs, because there's a real chance if we manage to steal a game against the Texans, we take care of business against the teams that we're supposed to, we go 9-7, and we could still miss the playoffs. I don't think 8-8 is going to be enough to make it with the way this conference is looking. Like, there's no way all these teams just start falling off a cliff here. I mean, it's bad. It's bad, because 7 wins is going to win the division. This is going to win the division. This is going to win the division. This is going to win the division. So you're looking at who's going to be in the wild card race. The Bills are 7-3. The Broncos are 5-4-1. The Texans are 7-3. We're 5-5. The Browns are 7-3, and the Steelers are 5-5. I don't know how we fit into this unless we go and at least close the season 4-2. Looking great in the fourth quarter right now. 31-13 is your score. Jets have a short field here after a punt, but we are going to find ourselves up by 3 scores on this Jets team, where these are like games against these 3 lower teams, the Jets, the Raiders, and the Rams, where we have to really take care of business if we plan on making a push for the playoffs. 3rd and 9 as Clemens to throw it. And the running back picks up Vanden Bosch. Swat at the line, though. That's Tambahali. 4th and 9. I would have to imagine field goal. No, they will go for it. Okay, interesting. 4th and 9, I get it. You're down by 3 scores. So I can't hate them for going for it here. Also, field goal in the rain, not ideal, but Clemens try to keep this game going, gets it, completed, and down to the 5. But 3rd down and goal. Jets, if you win, 4 or 5 games this season, you're probably out of the Alex Hurst sweepstakes. That's too many games. Is the Jets, can they find the end zone? Completed. Not gonna be there, though. 5 yards shy. And yeah, they're going to go for it again. If they went for it the first time, they definitely are going to go for it this time. So once again, game kind of on the line here for the Jets. 4th and 5. We send the extra man. End zone. Touchdown, New York. No, they're going to go for 2 now. See, I like this call right here. Go for 2 now. try to make it a touchdown and a field goal game, know what you need, and they'll go run. As he breaks a tackle, but falls forward in. All right, 10-point game. I don't think onside kick, but it probably should come out an onside kick just in case. Just in case. I don't know if they'll go onside, though. They won't. No harm, though. So we welcome Chris Johnson back to the lineup. It's been a typical Chris Johnson game up until this point, so much better than the undrafted guys, I will say. So it's a relief to have him here as Johnson counter run. Can he get to the edge, break that tackle? Yes, he can. Chris Johnson with space, and he's got the speed. Oh, my goodness. Chris Johnson. Oh, he's gone. Touchdown. 72 yards. And the play of his career. That's the special play. That was CJ2K right there. And it's nice to see him show up as, well, get the sack, fumble, and Clemens somehow keeps it. 3rd down and 16, and the Jets are running out of hope here. Clemens got a completion short, though, and 4th and 1, will they go here? Or will they enter themselves into the tankathon? They are fully in the Alex Hurst tankathon. Okay. That's so ridiculous. I love it. I hate it, but I love it. You know, I'm not as, angry at tanking as other people are. People get really angry about tanking. It is what it is, though. If you got a guy like Alex Hurst there, you want to go and change the course of your franchise's history and not have to roll Kellen Clemens for another year. I have no clue how this play is going to work with this alignment. This looks terrifying. Okay, it'll be a draw play. And Young, he was actually going to score, but we do anyway. Young gets a rushing touchdown taken off the board. That would have been a rushing touchdown, but Quentin Surrency picks it up, and that'll be game. That was weird, but hey, that actually, like, kind of worked, though. Like, that would have been a touchdown if he didn't fumble it, like, for Young, but, you know, hey, Surrency, he fumbled the Colts game away, but I guess in a not-so equal way, he makes up for it. Not the same thing, but we'll win it 45-21. Best offensive output this season. Vince Young goes for 4 touchdowns, no picks, only 5 incompletions. Heck of a day. And Chris Johnson goes for 109. I mean, again, one of those things where amazing run from him. You take away the 72-yarder. He had 19 carries, though, for like 37 yards or whatever. Like, it's just, I need to see the big runs. Like, there, cool. We've had a couple. But can you get a couple more, like, not bad runs? You know, like, I need to close the gap there. Like, I can't just be having boom or bust. Like, you got to give me something else. Cammy and Walker, 11 grabs, 137, 2 touchdowns. Walker's just so good. Bullock with a sack. Jammer with the pick. Jammer's actually been, last couple of weeks, he's been kind of, like, amazing. He's been, like, I'd say maybe even an elite corner the last couple of weeks. I hoped for a close one at the very least to give us a chance here. And that's what we will have. 4th quarter. We'll have the ball 2nd down and 5. And we'll have it at about midfield. Down by 3. Been a back and forth battle. Texans got off to a hot start. We responded well. And now we've just kind of traded possessions as Young loses yards on the designed run. 3rd and 7. Big time moment here early on in this 4th quarter. We go man in motion. Clear out the backfield. Young to throw it. He's going to have pressure in. Gets the throw off. No, he didn't get the 2nd foot in bounds. No review. And we'll just have to punt it away. I think he could have very well got that foot in. That's a great punt, though. Okay. Punt down at the 2-yard line. We're back in business here. Amazing job getting that pinned inside the 5. About 2.5-yard line. Can we get a safety here, maybe? And he's close. No safety, but he lost 2. I don't even think he's at the 1. He's at, like, the 8-inch yard line. They're going to be taking this snap from the goal line. Look how far back it is. 2nd down and 12. We get a matchup here once again against Mike Anderson. They go stretch run. This is what killed us last time. Mike Anderson on the stretch. And they will have a gain to the 8-yard line. They want us to blitz here. Again, we were probably going to blitz anyway, so I'll just do it for you. Hey, the media likes us at this point in time. Owner and fans are the ones that aren't happy with us, but the media likes us. Cool, I guess. That's something. 7 minutes to play, though, and I don't love this look. Oh, boy. They are spreading the field here. I am praying that the blitz gets in. Come on. Get through. Shab. It does pressure him. And we'll get that ball back in presumably great field position. And the approval is up to 80. We were all the way down at one point this season below 40. So we've climbed our way back up to being, high on the approval. We'll have the punt fielded. Running start, past midfield, and we'll have... That's a late fumble. That is... I don't think that's a fumble. They're going to rule it one for now on the field, but that is absolutely not a fumble. Please tell me that wasn't some... Like, he was laying on top of his body and somehow wasn't down. We're challenging that. Smith. Okay. No, I don't... I don't know what that was, but it's overturned. It wasn't a fumble, so we don't have to worry. I thought that was pretty clear. Incredible field position, though. 43-yard line. And can we get a big one from Chris Johnson here? As we will motion Walker over. That just kind of gives us maybe a bit more of a numbers disadvantage on the right side since that's where we're running. Can you cut it out, though? No, he can't. I mean, basically, we are just looking at a 1st down, and we're in field goal range for the tie. Young to throw it. And Young will just try to run. He's got Walker there. Walker, I guess, made sure the defender couldn't catch up to him. Didn't really block him, just kind of faked him out a little bit. But that's going to be a 1st down run for Young. 31-yard line now. As we'll go inside handoff. As that's a lot of space. Chris Johnson is going to have the 1st down in the red zone. Gain of 13. How about we go up the middle again? That's where we run block our best, it feels like. Johnson is going to find a little bit of room. He gets all the way outside! Chris Johnson! Touchdown! Sometimes those ridiculous, I'd say lapses in vision, sometimes they work in your favor because there was not space there. He just broke the tackle and got outside. It's not, usual running game. It's pretty unorthodox, but it works out for the lead. So Houston's got it 1st down and 10 at the 20-yard line. And Mike Anderson, I don't want to, if we're going to lose this game, which obviously hope we don't lose it, but do not let it be to Mike Anderson, 36-year-old grandpa self, running on this defense. 2nd and 6. They're going to try it again. And Matt Schaub can't get it off. 3rd down and long. Crowd for Houston's getting loud. They need something from their offense. Play action. No, they hand it to A.J. Bishop. They just straight ran a draw to A.J. Bishop, the rookie. And it did not work. That is a quick 3 and out. They will punt. And the return will be back at about the 30-yard line. And that's a lot of space for Devin Smith past midfield. And the Texans just cannot get out of this field position nightmare that they have been in. They were pinned back at the 2, at their own 20. Our possessions here, midfield, 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 every single time. We'll lose nothing there, just a no-game play. Johnson once again fails to get, any sort of help on those edge runs. Just kind of feels like the dives, the counters are where we have to go, and just see what Chris Johnson can do with it, as we will motion Walker out, very similar to what we did last time, and we'll go counter, cut back, I think that's one where it's like, man, if the receiver is out there blocked, Johnson actually had a chance there. This is a play we added to our playbook during the season, one that we have come to know pretty well throughout, weeks of game planning, and this is where we're going to bust it out here. Quentin Surrency the target on this little cut inside slant route, basically, and no good there. Nice play, nice job by the defender to make a break on it, but also not the best throw. We'll have to punt. I don't think we're going to be pinning them inside the 5 again, but we're going to hope so. It's kind of like that ideal spot where if you can get a nice bounce like we did last time, just don't shank it. We didn't. And it will land inside the 10 and out. And there's a penalty on Houston! Ooh, okay, I thought it was gonna be roughing. It's clipping. Okay, that was almost really, really bad for them. I thought we were about to have the ball back on a roughing the punter. Instead, once again, they will be pinned back pretty far. 10-yard line instead of the 20. So their drives have started at the 20, the 10, and the 2. Great job from our team to just win this field position battle. And now they cannot run it. Anderson not having the same success as he had last time. He may have went for a 100 and a little throwback, flashback game. He's not having that luck today, as we are on top of these runs. 2nd and 13 from the 7 under center. They move the tight end out over to the right side. I'm pretty sure Owen Daniels moving. As they will go, try to run it right side. The extra tight end did get them a little bit of blocking. Anderson is going to have 9, but they need to score a touchdown here, and they got to still go 84 more yards in 3 minutes, and they can't just keep running it forever. They got to eventually hit us with a big pass. I don't think they can, dink and dump, nickel and dime our way down the field here. 3rd down and 4. Can we come up with another stop? Shaw blitzing in, and the throw caught. 2 guys were there. We really should have had that one. Now we're under 3 minutes. 73 yards of field away. We have an injury out there. They go run again. Tamba Hali in the backfield. Injury was Johnny Jolly. He's going to be out for the rest of this game, maybe more. It is what it is. We just got to go to our D-tackle depth. They're going to try to run it again. This time they do get to the edge. But Anderson, not fast enough to outrun everybody, still gets 10. They're really committed to trying to do what they did against us last time. The thing that beat us last time. Even if they've had some, negative plays, they are still feeling like it's a net positive to try it again. This time again, though. Tackled for a loss. And the Texans are maybe going to have to punt. They will punt. And we'll have our chance to end this game. And they're going to hope maybe that doing this can help them play the field position game a little bit better. Can they cover this punt? As Smith's gotten a couple of nice returns. As we get the blocking here. Smith not able to get as far as we did previously. And they will have the 2-minute warning. 2:03 to go. I don't think it's any surprise we're going to go to the ground here. We'll just bust out the heavy package. Just play it safe here. We're going to have to get into the 2-minute warning. Johnson on the carry. He'll go up the middle. Chris Johnson. 1st down. Would have been even better if it was like a 2nd and 1, but we'll take 1st down regardless. We get that 2-minute warning out of there. Texans can only stop it 3 more times. Can the run game get it done? And the block there, just the guard wasn't able to get out there in time to hit him. If he did, though, again, there was maybe a good bit of space there for Johnson. Well, we're already backed up to 2nd and 14. I think I'll go a little bold here. Let's toss it out. Let's see what we can do on the edge. Can we get Johnson's speed out there? We just cannot block anytime we try to get outside the tackles. I don't get what is our issue. Well, with the game on the line here, 3rd and 17, 1st down ends it. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for that 1st down and not just make them burn the timeout. The 1st down is worth attacking for, and we got it! Game over. We have beaten the Texans in a massive game to maybe make us have a chance to push for the playoffs. Young has a pretty clean game, no turnovers again. He hasn't thrown a pick in a little bit. Johnson, not a good game, but he had that nice touchdown run. 2 touchdowns on the day, but just 2.7 a carry. Cammy and Walker, he had more catches than everybody else on our team combined. He is literally just He's special. He's so special for this team. 3 tackles for loss for Michael Boley. Keith Bullock also 4 tackles for loss. So both of them double it up to have a great game.
Alex Hurst looked as if he was the front runner for the Heisman last month, but the race is all but over. Auburn's Bohr Jackson has dominated the month of November, just like he's destroyed defenses all fall. Congratulations go out to him and the Auburn fans. A number of other players are turning in fantastic seasons as well. Northern Illinois defensive tackle Anton Weaver should win the Lineman of the Year award, while UCLA's TJ Taylor is the favorite for the top linebacker. I'll be back in January with more.
Tell me we got a little NIU player, Anton Weaver. I like NIU. I don't know. You never get to see NIU players get any sort of stories here, so we do really need a D tackle, so maybe the NIU connections here on this channel will continue. That definitely will be somebody I look at, though. This is the big one. We are 7-5. Texans were 1 game out of them. You can see the difference between 7-5, 8-4 in the league is 7 spots. Like, it's a big cluster of teams here. So, Colts, Bengals, Chargers, Patriots. That's, you know, there's your division winners at this point in time. And then, yeah, we're a game back. So, Broncos are also half a game back. Jaguars are a game back. Steelers are a game back. And then you got the Alex Hurst teams. The Raiders are down here. We played them. Ravens finally won a game. You can see what the Alex Hurst sweepstakes are looking like right now. 1 win, 2 win, 2 win, 2 win. So it's probably down to these 5 teams for the Alex Hurst sweepstakes, and maybe also the Bohr Jackson sweepstakes. We play the Rams. But man, yeah, this is rough. This is a really rough spot for us because even though we're 7-5, tiebreakers here, we're gonna hope, I guess, the Bills kind of get knocked out elsewhere. They are on a 3-game losing streak, which is big for us. And then we're gonna hope that if we tie with somebody, we tie with a team like the Browns, who we have a tiebreaker on. The Alex Hurst sweepstakes roll on to the Rams, where yet another team in that mix. I don't think they're going to be in that. Like, I think they're kind of outside looking in, but they do want to be in that mix. And yeah, they're not really putting up a big fight against us right now. 20-0 is your score. It is a dominant performance right now by the Titans, where the defense is putting in its work right now. I mean, no points allowed. It's not even really been because of, like, turnovers or anything. Like, we're just straight up stopping them. Yeah, Mark Bulger, no picks, but 6 of 16, and Steven Jackson, who's, you know, you've seen the Pro Bowl logo up top on his head. I mean, he's been a Pro Bowl running back this year, and he's not having a good day. Gonna go live formation on 4th and 11. Bold. Interesting. And they will obviously throw, and it's gonna be incomplete. Had a chance at a pick there, but yeah, this one, you know, that final opportunity is gonna be passing them by. It'll be game. So there's your game. 20-0 is the final. Young, 14-24, 1 touchdown, no picks again. And Chris Johnson, 2.4 a carry. So he had those 2 100-yard games, those 2 games with the big runs. And it's just kind of been back to the same old, same old. Speaking of same old, it's Cammy and Walker just absolutely dominating the receptions. I think Vince Young just loves throwing him the ball, which, you know, I don't mind. It seems like the more the season's gone, the more the target share has just been all Cammy and Walker. Boley and Bullock with sacks. A lot of tackles for loss. A lot of them. But we get our 8th win of the season. So for the Raiders, yeah, this result is not really surprising right now. The Raiders get a field goal to really, like, the last play of the 3rd quarter, but we're up 38-16 right now, and I don't think we need to hop in. We dominated the last game 20-0. The Raiders, credit to them for getting a little bit of offense on us. They did go on some scoring drives, but up 38-16, is it necessary for us to go and beat up on this bottom 3 team in the draft looking for Alex Hurst? I don't think so. Vince Young, though, is on one. Camion Walker is just going nuts right now. He had a big play to end the half. We got our kicker actually hitting kick. So I think, moving to the undrafted rookie has actually kind of helped us a little bit. We're not missing as bad. And as this game wraps up, the Raiders looking for a garbage time touchdown under a minute. They will, maybe? They will find the touchdown. All right. 41 to 22, 41 to 23 with the extra point, and that's your final. We get the victory. Vince Young goes for 2 touchdowns. He did throw a pick, 277 yards, 14 of 18 though. Just didn't have to throw the ball a lot, but when he did, he was finding big plays. He also ran for a touchdown. Neal, wild stat line. 9 carries, -3 yards, but 2 touchdowns. Sure. Camion Walker, 179 and a touchdown, a 52-yarder. We also had a 49-yarder to Neal. So, for all the fantasy owners out there, if you started Neal here, you would end with your running back having -3 rushing yards. But he had what? How many fantasy points would that be? Like 20-something with -3 rushing yards. Is that going to be the... Now I'm kind of curious. What's the most fantasy points a running back has ever had with negative rushing yards? Because this might be a contender right here. That's incredible. Sacks. Whoa, 6 different guys got a sack in this one. And an interception from Scenario Guy. So we moved to 9 wins on the season. We did everything we had to do to put ourselves in position, now taking on 2 of the best teams in the league. And still, while we control our own destiny, if we win these final 2, I would find it hard to believe with 11 wins we wouldn't get into the playoffs. But even then, we don't have full control, because if everybody else around us keeps winning as well, then we're just going to be on the outside left watching. Let's see, we have 95 approval right now. That is awesome, by the way. But we'll get through Monday, and we'll see what the schedule looks like. Or the standings look like. And here we are with the Texans losing. All right. So Colts locked up the division. Patriots locked up the division. Chargers locked up the division. Browns and Bengals are tied for it, and it looks like they will both be headed to the playoffs. They have 10 wins, so it's looking like these 5 playoff spots are already locked up. Texans are ahead of us as of right now. We have won 4 in a row, though. We are heating up maybe at the right time, and yeah, it looks like that's going to be the race. Broncos lost. Bills have lost 5 in a row. What a collapse from them. Jaguars did win, but they are very much not in the running. Steelers may have lost themselves a chance at the running as well. So Steelers lost. Bills lost. Technically not done for them, but 2 games out with 2 games to go. Broncos are going to be a scary one with that tie. They're a game and a half out, and the Texans, whatever it is that they have a tiebreaker. The issue, though, is for them, they play Indianapolis. So I really do think we win a game against the Patriots, or we win a game against the Seahawks, whatever it is, we can get in. The Seahawks are coming off a loss, but they play the Rams. They'll probably be 12-3 when we play them. The Patriots have won 2 in a row. I mean, this is our test. If we want to prove that we're a playoff team, if we want to prove that we deserve to be in there, we got to go and win one of these games against the premier opponent. And maybe there's a chance we'll have to win both of them. Raiders, after their loss, are still one of 3 teams left in the Alex Hurst running. As of right now, it actually is the Panthers with the number 1 pick. The Ravens have the number 2. Raiders have 3. I think that's been fun to keep track of. I worry that we may not be there yet. Patriots are up 27-3. I was so afraid that we would come out here and just get stomped in by the Patriots, and here we are. Brady's been typical Brady. I mean, this is prime Patriot stuff right here. I mean, the game, it's NFL head coach 09, started in 08. This is coming off their undefeated season, and, in this universe, obviously, Brady doesn't tear his ACL, so You know, this team sticks together. Randy Moss still here. No Matt Castle season. Everything is A-okay with this team, and they are still dominating. But I wanted to at least be a little bit closer than this. So it'll be 30-3, your final, looks like. And yes, it will. That really stinks. Vince Young, 14 of 30. Poor game, 2 picks. One rushing yard from Chris Johnson. One rushing yard. Walker, 7 catches still, and a sack from Bullock. Interception from Michael Griffin. Brady, meanwhile, actually, like, didn't play amazing. It was just the defense for the Patriots. They were just destroying us, so... what we're rooting for here is simply just Colts beat the Texans. So here we are, and the Texans lost. But the Texans play the Cardinals to close the season, and the Cardinals are 6-9. So the Cardinals are not very good. They're already out of the playoff hunt. The Texans get a, I want to say a layup, but we have to go we have to go and play the Seahawks, who right now the Seahawks are trying to capture a, you know, #1 seed. Oh, man. So we need to beat the Seahawks, who are 12-3. And on top of that, it looks like we also maybe need the Texans to lose to a team that's not even in the playoffs, not even a playoff hunt team. If we both lose, I would imagine they still have the tiebreaker on us, and the Bills can jump us. I guess the Jaguars could hypothetically jump us, depending on how things go. It's... We just have to win. That's really it. I guess there is a scenario as well where if we win and the Bengals lose, I don't know what the tiebreaker is on the Bengals, because I would imagine it goes a divisional record, which, yeah, we're not going to get. Conference record. Are we just are we just done if we... So if I'm getting this correct, I think we just need a win and a Texans loss. I think even if we win, it doesn't necessarily give us a ticket in. Man, we could go 10-6 and miss the playoffs. So here is a contract that I wanted to wait to get done till the end of the season. Keith Bullock, this would be a 2-year extension. I wanted to wait just in case I needed the approval. It looks like regardless, win or lose, we should be able to keep our job. So we can get it done now, and I'd rather get it done now so that's a 2-year extension rather than having to sign him to a full 3-year contract. I'm fine giving him incentives and bonuses. He's been great for us, so we get that done, and 90 approval. We might actually complete our other goal here. We're in the 4th quarter, guys, and I think genuinely this has been one of the most frustrating sieves that I have seen from our team. We are outgaining them yardage-wise. We have more first downs, doing better in basically, like, everything it feels like, and we're not able to capitalize at this point in time. We are down 21-14. We'll have the ball, but Vince Young's playing a good game. The issue here is we've missed 2 field goals. That is already an issue, and not only that, I believe, yeah, Chris Johnson did fumble the ball away. I don't know why it said we didn't have a turnover. We definitely... We turned the ball over. I don't know why it says we don't have any turnovers, but Chris Johnson fumbled the ball, gave him a short field. They scored. So we've had a lot of missed opportunities, and we're down by 7 with our playoff hopes hanging in the balance here. So at home, in the rain, playoffs on the line. It is very much like if we win, we could very well be in at 10-6. If we lose, though, it's over for us. We're not making the playoffs if we lose this game, as that was Chris Neal for an 8-yard gain. This one, like, it's just been one of those games already where just 2 missed field goals and a turnover, a couple of other things that have been a little rough for us, says Young. Incomplete. We're going to go Chris Neal here on 3rd down and 2 as Neal in the backfield. He'll get the handoff. And I don't think it mattered who was the running back on that play. There was no blocking. I think our defense has done an adequate job so far in this game. I know there's 21 points on the board, but it has not been all the defense's fault, as you can maybe think back to the draft of who we're playing here. There's a reason that the Seahawks are out here as, fighting for the #1 seed. It's because they drafted Ozzie Jones in the 1st round. This is a universe where they weren't able to make the trade for Marshawn Lynch. And they go into the draft. They select Ozzie Jones, this generational Barry Sanders comp running back. He's ran for 1,000 yards as a rookie. As Hasselbeck to throw off his back foot. Got a receiver. 33-yard line has Ozzie Jones in the backfield. They'll send a man in motion. Get him tight to the formation. Tight end out there on the left side. They'll throw it. Young is going to have to watch his defense allow another 1st down. And hopefully Vince Young can get the ball back in a game where he can make it a tie, or, if we want to go for 2 in that situation, which that would be a real discussion to have if it gets to that point, as Ozzie Jones now will go on the handoff. Ozzie Jones tackle for just a 1-yarder. So much on the line. A playoff spot, a #1 seed for the Seahawks. Ozzie in motion. They'll clear out the backfield as they'll throw free rusher in and get the pass off. It's a short completion, and they'll have it for 4. 3rd down and 5. Crowd getting a little bit louder here. Titans defense on the verge of getting a big stop here, and they pick up the blitz, and John Carlson, 1st down. That'll silence the crowd a little bit more as the Titans are on the fringe of allowing field goal range here, and that would be the ultimate difference here. A 2-score game might be insurmountable against this Seahawks team. Counter run, Ozzie juke to the outside, and Ozzie Jones will have 5. 2nd down as Jones in the shotgun next to Hasselbeck. He'll be in to block. Hasselbeck knocked away at the line. And here's what might be our final chance to really force a long field goal try to maybe get off the field here, still in a 1-score game, especially if we could force them to lose yards on this play. Come on, defense, we need you more than ever here. Come on, Hasselbeck to throw, and caught! And inside the red zone. Come on. And Johnny Jolly's also hurt. Great. Now well on their way to the 2-score lead. Hasselbeck keeps on throwing, keeps on attacking that left side. They're picking on him. And that's Devin Smith, the rookie corner, getting picked on right now. 3 plays on this drive that have all been right at him. Feels like now we're really relying on a turnover. I mean, the Seahawks are doing an amazing job just keeping the ball away from us. Hasselbeck, short to Ozzie, and he'll get hit a yard short of the line. 3rd down and 1. Goal line defense. Goal line offense. Our guys versus theirs. Ozzie Jones up the middle. He's going to try to bounce it. He does. Ozzie Jones. Touchdown, Seahawks. And Kyle Vanden Bosch also got hurt. Seahawks might have knocked us out of the playoffs, barring something miraculous. The Seahawks might have just knocked us out of the playoffs, barring something miraculous here with 4.5 to go. Young, we're going to have to go air it out. Young starts to drive off with a completion short. And I don't think, we're not even going to have the option for hurry-up offense at this point in time. 3rd down and 3. Split shotgun. Young will throw. And with a man over the middle, it's Chris Johnson. Past midfield. Another 3rd down spot. Young, can you keep the dream alive? He'll throw. Over the middle, that's a short completion. Quickly. And that will get us in a manageable 4th down situation. Feels like anytime we've needed 3 yards or less, there's kind of one name I call, and it is Vince Young's legs. And he'll go keep it here. Can't get the blockade in it, though! And he just loses yards. Never had a chance at it. And the Titans, we might be out for good. Ozzie Jones in the backfield. He'll go with the run. Tackled for a loss of 1. I mean, any hope of a miracle, I guess, stops. Gets a stop here. Oh, he fumbled the ball. And no. I was gonna say, any hope of a comeback was gonna start there. We got the stop, but it could have been so much more if we picked up a fumble. An onside kick is a must, and even then, yeah, I don't know, like, if we're going to be able to recover this onside kick that it would take. We're going to obviously hurry it up. A first down completion there. Young back to the line. Please, no spiking the ball. Just run a play. Run whatever you got. Just do it quickly. And he's changing the play. At least it's not a spike, but I don't like how long this is taking. Young throwing. Free rusher in. Over the middle. That's caught. And we'll keep on hurrying it back up. I mean, we can use the timeout if we need to, because if we see the field on defense again, then it's not going to matter. You know, we'll lose regardless. So the timeout, it's just kind of use it when we get the opportunity to. That's another completion over the middle. And the offense, I guess, just waking up a little too late to find these big plays that we needed. But the Seahawks also probably playing it pretty conservative here. They know they just need to recover an onside kick and it's over. Young changing the play again. We're under a minute to go from the 27-yard line. And Young will throw. He'll no scramble. And that's going to be an okay gain. 7 yards isn't the worst, but I feel like if you're going to be scrambling in the middle of the field, you got to make sure that you're getting big yards here, or else it may not be worth it. Young. They change the play. They're going to spike it or fake spike it. Come on. Stop doing this nonsense. They're fake spiking. No, not again. Young. He somehow gained yards. We're going to hurry up. Why do we keep doing that? Okay, the fake spike is not a move. Do not call. Do not do. Just please. We can't spike it on 3rd and inches. Do not do that. There's a full start. Well, 3rd down and 5. If we get tackled in bounds here, that's kind of where the timeout will be used. If not, I'm trying to just take shots to the end zone, though. That's what we're looking for, and yeah, we got to burn the timeout there. Sacked immediately. Well, 21 seconds, so we need 2 touchdowns. It's 4th and 11. Season dwindling away. Young to throw. And Young, everyone down to the end zone, throws it up. It's picked off. And that'll be the season for Tennessee. A 9-win year with what looks to be no playoffs. A winning record with no playoffs. That's just so brutal. I guess it came to fruition. What I promised at the start of the season. I said, I'm gonna promise a winning record, but I won't promise the playoffs because anything can happen. Anything happened. Like, that's so disappointing. Young, the pick I'm not gonna really, kill him for. It was a desperation one. He had a good game otherwise. Johnson, not much. Run game, typical stuff. Walker, Skaggs actually had a pretty solid day. A lot of tackles for loss. No sacks. 2 interceptions, though. And 2 missed field goals really hurt us. I believe it was, end the season with 80 or more approval. So that's a good goal to complete. Goals in progress. Vanden Bosch, that one we don't lose anything. New GM, yeah. We'll talk about Schwartz in a bit. Coach of the Year not happening. And the offense was just outside the top 10, unfortunately. Man. So how did it go? The Texans, wow. Every team in the division went 9 wins or better. It's So the Texans actually did lose. The Texans ended the season on a 3-game loss streak. The Jaguars ended up winning out. That's so disappointing. And yeah, so us and the Jaguars, 2 9-win teams on the outside. Broncos had a winning record outside. The Bills had that awful losing streak. They went outside. And the winner, actually, of the sweepstakes for Mr. Alex Hurst, the Panthers, lost 12 in a row to lock up the number 1 pick. Let's get into the season recap because there is, of course, things to talk about here. Vince Young. Did Vince Young do enough to convince me that he should be the quarterback of this team? Well, you could see that is a lot of improvement. That is so much better. He upped his completion percentage by 10 on more pass attempts. He upped his yards per completion, or yards per attempt, I should say, by a full yard. He threw for on average about 50 more yards per game. He threw 7 less picks, 11 more touchdowns. He was better in every single way, basically. He took less sacks. He just was a better player, top to bottom, and I think I did everything I could to make Vince Young look as good as he could. I gave him help. I think that we also did a good job here utilizing him in the run game, where he had 100 more rushing yards. He ran for 11 touchdowns. So in total, Vince Young had 33 touchdowns, if you want to count that fumble as a turnover. I don't remember if it was, but say 33 touchdowns to 15 turnovers. That's pretty good. And on top of that, about, just shy of 4,000 all-purpose yards. So did Vince Young do enough to say, this is our quarterback? I don't think he did anything to lose the job this year. Are we going to find a guy that is going to be as good as Vince Young did this season on the open market in the draft? Unless we're getting Alex Hurst, no. Which obviously we're not getting Alex Hurst at the 18th pick, or I don't think there any team like the Panthers is going to let us trade up for him. So, seems to me like Vince Young did what he had to do to earn his right to be this team's quarterback. I think overall, not just the stats, but, he tangibly played a lot better. There was a lot, and also, credit to him, he was pretty clutch in a lot of situations as well. I mean, just looking at the games here, he was clutch in the Jacksonville game. The defense couldn't close. He had a game-tying drive with under a minute to play against Houston. Defense couldn't close. 1-score win. Got a 1-score win. The Indianapolis game, he did what he had to do to win the game. Sorensen fumbled. The field goal miss too. He got us in field goal range as time expired. Field goal miss. So in every game that was a 1-score game, he either won us the game or should have won us the game if it wasn't for other things outside of his control failing him. The defense. He also never seen the ball in overtime in this game. And then the missed field goal and the fumble by Sorensen. So, every single 1-score game, Young came to play. He did what he had to do. That's also impressive. But where things are a little less impressive, Chris Johnson. He did play better. Improvement is there. But 7 fumbles is really bad. That's really inexcusable considering he only had 2 last year. His yards per carry was up, but even then, it didn't feel like it, due to the fact that it was really heavily inflated by a 50-yard run, a 40-yard run, and a 72-yard run that he had, where he just didn't generate, though, in general, a lot of explosive plays. He had those 3 big ones, but no other plays of 20 or more. The problem I had with Chris Johnson this season was, yes, he had those 3 awesome runs, but there was no runs that weren't home runs. He didn't hit enough doubles. He didn't hit enough singles. It was either a home run or a lot of strikeouts, and he struck out too many times for my liking. I don't think we need to roll with him. And, it is unfortunate, but things don't always go the way that it does in real life. You have to take your mind all the way back to 2009, 2008. Guys like Chris Johnson, guys like Jamal Charles as well. These guys were in the same draft class before Chris Johnson, before Jamal Charles. 5'10", 190-pound running backs who ran 4.2. They were rare. They didn't succeed all that much. The guys that were thriving in the 2000s, you wouldn't exactly call Chris Johnson. And also, the game didn't exactly set him up for success because of the fact that, yeah, 99 speed, 99 excel, amazing. You wanna know what the issue is, though? He's got 54 awareness, and the max he can get is 79. He's got 70 carrying, the max he can get is 74. And this one, ball carrier vision, 54, and the max he can ever have is 59 vision. These guys, back then, were just speed. And Chris Johnson, Jamal Charles obviously proved in time that, you know, they set the stage for the guys that we have today. They set the stage for Devon Achane. They set the stage for Jahmyr Gibbs. But, you know, the pioneers of their time aren't going to be respected, you know, as rookies in this game. So, Chris Johnson just, maybe he's a bust in this universe. It is what it is. But, you know, that was part of the question that we were answering when we started this. Would we build around Chris Johnson and Vince Young? I'm not saying for sure Chris Johnson's going to be gone, but we'll be looking. We'll definitely be looking. But if you want a positive, a massive positive about Cammy and Walker, he might be Larry Fitzgerald. That was his pro comp coming out of college. Yeah, this might just be Larry Fitzgerald. As a rookie, 125 catches for 1,500 yards, 10 touchdowns, and I think the thing that's most impressive, 8 drops. 8 drops. That is insane. We'll get to where that like kind of fits into the rest of the league. 8 drops is pretty crazy, like good, considering this game kind of charts a drop as anything that basically touched you is a drop, like in this game. Quentin Surency had his ups and downs. You could see he had 7 drops on a lot less volume, but 750 yards, 4 touchdowns. As a number 2 receiver, we'll take it. Definitely had his moments. Now, the rest of the receiving production looks a little rough. We traded Muhsin Muhammad, so that's where a little bit of our production had gone. Muhammad probably would have been like a 400 to 500 yard receiver. That's what he was on pace for. But once we traded him, kind of closed in the offense a little bit. Skaggs, 250 as an undrafted rookie, fine. Algie Crumpler could not stay healthy to save his life. Chris Johnson, 88 yards. Chris Neal. Delaney Walker wasn't good for us. And yeah, just a bunch of other guys. Justin Gage had 1 catch all season. It was a good catch. It sealed us a game. He had 2 drops, though. Average Justin Gage, I guess. Blocking. Let's see, Dimitri Cannon was kind of, you know, had his faults as a rookie, but for a rookie, pretty good, I would say. You know, for a rookie mid-round left tackle starting, good. The issue here, Jake Scott, 8 sacks allowed from a guard position, and he was just, you know, he had a high success rate, but his misses were ugly, and that's something we got to clean up. Ben Williams at center, I mean, considering he came off the street to fill in, I can't be too mad. He wasn't supposed to be here. David Stewart was pretty good. How about Logan Mankins, though? 1 sack allowed all season from the guard position, and a pass block success rate of 87%. Also, we will shout out, where is our guy who got hurt? He didn't allow a sack, I'd imagine? Yeah, Emmanuel. Richard Emmanuel. Didn't play much this season, but when he did, he was a pretty good center. For a 7th round pick, yeah, I think we're pretty set there. Defense. We had Keith Bullock having one heck of a season. 105 tackles, 25 tackles for loss, 7 sacks, 2 picks, 4 pass breakups, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. That is an all-around, do-it-all star linebacker right there. Michael Boley off of free agency, 18 tackles for loss. Tom Bahali, who we brought in via trade, didn't have as good of a season as he had in Kansas City, but I still think a very worthwhile trade for us, considering we gave up like Lendale White in a 4th round pick. 5 sacks, 15 tackles for loss. We'll take that all the way. Kyle Vanden Bosch, though, definitely a step back for him. Vanden Bosch was like our best player last year, and his tackles for loss basically like cut in half. His sacks less than half, and no big splash plays. That is something we'll have to think about, considering he is on an expiring contract. Freddie Bates, a rookie linebacker, 89 tackles, 7-4 loss, and a pick. Sack production, we just didn't have any big-time sack producers. Jerry Carrier, rookie defensive tackle, I thought played pretty well for a rookie. We just didn't have any big-time number getters. Interceptions, Quentin Jammer, I think he really came on strong in the second half of the season to have a good year. Devin Smith got picked on a little bit in the Seattle game. Had his rookie faults, but I think overall, for a rookie starting corner, pretty good. Michael Griffin was awesome. 3 interceptions, 14 pass breakups. Scenario guy. He was the weakest link on our defense. I mean, only 2 pass breakups. 3 interceptions, which is cool, but 2 pass breakups. You can't be doing that little. That's just rough. I mean, like, Cortland Finnegan also. I did bench Cortland Finnegan. Well, not bench. I put him into the slot and moved Smith up at, like, the midway point in the season. I mean, the results were pretty similar. Finnegan is also on an expiring contract, so that's not going to bode well for him. Freddie Bates and Michael Boley each with 3 forced fumbles and pass rush hurries. So Holly did pressure the quarterback more than anyone. 61 hurries with only 5 sacks. So Tom Holly got to the quarterback. That was, ultimately what we brought him in to do. 5 sacks. Obviously, he didn't convert all of them, but he pressured the quarterback more than anyone. Now, when we talk about, the targets and everything, Quentin Jammer was tested a lot. There was a lot of times early in the season where we faced Andre Johnson, we faced Larry Fitzgerald, we faced some premier receivers, and I was like, man, they're really trying him. He had some struggles early, but Quentin Jammer, like I said, kind of locked in the second half of the season. He allowed 4 touchdowns, which is not ideal, but targeted 78 times, 51 completion percentage allowed, 360 yards. We'll take that. Devin Smith, like I said, had his rookie faults. Only allowed 1 touchdown, but was picked on a little bit more. Michael Griffin, though, this is amazing stuff for a safety in coverage. Yes, he allowed 4 touchdowns, but to only allow a 45 completion percentage, yeah, we'll take that. Scenario guy, though, you could see where he was the worst player. 63 completion percentage allowed, 500 yards on him. Michael Boley, we don't expect our linebackers to be as great. But Cortland Finnegan, once we moved him into the slot, very interesting numbers here. So he didn't, make a lot of pass breakups. He had 7 and no picks, which is alright, but, I mean, he actually did pretty well when we moved him into the slot, in terms of not allowing anything. So maybe we'll reconsider. Or, oh my goodness! Matt Ryan! What in the world? He just shattered all the records. 57 touchdowns, 6,000 yards. Oh my goodness. So, yeah, interceptions in this game, there were a lot. So for a player to throw only 14 picks, Troy Smith, how did he get another job? He was terrible last year. Oh my goodness. Hey, improvement though. For a quarterback in this game, though, to only throw 14 picks, let's see what that ranks. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 20, tied for 25th. So, among all quarterbacks, he was pretty good at keeping the ball safe. He threw as many picks as Peyton Manning. He was there. In terms of keeping the ball safe, threw less than Phillip Rivers, threw less than Eli, threw less than Schaub, threw less than Brady, threw less than Breeze. He was protecting the ball. Aaron Rodgers in this universe stinks. Trent Edwards, but there's a lot of bad quarterbacks in the universe here. If you weren't Brady, you weren't Manning. You had, you had your mid quarterbacks, for the time. Matt Hasselbeck was, pretty solid, but, obviously not Brady Breeze level, but you had your, as we'll go down, your Kevin Cobbs, your Troy Smith, Jason Campbell, J.P. Lossman, Matt Leinart, Brian Greasy, Kellen Clemens, Kerry Collins. I mean, there's a lot of bad quarterbacks here. I'm thinking of Jack Besh, John Beck, Trent Edwards, Damon Heward, Josh Johnson even got to play a little bit. There's a lot of bad quarterbacks here. Matt Moore, also not doing too hot. But you could see, stacked up to the rest of the league, Vince Young was pretty nice. Completion percentage as well, where 62% ranks. I mean, the league leader, Derek Anderson, was actually really high up there. But 65% is kind of putting you in that, top tier. Vince Young was 62%. So like I said, Vince Young really was impressive statistically. Rushing yards, Ronnie Brown led the league in yards with 1,500. MJD, LaDainian Tomlinson, Marshawn Lynch, I mean, look at all these running backs, man. So many good running backs. We need to get one. Ozzie Jones, yeah, he ran for 1,100 yards and 12 touchdowns as a rookie. Marion Barber, 25 touchdowns. Sarah McFadden, Ernest Graham even ran for 1,000. Frank Gore, Clinton Portis, Lawrence Maroney, Jamal Lewis, Edgerrin James. A lot of running backs that were up there, and you could see where, you know, Chris Johnson ended up with 800 yards, but you could look at the yards per carry relative to his peers. I mean, Mike Anderson averaged 3 yards a carry. Thomas Jones was 3.1. But, like, look at all these other running backs. 4.7. Willie Parker, not so good. 3.5 is still better, though. 4.2, 3.8, 4.4, 4.7, 3.9. Like, you gotta be you gotta be up there. You gotta be up to a 4.0 or, you know, or better, I guess. MJD, though, 4.9 is insane. Touchdown rushes. You could see Vince Young was up there. It's a top 10 in rushing touchdowns. So, good on him. Receiving, this is where I wanted to show you. Camion Walker came one catch away from having the league lead. Ocho Cinco won over him. In yards, he was 4th. But look at the drops. Look at the drops relative to his peers. 29, 18, 19, 31, 19, 31, 13, 24, 16, 15. And Walker, 8. And if you want to just go targets, look at the targets. Look at guys relative to his area in targets. Tony Gonzalez had, you know, 12 drops. 22 for Randy Moss. 8. 8 drops. No, who else is even in the single digits? Who even, like, Kushmanzada and Patrick Creighton were 9, and they did that on a lot less targets. They did that on 50 less targets. So, you know, in terms of target to conversion ratio, not having drops, we might have just drafted the guy with the best hands in the league. Camion Walker averaging, you know, 7.8 catches a game. Also a second in rack. Interesting. Yeah, he might just be Larry Fitzgerald. Also, if you wanted to know just how good Logan Mankins was this season, pass block success rate among offensive linemen that, you know, actually did more than 10 pass blocking attempts. He was number 1. Logan Mankins was the number 1 pass block success rate lineman, tied with Dan Coppin, Mangold, you know, a couple other guys, but 87% was enough to be at the top of the league, just to kind of put into perspective how good Logan Mankins was. Defensively, leader in forced fumble. Oh, look at that. We got 6 forced fumbles out here, but how about tackles for loss? Jared Allen, just incredible. Sacks, Jared Allen as well. Interceptions, a lot of picks to go around. 12, 10, 10. Okay, a couple of guys, then it drops off to 7, but pass breakups. That means up there should be Michael Griffin. Yeah, 14 is, you know, roughly top 10. Defensive touchdowns, no one had multiple hurries. I mean, you're looking at guys who had 100 pressures. Catches allowed. Who was getting torched at cornerback? Mike McKenzie. Okay, so he got targeted a lot. Caught 12 interceptions. Also allowed the most catches among any cornerbacks in the league. It's quite the prime Trayvon Diggs season right there. He also allowed 8 touchdowns. 10 touchdowns allowed for Chris Campbell. Oh my goodness. And we'll have to now talk about the coaching staff, where I'm going to go and do a little bit of upgrading. But I didn't expect to be in this spot with the coaching staff, because Jim Schwartz, I would have thought we'd be here saying, yeah, Jim Schwartz is like never going to have questions about him, but I got questions about the level of aggressiveness that he does. I think overall we're gonna keep him. Our defense, ranking wise, was pretty good. I think I should say for defensive back discipline, I think that's where we really needed some help there. The issue was we just didn't have the amount of like splash plays that you would think for a defense that is like trying to generate a lot of blitzes and everything. You know, in terms of interceptions, we were bottom 6. Fumble recoveries, we were bottom 6. Sacks, despite how much we blitzed, we were, was that bottom 7? So, like, in terms of these big plays, we didn't get a lot of sacks, we didn't force a lot of turnovers, but we did pretty good with not allowing yards. Maybe you could just kind of chalk that up to, like, turnover luck wasn't on our side, or, you know, whatever the case is. I think that we will keep Schwartz for another season if he chooses to stay. But there will be some other moves. I'll upgrade these guys and kind of see what I'm thinking here. With Schottenheimer, offense was a lot better. We almost were a top 10 offense, so we'll go with a little bit of performance there. I try to have performance at least at a 3 for my guys, but the things that he is good at, game plan, discipline, I think a big area we want to go is run block, though. Jim Caldwell, hey, he did some good stuff. I mean, he comes in and all of a sudden Vince Young is, you know, changing overnight, it feels like. So Jim Caldwell, I'm scared that he'd want to be an offensive coordinator somewhere because he's that good. But yeah, we'll keep upgrading him. He's a QB specialist. We'll keep on helping him out. He's a 99 overall. So there's every chance that he will want to leave to go be an offensive coordinator. Someone could offer him. Running back coach, Bishop Harris. Performance needs to get upgraded, and he's got, like, no skills right now, but he's got good development. We'll go with the performance stuff. Like I said, try to get it to level 3, and then from there, we'll start upgrading his skills when he gets more points. Receiver coach, Clyde Christensen. Yeah, I mean, I have no complaints here. 15K is a decent amount. We'll go to try to keep the catching up. Release, catching. So we can eventually get to there. And then discipline, routine, to remember plays. Speed, acceleration, agility, too. Or I could just go straight performance. I could go development. But I think I'll go with... you know, let's help speed out a little bit. I mean, our guys are... I could do both of these. Yeah, let's just do both of those. He's a 95 overall receiver coach. Offensive line coach, Mike Munchak. This is one of the guys we kind of kept from the start. And yeah, I mean, no problems here. Let's bring this up. Improve blocking. Yeah, we'll probably save for the big one there. Linebacker coach, he's also a 99 overall. And yeah, linebackers, I mean, Keith Bullock was awesome. Freddie Bates is developing. And Michael Boley was pretty good as well. So we have a lot to really like here. We'll just go with this. And improve forced fumble or learn and remember plays. We can't afford either of them yet, but we'll probably save for forced fumble. Like I said, I want to get more splash plays on the defense. Defensive back coach. Yeah, we're going to get a new DB coach. Defensive backs was the worst part of this team. We'll just upgrade him just, you know, to be nice to him so we can maybe get a job somewhere else, but I don't really have hope of keeping him around. And then D-line coach, I felt like our D-line a little underwhelming with Kyle Vanden Bosch, Holly, some rookie defensive tackle. Production kind of went down on the D-line. We didn't get a lot of sacks. But he is a good coordinator, so I don't think we'll move on. Shedding blocks, speed, power, and then, yeah, I guess block shedding will be kind of where we go here, and then strength training, and then we'll do the speed training, and we'll use a 79 overall. GM. We're definitely getting a new GM. I kind of sold last year with my GM hire, and I want to do better this time around. So again, we'll upgrade him just for his sake. Trainer. I don't think our trainer is very good. Fatigue recovery, yeah, we can't be doing that. No trainer really wanted to come sign with us last year. None of the good ones, at least. And I don't think I want to have this guy sticking around. So what I'm going to do for myself, though, we do obviously do a decent amount of simming. We call the plays in the fourth quarter, but for the first 3 quarters, it is kind of up to our skills. So I'm going to up my play calling a little bit to 3. And then where I want to go, I've already kind of full sent the running back tree. So I'm going to keep on expanding on that. Run block discipline, I cannot do that yet until we get the pass blocking one. So we're going to go full on run game and run blocking. So, I felt like the running game, the players were more skilled. Like Chris Johnson was more skilled at breaking tackles, able to do a little bit more, but the blocking still kind of left a little bit that I wanted to see improved. So we're gonna do that there, and yeah, like I said, I've never, when I played this game, gone full like run blocking because running, it's objectively harder in this game to build a good rushing offense than it is a passing offense. And I want to see if we can go and build a nice run offense. Now, how about the MVP? So I think we have a good idea of who's going to win MVP after the statistics we've seen. It is Matt Ryan winning an MVP a lot earlier than he did in real life. Nuts season where he just broke all the records. I'd have to imagine he also won Offensive Player of the Year. He did. Defensive Player of the Year. DJ Williams. Offensive Rookie of the Year. Not Camion Walker, Joe Kane. A little bit of QB bias potentially. Defensive Rookie of the Year. Mo Duncan. I didn't anticipate Freddie Bates being up there. And Coach of the Year, Mike Holmgren for the Seahawks. Man, I'm disappointed. So for yearly awards, see what Derek Anderson up there, but offensive. Hey, Vince Young got some shouts here for Offensive Player of the Year, but Camion Walker came third. Ozzie Jones and Joe Kane. I'm surprised Surency is right next to Walker, considering Walker had like twice as much of everything, basically. Ozzie Jones obviously was really good. Joe Kane, did he deserve it, or was it a little bit of QB bias? I mean, that's a pretty good season. A lot of picks, but yeah, it's a pretty good QB season for a rookie. Can't be mad at that. Ozzie Jones obviously would have been valid. Camion Walker, it's a pretty strong rookie class. Defensive Rookie of the Year. We didn't even get any like top 5 nomination here. Mo Duncan had, for an outside linebacker, 14 tackles for loss, 9 sacks, 2 picks, 4 forced fumbles. Yeah, that's a pretty good season. Okay, I think that's well deserved. Also, just to see who made the Pro Bowl for us. Just want to check real quick. We had one Pro Bowler. It was Camion Walker. Only one legit Pro Bowler on our team. And the verdict is, I want you to stay. The expectation was to make it to the playoffs. I said we finished above 500. We finished above 500, but we didn't make the playoffs. So, oddly, I kind of exactly nailed the prediction for this team. A prediction that I didn't want to come true. I didn't want to go and win 9 or 10 games and miss the playoffs, but the AFC is just so dang good. So we'll obviously stay with the team. Very easy decision here. We will be firing our GM. I want a legit guy. Brian Schottenheimer. Yeah, I think we can keep. We were 7th in rushing, 19th in passing. Very middle of the pack offense, despite losing our center for the entire season, and the run game being a little rough around the edges, not a lot of depth. Tight end situation was a nightmare. Crumpler kept getting hurt, and Delaney Walker was bad. Think he's done nothing to really lose a job there. Jim Schwartz. So we were 12th pass defense, 9th points, 11th rush, 6th total defense. I'm going to give him another year just because I think he has earned that little leeway. I just want to see him dial back the aggression a little bit. And maybe if we get him a little bit of help in the secondary with a safety, scenario guy was a real issue for us. So he'll get another year, but I'm going to be eyeing him some type of way next season if it doesn't get better. Jim Caldwell, obviously we're going to want to keep him. It's just a matter of, does he want to stay, or will he go take an offensive coordinator job? He quits? Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. He's going to try to be an offensive coordinator. I can't be mad at him. He did so much work for us this year. That stinks. Oh my goodness. It's valid. It's valid. He's so good. Bishop Harris. We're going to keep him. Oh, that hurts a lot. Jim Caldwell is so good. Clyde Christensen. Is he going to try to be an offensive coordinator? Oh my goodness, no! I built too good of a staff. He quit too. Oh my goodness. Caldwell turns Vince Young's career around, and Clyde Christensen gets blessed with, you know, Cammy and Walker, and they both think they're going to be great offensive coordinators, maybe even head coaches in Caldwell's case. Mike Munchak, he is going to stay. Dave McGinnis, I mean, he's a 99 overall. We'll try to keep him. He'll stay. I think it's fair to retain him. DB coach we're getting rid of. Interceptions 26, pass defense 12th overall. I wasn't wowed by the secondary, and also I think we can just get a more skilled guy. Now, special teams, dead last in field goal percentage. Towards the bottom in everything, basically. Yeah, I mean, we gotta fire. I know his overall is high, but you can't just look at the overall. The results matter. Our trainer. I mean, performance was good, but like his fatigue recovery being a 1 out of 5 is kind of brutal for us. We missed out on a lot of guys that I wanted, and I think we can maybe get a little bit better. I think we should be a pretty hot destination, a 9-win team that is not in the playoffs right now with some building blocks for the future. You would have to think a lot of people want to be here. Man, Jim Caldwell leaving and Clyde Christensen leaving is so brutal. Tony Sperano fired. Lane Kiffin's available. Jim Zorn retires. Johnny Paycheck got fired, so our former GM already got fired. A lot of guys here. Any familiar names? Any Butch got fired. No. Oh, he retired immediately. he played. He got 1 year and retired. That's Rob Ryan got fired. Scott Linehan. John Harbaugh fired. A lot earlier than he did in real life. Hey. Oh, he retired. Harbaugh's gone. Harbaugh's gone. Cam Cameron retired. Rex Ryan fired. All right. GM bidding. I don't want to mess it up this time around. And we got a really good one. Bob Corsetti. So I just did a little bit of looking. Because I'm trying to do my best here to not repeat coaches, GMs, and stuff that I had for Washington. I already had Bob Corsetti as my GM for Washington. So, he's good, obviously. I wasn't even going to have a chance at him anyway, so, unless I wanted to give him firing staff permissions, which I'm not. So I wasn't going to have a chance at him anyway, but I already had him for Washington, so I guess if you want to see how that went, then I go check that one out. But everyone else is open for us. 38 overall, but he's only got level 332. And I'd have to kind of battle to get him with the Niners. Wouldn't take much, but I mean, I'll look for someone to... Not Johnny Paycheck. We're not bringing Johnny Paycheck back. Jim Treadway. Are we going to get another rough GM? -10, -10. I mean, none of these guys are good. The only good one didn't want to come here. Marvin Hurley. 3-3. Oh my goodness. Any 4s? 2 3s and a 2? Anything? 3-3-3. I guess maybe this is where we have to go. He's an ally. That's his personality. Do I just settle for... Like, there's just not a lot of good GMs here. That's brutal. He's a 14 overall, so he doesn't have a lot of skills, but he doesn't also have a good upside. And it's not even like this time I sold and I missed out on somebody big. Nobody. Literally the only good one I wasn't gonna get. So I guess I'll just play it risky here. Man, this stinks. There's no good GMs. Oh my goodness, man. No good GMs at all. That's brutal. Yeah, you. So we're gonna be stuck with him. We just didn't get a chance at an elite GM. It is what it is. All right, special teams coordinator. All right, Steve Crosby. Oh wait, I think I know this guy. Hold on. I think I know this guy. Let me look it up real quick. I think this is this the Chargers guy? This is the Chargers guy. No. Oh, if you know about the story of that Chargers team, the number one offense, number one defense team, um, the team that somehow had the number one offense and number one defense but missed the playoffs. Go look at that. The reason why was special teams. This dude was the special teams coordinator. I'm gonna pass on him. You know, maybe his name is Larry Widebacker. Level ones across the board. Hey, Adam Vinatieri. All right, I'm interested. Adam Vinatieri. Hey, I need somebody who knows how to kick. I think Adam Vinatieri knows how to kick. That seems fair to me. Anything that can excite us here? He is better than the guy we had last time. He doesn't have small school insider, which stinks, but he is better. Like the last guy we had a 1 out of 5 trade negotiation. He at least has 3. So like he is better, but he's still not good. Also Vinatieri, how good are you? Oh, 5 out of 5 performance. No surprise he can develop kickers. Oh, yeah, I think that's a good one. Josh Lumen looks pretty good. Again, I'd have to give up some stuff for him. QB philosophy, I can't do that because he could change the QB philosophy to like pocket passer. Vince Young's not a pocket passer. I can't give up that thing here. Career development roster minimum I can give him. Practice status. Practice status. Career development, like, this is a lot of power to be giving up. Game fatigue status? Game health status? And that's enough. Okay, I gave up a little bit of control there, but oh my goodness. Marvin Harrison, wide receiver coach. This is fun. Oh, we can't get him. No, that would have been awesome to have Marvin Harrison. We can't. If we were to give him all of this stuff, it wouldn't matter. That's unfortunate. Chuck Bartram. All right, 4s across the board. Okay, we'll do wide receiver. I'm fine with roster minimums. And then I'm fine with practice health status. And we do get him. All right. What that looks like. So DB coach, Ward Black. Ooh, he's really good. And he wants to release Quentin Jammer. He wants to release Quentin Jammer. I'll give him roster minimums. Is that going to be enough? Okay. He doesn't like Quentin Jammer, though, I guess. We got him. All right. Super Bowl results are in. The Eagles beat the Patriots. We had Colts-Patriots conference finals, of course, and then a shootout Eagles-Giants. Interesting. So, the Patriots and Eagles, I think that's been the matchup back-to-back years. If I am correct, I think the Eagles have won both Super Bowls. Yeah, the Eagles and Patriots have faced off in both the Super Bowls so far, and the Eagles won both of them. Now we get some trainer action. Oh my goodness. 99 overall level 5s across the board. We could get him. We'll see. Practice health. I'll just do a bunch of practice health stuff. Because I still like to make the decisions on game day just in case. You know, maybe somebody's got to play through an injury, like for, you know, playoffs or something. Is that going to be enough? Yes, it will. So we got an elite trainer this year. Nice. Staff recap. All right, here's what the final tally was. Alan Lowry ended up getting a head coaching job? Our special teams coordinator got a head coaching job for the Bears after having that performance? Okay. Jim Caldwell deservedly got an offensive coordinator job for the Ravens. Clyde Christensen ended up being a running back coach. I guess he didn't get an offensive coordinator job. Interesting. Joel Collier ended up getting a DB coach job at the Raiders, one of the worst teams in the league. And our GM ended up going to the Jags, who were just 9-7. Interesting. Our trainer ends up going to the Saints. What are the Bears doing? Who was the Bears coach? Clancy Pendergast, and he now is the head coach for the Ravens. What the heck is going on here? And the Ravens, yeah, they fired Harbaugh. And can Cameron retire? I think you could have made just Caldwell your head coach at that point. All right, Eric Bieniemy. They got Eric Bieniemy as their running back coach. You get to see some interesting names here. Isaac Bruce is the... Oh my goodness. Isaac Bruce, Mike Singletary on the coaching staff. That's fun. Alright, I never usually look at what other teams do, but I'm kind of curious. Like, what's like the goofy ones? Anything interesting? James Lofton, Tom Nalen. Nothing for the Bengals. Corsetti ends up on the Bills after... Oh my goodness, Johnny Paycheck got another job. Johnny Paycheck collecting those paychecks. Wait, what was that? Ron Rivera. Oh my goodness. Hugh Jackson, offensive coordinator with Marvin Harrison. Okay, Hugh Jackson getting a job here. General Sanders. So this is one of the college coaches who came in. He's going to immediately go from being Army's head coach to the Dolphins head coach. That's going to be interesting. John Lynch is a coordinator. Cut dead weight, Corey Webster. You know what? That might be valid. I typically like to do the roster cuts myself instead of what they tell me because I get to actually see how much we save here. So we have $36 million in cap space. That's pretty good. We'll probably make a couple of cuts here if needed. No one here. So yeah, this guy we've been kind of holding on to because it was too much of a penalty to cut him. Ryan Fowler now on his final year, we'll do that. He was just a guy we kind of were stuck with. Justin Gage, the same thing. Still, $2 million penalty. Don't love it. Corey Webster, he wasn't good. I brought him in as kind of an insurance policy. I didn't give him much guarantees for the second year, so not a big loss there. Johnny Jolly, I do think is worthy of having a roster spot. He was pretty nice. Shawnte Spencer still on this team. He could stay for, $1.5 million. That's fine. And Tom Bahali's still on that really cheap contract. So we cleared up a couple million. Like Justin Gage, it does stink. Like he is still getting paid like $3 million, but it is what it is. We can probably cut him next year. If I really need the couple million now, I will. But like we're not rushing. We don't need to take in a $2 million penalty if we don't have to. Franchise tag. This is actually one that might be used. So yeah, Kyle Vanden Bosch. Here's what we have for free agents. None of these guys down here, I think any of them, like Javon Curse can't stay healthy. He's old as heck. Our punter, we can move on. Fullback, we can always get a fullback. Crumpler, too old, too injured. Cortland Finnegan, maybe we'll bring him back, just not on the franchise tag. Kyle Vanden Bosch, he wanted a 5-year contract. I'm not interested in paying him a 5-year contract at 31 years old. But I do think franchise tagging him is a good idea. If we can move him, maybe like an opportunity pops up. But I would prefer to keep him. They also want us to cut Justin Gage. I would if it wasn't for the penalty. New season goals. Acquire a tight end. Valid. Acquire a punter. Valid. Acquire a safety. Valid. I think tight end and safety are like kind of the two positions I'm eyeing right now. Along with a couple of other things like running back we'll take a look at. But I do think we need to just get a talented tight end that we can rely on and a safety badly. All right. All-Star game quarterbacks. We're not in the need of quarterback, but of course we're going to go take a look at Alex Hurst. Why not? Other places, though, like, we can't really look at any, like, dual threats. Because I don't know if any of these guys can run. Who looks like they can run? Andy Bradley. Maybe you can run. I don't know. I want to take a look at Alex Hurst, though. Running back, though, is going to be where we're really interested in. So, Boar Jackson, I don't think we need to, like, go super in-depth on him. We know Boar Jackson's going to be generational. It's just a matter of Walla Walla for Philly. He's from Walla Walla. He's a fullback. We got Dante Martin, Derek Ward comps, Lamont Jordan, Derek Ward, Amon Green, Lamont Jordan. But he's got interesting stuff there. I think we should just probably look at the best three. Gerald Stevens is Amon Green. Explosiveness, hands, acceleration. Vision's a negative for that guy. That's probably going to be a no for me. Vision's a minor negative. I think I'll just go with the top three guys. Receivers, we're not really like in need of wide receiver help, obviously. But we are in the need of a tight end. Jermel Rucker is the best one. We'll take a look. Mo Maples, a tight end. Speed is his strength. Clint McKinley. Catch and traffic is a negative. I don't love that. Youth is his biggest plus is youth. I don't know about that one. JT Sullivan. I'll take a look. I mean, he's young. That could maybe be something for us. I mean, I don't think we're in desperate need of any offensive line help. Maybe some depth. If any position really let me down a little bit, like right guard, but like, again, not an urgent need. So I think I'll just kind of scout the second level guys, not the 90 pluses, just to maybe see if any of them are like steals. D-line, we need D-tackle help. Is that NIU guy here? I want to look at the NIU guy. I don't know if he's a Senior Bowl guy or declared early. I don't think he's here. Okay. Unfortunate. So, look at D-tackle. We have you, Marcus Stroud, learning upside strength. I'm intrigued. And then Rusty Casey, Jason Ferguson, Brian Brickley, Johnny Jolly. He's got no third strength. He's got a bad attitude and can't learn. Oh boy. Kevin Williams. I like Kevin Williams. I'll do that. Linebacker. Because Keith Bullock isn't retiring this year, so should be all right. Vinny DiFilippo. 96 overall, that looks pretty good. I'll just take a look, just because I get curious about some of the top prospects. Ralph Norwood and Dalton Fuller. DBs, we need safety badly. I'm even fine going free safety and maybe having to move Michael Griffin over. I think Michael Griffin could play either or. Marvin Snyder is the top one. He's a strong safety. We have Rondell Augustus, who's hyper durable. I don't know if I like that your biggest plus is durability and your second biggest plus is durability. Omari Lowe, comp. Speed, acceleration, none. So he's just speed. I'm not loving the safeties. Adrian Good, double durability. Okay. Speed, height is a negative. You know what? I'll give you a chance, though. And then the rest of these guys are not scouted. Kind of rough. I'll look at Augustus just because he is a high overall, just in case.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your senior All-Star Game update. The national championship game is over, and Auburn, behind the running of Boar Jackson, has won the title. Jackson headlines a star-studded All-Star group this week, and it's almost worth the price of admission to see him line up in the same backfield with Alex Hurst. That's a dream team. As expected, most of the stars have put on a show this week, but the standouts have to be Jackson, Hurst, and Arkansas corner Demetrius Grimes. Only a few players look bad enough to cause their stock to drop. The worst of the bunch being TJ Taylor. The UCLA linebacker struggled against the run all week, raising serious red flags among the scouts.
It's funny just how much this class is like Alex Hurst and Boar Jackson. So, Alex Hurst, we know he has 88 throw accuracy. I want to know what his comp is, but Boar Jackson, oh my god. Dude, what? Oh my goodness. Dude. This is more crazy than Ozzy Jones. Oh my goodness. That's crazy that also like the story was always going to be like Alex Hurst is coming back. He wants a ring. He wants a national title. He wants to prove that he's the guy in the world of college football. Then Bohr Jackson just runs through everything, beats him, wins the Heisman, wins the national title, and looks like a god. Nut stuff. Like, how fast is Bohr? No, my goodness. Oh, this is the greatest running back ever. You're telling me he already had 99 elusiveness, 99 juke, spin, truck, with 99 speed, 99 agility, 99 excel. Oh my goodness. Oh, if we got Bohr Jackson on this team. So here's a look at what free agency is going to be looking like. Donovan McNabb, who, you know, was on the Eagles, was a part of the QB room, going to be an unrestricted free agent. Tavares Jackson as well. Warwick Dunn, Maurice Morris, Ahmad Bradshaw is a restricted free agent. So a lot of just older running backs and then a couple of guys down here. Fullback, 39-year-old Lorenzo Neal. Why is he still playing at 39? What does that physicality look like? He's still pretty dang healthy at 39. Oh my goodness. What in the world? That's actually insanely impressive. Wide receiver. Terrible receiver class. Not gonna worry there. Hey, Devin Hester's available though. Tight end. I mean, hey, if we need a tight end, which we do, because Crumpler's gone. Jeremy Shockey, Ben Watson, Todd Heap, Heath Miller, Jason Witten, and Antonio Gates are all available. I guess don't be surprised if we maybe get a look at one of these guys. Also, Dan Campbell's down here at 33 years old. He's like the lowest rated tight end. Tackle, we don't need. There is none. Guard, don't need one there. There is none. Center, we're fine. Right guard is the only spot I would have thought of. There's no upgrades. Right tackle, there is some good ones. And Marshall Yanda, who, you know, eventually did play guard and really restricted free agent. I mean, if he was unrestricted and maybe sign him, kick him into guard, that'd be pretty nice. Left end, nothing. Right end, Jason Taylor. There's also John Abraham here. D-tackle, we need. There's no big names here. We might bring one of these guys in, though, for like a higher floor. Linebacker, don't need that. We could use like a second middle linebacker, I think. I think we could use like a fourth linebacker in general. Cornerback. So Cortland Finnegan's on the open market. Charles Woodson's here, but he's old, obviously. Fred Bennett, Ricky Manning, Delta O'Neal, Jabari Greer. Not great. Safety. Antoine Bethea. Cool. Alex Futch is I think an undrafted rookie who was really good. All right, 84 overall. Deshaun Golston, I think, would be better suited as a strong safety, so maybe we make that move. And then strong safety, or we could maybe go be a big spender for a strong safety. Okay. Adrian Wilson, coming off of what looks like a Pro Bowl, 6 interceptions, 6 pass breakups, and was shut down in coverage. Whoa. Adrian Wilson might be my top target for free agency. Like, I have the money to go and spend on maybe like one big guy. I think a 30-year-old Adrian Wilson, if we can get him on like a 4-year deal or less, that might be the one.
Adam Schefter of NFL Network here. I just got back from Indianapolis, and here are my thoughts from the Combine. This year's star-studded class really delivered this week, putting on a show we may never see again. Auburn back Bohr Jackson shocked onlookers, running a 4.3 140, benching 225 pounds 36 times, and recording a 38-inch vertical. Are you kidding me? Ike Fletcher looked great in workouts, but when it came time to take his IQ test, he really dropped the ball. I spoke to several teams that had concerns about his maturity level. Talon Tolliver took advantage of Alex Hurst not working out to improve his draft stock. He doesn't have the strongest arm, but he is accurate, and he seems like a natural-born leader. Corey Kirk of North Carolina was particularly impressive on Sunday. The dynamic weapon ran a 4.39 40-yard dash and caught everything thrown his way.
Very interesting. All right. So yeah, Boar Jackson, we knew that, but we have another quarterback, Tolliver, from San Diego State. So, don't know much about him, but, you know, natural born leader's pretty cool. Corey Kirk, yeah, we don't have much on him because we weren't really scouting receivers. Ike Fletcher was a safety. So out of Florida, and we know he's fast, and we know he doesn't have a big weakness. And yeah, he's a crazy athlete. Ike Fletcher is going to be one we're looking at. I'll be trying to get to his pro day. But, oh my goodness. I'm waiting to see what that mock draft looks like. I want to see how high some of these guys are listed and what kind of moves we're going to make.
I'm Todd McShay, and this is the draft preview. My first mock draft is done, and I can't remember a class so loaded in talent. From Boar Jackson to Alex Hurst, this is one star-studded rookie group. There are quite a few sleepers this year as well. TJ Taylor, Drew Hilton, and the Onken twins are all flying under the radar, yet have the potential to be impact players in the NFL.
So it was a bit of a short one from McShay, but Anton Weaver, I was interested. Doesn't look like we're going to have a chance at him. Hurst, obviously, number one. Boar Jackson, no surprise that he's going to be maybe that high. Corey Kirk. Noel Shine looks really good. Probably out of our range. Ike Fletcher looks like maybe out of our range. Our range is kind of looking like... Jermail Rucker could be one. The Onkins, but we don't need a guard that badly. Man, this is a draft where you just being caught in this no man's land is really rough. Oh man, like it'd be so cool if we had a high pick. We just don't. Like it feels like we're just kind of maybe right outside of all the good players, like the really good players. So here's what our picks are looking like. We got an extra 4th from the Muhsin Muhammad trade, and we got an extra 5th from trading Mingo, I believe. Yeah. So man, this could be a draft where like I might maybe if the opportunity presents itself, make a massive trade up. Maybe if nothing falls the way we want it to, we make a trade down. I don't know, like, if I plan on just sticking at 18 and making a pick unless the board really falls a certain type of way. But, I mean, we'll have to figure that out. Jason Taylor, we don't need. He's just too old. I'm not trying to sign people that old. The only one I'm really considering is, on cue, Adrian Wilson I want. That's the one that I really want. I feel like we really need. So if there's going to be a guy that I spend big money on, this was going to be the one. It's not easy to find great safeties out there, and it looks like the price is going to be a little steep. My goodness. All right. See what it gets down to. Maybe 6 mil? We outbid the Cardinals. So that was also a kind of falling piece I was waiting for if we were going to get Adrian Wilson. We make our big splash signing, and we upgrade our worst rated position, basically, and now have made it one of our best rated positions. The only issue is he is 30 years old, and it's a 5-year deal, so, you know, the last year or two of that contract may not look great if he doesn't age well, but as long as he just stays healthy, we should be good. I don't need to give him... I mean, I guess I could give a little incentive. Like, if you go and catch 10 interceptions, you deserve it. But Jason Witten now. So Jason Witten wants a similar contract. He's a little younger. The 2 years younger for Witten kind of makes a pretty big difference. So yeah, Witten. Heath Miller's also 27. Todd Heat, Ben Watson, Jeremy Shockey. Do we grab Jason Witten? a security blanket tight end. The issue that I have as well is I just don't use my tight ends like that. Now, part of it was due to the fact we just didn't have a tight end to rely on. But, like, there's no way we're going to give him this type of production. I just don't know if it's worth paying that much for a guy that I just don't think will get anything more than, like, 50 catches on a season. Do we pay $5 million plus for a guy who's just not gonna get that type of production? Heath Miller is asking for like $4.5 million. I mean, Heath Miller's not a guy you need to put a lot of targets into. Like if Heath Miller doesn't catch a lot of passes, it is what it is. Like, it's Heath Miller. He's just a reliable guy, you know? That could be worth. What's his catching? Like, how good are his hands in this? Speed is there. 91, 91, 91, 93. And how much better is that than Shockey? Like, is that like mountains better? So, little less athletic, but better catching. Not so much spec catch. Heath Miller, huh? I think I'll I think we'll maybe meet in the middle here. I don't know how far up this bid's gonna get. 4.1? 4.3? Alright. That's fine. I know I could have maybe splurged the extra money on, like, Antonio Gates. I know some people are probably gonna be like, you didn't want to spend an extra $1 million per year for Antonio Gates. It's just a usage thing. There's no need for us to have Antonio Gates if we're not going to treat him like Antonio Gates. There's no need to have Jason Witten if we're not going to treat him like Jason Witten. I just think that'd be a waste of talent. I think that'd be... And also, there is such a thing as, like, too many mouths to feed. You don't want to have too many, like... You don't want to be messing around and, I don't know also if they'd get angry. Like, if I have Antonio Gates and he's the best tight end in the league, and he's out here catching 30 passes in a season... that looks bad on me. Like, what are you doing? Give Antonio Gates the ball more. So, this is maybe kind of a feeling out process to see what tight end's going to be for this team. But we'll see what Donovan McNabb's looking at. Bidding has quickly gone down to the 49ers. So Donovan McNabb's going to be on the 49ers. We have $23 million. So we have enough to maybe make a couple of okay signings. Edgerrin James, $5 million. I'll pass. Cortland Finnegan. This is a relatively cheap deal for Cortland Finnegan, and he's got a lot of suitors. Finnegan was better when we played him in the nickel. He had a pretty solid season overall. The issue I have with Finnegan is his lack of upside, and he's not really going to get a whole lot better for us. So, for a guy who's never really going to be anything more than like an 83, 84 overall, I think I'll let him go. It's really just down to, like, the upside. I have my number 1 and number 2 corner. I'm fine letting him walk for $3 million. We go to pro days. So, like last time, kind of let you see any of the notable pro days that are, like, important to attend. But other than that, like, there's 25 of them, so I'm not going to waste your time showing you all 25. So here was a move I was thinking of making. Cornelius Griffin's like the highest rated D tackle on the market. It's a 1-year deal. I feel like we had injuries. Carrier got hurt, and Johnny Jolly got hurt multiple times. So to just bring in a 1-year, just kind of patchwork move, just in case we don't hit in the draft on a D tackle, I think that makes sense. I also wanted to show you this. Credit to Josh Randall, who was on my team as an undrafted running back last year. The Cardinals are giving him a 5-year deal. Oh my goodness. I was thinking maybe bring him in like on a cheap, like just kind of continuity 3rd-string running back signing. And they said, no, we're going to pay him. Big point in the offseason here. We have individual workouts that are always very important. So I did go to the pro day for Alex Hurst. So his comp is Carson Palmer. No weaknesses. Yeah, obviously looks great, but not looking at quarterback. Running back, we don't need to. Oh my goodness, he's got 100 everything too. Oh my, he's perfect. We don't need to scout Boar Jackson. We know he's a just monster. Noel Shine, on the other hand, I think will. I don't know if any other running back. I mean, he looks good. Shine is 23. He's 23. Stevens didn't look good. I wasn't impressed with him. Perry Francis. Okay. I'm not loving a lot of these other running backs. There's like a couple of like okay players, but not what I'm looking for. Benji Williams actually looks pretty good for a really late round guy. Compared to Fred Jackson too, which is a little bit different than like the typical Derek Wards that you get. Mac Boyd looks pretty okay for a really late round pick. I also have an Edger and James comp here for Wesley Cross. Upside, maybe that'll be like a 7th round pick or something. But I'm going to use my first individual workout on Noel Shine. What I'm actually going to do first, I'm going to change my team philosophy because I have it on speed back right now. Obviously, they wouldn't be a speed back on this team. Maybe a workhorse? Balance, speed, moves. I mean, workhorse, like... I'm just going to go balance because that's like the safest thing that you can get. You know, you got some issues here. Maybe Noel Shine, though. 88 ball carrier vision. He looks really good. Like, he's like a really good RB1 in a draft if it wasn't for the fact that Boar Jackson's around. Individual workout number 2. So, we did sign a tight end, but Jermail Rucker really does interest me a lot.
Coach, who would you like to scout?
We don't need a tight end now, but Rucker's so good. Like, this is such a really good tight end prospect that I'm going to take a peek at that. The third individual workout, I'm looking at, you know, D-tackle is a pretty big need for us. Anton Weaver, as much as I would love, he's projected to be the number 2 pick in the draft. I don't think we're going to have a chance at him, which leaves, you know, kind of everybody else here. So, Leonard Williams, so there's a good track record with guys named Leonard Williams being a defensive tackle, so, you know, maybe. Jason Lloyd looks, you know, he's got strength, but no elite skills. I mean, even here, like, Leonard Williams has good hit power, which is, like, obviously cool, but, like, his pass rush moves are just kind of whatever. Now here, Mark Marshall, that's some good moves there. Like, 84 block shed, 87 power move, that's, like, definitive skills. He's 5'11", 300. This is a fire hydrant here. Yeah, I'm interested. That could be a guy who maybe is like a 2nd rounder, which would be awesome. Maybe cornerback has suddenly kind of jumped up the list. We go and draft like an elite number 1 corner to go and pair. Demetrius Grimes is kind of the guy that is the draft story. I don't think we're gonna have a chance at him though. He's probably gonna be a top 10 pick, right? He's 11. 11's not out of range for us, considering we're at 18. Here's the issue, though. Yeah, that's going to be a no for me. He's 25 years old. I don't want a 25-year-old rookie, respectfully. Rest of these guys, kind of whatever in coverage. Man. So it's just kind of these 2 guys. We're projected to take this guy. He's from Baylor. 88 speed, though, is not that good. And then there's this guy, Scotty Danielson, who's 5'9". I'll take a look at these 2 since I have, like, nothing on them.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and this is another draft update. Alabama's practice field was full this morning, as over 110 scouts and media members crammed in to watch the Alex Hurst Pro Day. Hurst made every throw asked of him and looked like he was worthy of being a top 5 pick. A few miles up the road in Auburn, Boar Jackson was the center of attention. Any other year, Hurst goes number 1. Just not this year, with a player of Boar Jackson's caliber being available.
Vinny DiFilippo. he looks insane. He's ridiculously good. We don't need an outside linebacker that badly, but like he's insane. So is this like a case where we just kind of, if we can't move up or we can't, can't get what we want here, do we just have to kind of let the board fall how it does? Like Ike Fletcher is generational. He's comped to Ed Reed. He's insane. But he's projected to be like top pick, one of the top picks. This is really rough. There's so many like elite players and we're just on the outside. And I don't know who to look at. So here's another potential dilemma. The fact that we have Kyle Vanden Bosch on a franchise tag, he is not happy that he's on a franchise tag. He was declining last year. So maybe the end is also where we look at. Drew Hilton looks really good, comp to Mario Williams. And then there's also these guys. Genesis Morrison, sick name. I don't know anything about him. He's kind of in that, top 10-ish range, but like somebody's gonna fall, and if somebody falls, let's have the info on all these people. As you can see down there, look at that. If you caught that, DeBrickashaw Ferguson just demanded a trade from the Jets, so not good for New York.
And this is another draft update. A few teams seem really interested in Florida safety Ike Fletcher, and he's being brought in at the last minute for some individual workouts. With so much talent in this year's draft, it's easy to forget about some of the value you can get in the second or third round. I really like San Diego State quarterback Talon Tolliver, and though he doesn't have the pedigree of an Alex Hurst, he has the potential to be a great NFL quarterback. Another sleeper, at least to me, is Cincinnati tight end Jermale Rucker. He has the size and the athletic ability to grow into an elite weapon in a year or two. You're just going to need to be a little bit patient with him. Can't you do that?
Of course they talked about Rucker. Literally, actually, like on cue here, DeBrickashaw Ferguson on the trade block. He demanded to be traded. You do not see players like this on the trade block. Now, we don't need DeBrickashaw Ferguson, but like, who wouldn't want him? The issue is obviously no team wants to give up their first round pick plus more to get him. So we'll see how that unfolds, but no one's offering. I wonder how that's going to go. Maybe they'll have to take a lowball offer or something. Study session. Game changers are really rare. So what happened here? A group of players has put in extra time studying the playbook and improved their knowledge. Okay, cool. Also, if you caught that at the bottom, DeBrickashaw Ferguson just got cut. They couldn't trade him. I just said nobody wanted him. DeBrickashaw Ferguson is one of the best linemen in the league. He's just sitting there on the open market now. Oh my goodness. Alright, that's interesting. So he was tired. He just forced himself out of the Jets. Okay, wow. Obviously he's amazing. And, I mean, like, who wouldn't be interested in him? I wonder if he'll pop up as, like, a free agent bid here before the draft. I mean, we're sitting here looking at a free agency class that has one really elite player still sitting around. We'll see how that unfolds. But it's draft time. And to be honest, we gotta do something here. We gotta figure this out. This is such a weird situation to be in. I'm gonna try to play it aggressive here if the opportunity presents itself. If not, maybe we'll look at another trade after the draft, like to try to acquire a player. But Kyle Vanden Bosch could be moved. A couple other players I'm gonna throw on the trade block, and we'll see how everything unfolds here. It is time for the NFL draft. It's going to be a stressful one. Let's hop in. Number 1 pick. I don't think anybody should be expecting anything other than Alex Hurst. Panthers are not interested in trading. I'm not surprised. Carolina Panthers with the number 1 overall pick. I'd be shocked if it's not Alex Hurst. This has been the tankathon of the season for Alex Hurst or Boar Jackson, but the Panthers need a quarterback.
Alex Hurst passed up millions after his Heisman-winning junior year to come back and have one more shot at winning a national championship. Hurst has great poise in the pocket, a great arm, and is incredibly accurate on his passes. The 6'5" quarterback was slated to be a top 3 pick in last year's draft, and now they select him with this pick here. Hurst is your typical drop-back passer with very limited mobility, but an incredible sense under pressure. He's the one quarterback in this draft that you can absolutely, positively build a franchise around.
Yeah, it had been, like I said, the tankathon to get him. Panthers won out. How about number 2? Where will Bohr Jackson go? Will it be number 2? Will it be the Raiders? They're interested.
Down here. What do you think?
They are interested in a trade from the 2. They are actively seeking a trade. Oh my god. Oh, no way. We could trade Chris Johnson in the 18th pick for Bohr Jackson. We could get Bohr Jackson. Of course, it's the dang Raiders wanting the speedy player, Chris Johnson. Of course they want... Oh my goodness, no way, man. Let's pause real quick. We do this, right? Bohr Jackson. Right? Like, I'm not... Like, this is... I don't have to think about this too hard, right? Like, I know this was supposed to be Chris Johnson and Vince Young, but Chris Johnson has been underwhelming. This is it, right? Like, to get the godliest running back. I mean, this is a guy who has even surpassed Ozzie Jones last year in terms of how good he can be statistically and accolade-wise, and look at his stats and look at his everything. Obviously, to go along with this, you have to keep in mind he's going to be the number 2 overall pick, which means that's a really expensive contract. That's a really expensive contract that we're going to have to shell out for him. But I said if there was ever a running back that we could have that would be like, you can't argue. You can't say like, oh, well, this isn't fair to Chris Johnson. It's Bohr Jackson. I think we got to do this, man. I did not think we'd have this chance. The Raiders are psychos. Like, obviously, there's still no guarantee that they accept this. The Jets and the Bears are also trying to trade. Maybe their offer is better. But if I offer this, they want more. Which means we'd also have to... So, in order to make this happen, if it's going to happen, we would have to give up Jake Scott, our right guard, who is our worst performing offensive lineman last year, but still our starting right guard and our starting running back, to trade up for a running back. Man, we are in a different time period, because in real life, you know, what team... Like, imagine in real life, you know, a team... Like, imagine the Cowboys, for example. Imagine if the Cowboys traded... you know, like their 18th pick. I think they have like the Packers pick. Imagine they trade the Packers pick, Javonte Williams and Tyler Booker, for the rights to take Jeremiah Love. They would get universally cooked for that, because that is kind of stupid. Even though Jeremiah Love is way better potentially than Javonte Williams. And you're getting rid of a starting lineman who could also aid the running back, but we're in a different time period, and Bohr Jackson's maybe just a little bit different. We offer this. We have moved up to the number 2 overall pick. And on the board,
This is who I think we should get.
how about a guy who has no weaknesses? He's compared to one of my all-time favorites in LaDainian Tomlinson, but I don't even know if LaDainian Tomlinson is an apt comparison here. He has 99 trucking, 99 spin move, 99 juke move, 99 elusiveness, 99 speed, 99 agility, 99 acceleration. Bohr Jackson. You are coming to Tennessee.
Boar Jackson got his name from his dad, who used to take him hunting in southern Alabama when he was a kid. Jackson is a nasty player that can run over you, around you, or through you. He ran a 4.31 at the combine, benched 225 pounds 36 times, and had a 38-inch vertical. I can't say I've ever seen a back this talented coming out of college. Boar knows football. He isn't some finesse back like Reggie Bush, and he's not a big bruiser like Brandon Jacobs. He's somewhere in between, and that has to terrify NFL defensive coordinators.
Boar knows football, huh? I'm sure he does. Brandon Jacobs. Brandon Jacobs power, Reggie Bush speed. Sign me up. I might have. Yeah, we'll figure out the guard position. I can replace an adequate guard. I don't think you can get another Boar Jackson. Just to take a look at what we are kind of passing up here, I could have just sat around and maybe taken Noel Shine. He's got 91 potential. He looks really good. Noel Shine's going to be a nice player. He's not going to be Boar Jackson. Tight end. We signed a tight end, but I was really interested in Jamal Rucker. He's got 94 potential. This guy could be a special tight end. I don't know what Boar Jackson's potential is going to be, though. Genesis Morrison I was interested in. 91 potential. Really good player. We also had defensive tackle. This one a little bit later. Mark Marshall. We could maybe grab him in the second round. 85 potential. Not so great. And then the cornerback. Scotty Danielson. 84 potential. Really underwhelming, actually. And then down here. 73. Ooh, he's bad. Okay, the corners were bad. So, man, all right.
Anton Weaver is a 6'4", 315-pound junior defensive tackle out of DeKalb, Illinois. This kid has great first-step quickness, good strength at the point of attack, and he's a very powerful tackler. Northern Illinois led the conference last year in run defense, and Weaver is the main reason why. He's very tough, and he isn't bullied by bigger offensive linemen. This kid can get at you in a variety of ways, and I think that he'll come in and be a solid contributor right away on the defensive line.
It's no surprise Anton Weaver's going here. I loved him. Hey man, NIU. We could have maybe taken the NIU guy, but that's a good pick for the Ravens. We'll keep it moving because we're probably not making another first round pick, so we'll keep it moving here with the Bears at number 4. Noel Shine. Ooh. That's a little rich. Maybe I wouldn't have had as much of a chance to get him as I thought, because my plan was maybe like move up to 9, 8, 7 to get Shine if possible, because I didn't think I'd have a chance at Boar, but I guess Boar going at 2, teams really need a running back, and Noel Shine goes here at 4. That's really interesting. No draft story for him. Number 5 pick, the Miami Dolphins. Quarterback, and it's Dwayne Anthony out of Vanderbilt. So that wasn't the other draft story guy, Tolliver. Interesting. Didn't really hear anything about him. Number 6 pick, we have the Rams.
Demetrius Grimes from Arkansas is the premier corner in this year's draft. At Arkansas, Grimes showed his versatility by spending time on both sides of the ball at receiver and cornerback, and he was arguably the best punt returner in the nation. His college career reminds many of Charles Woodson. He's got great speed and acceleration, excellent hands, and he can leap out of the stadium. His only setback, and you need to be aware of this, is that he tore his ACL in both knees during his college career. That would be a debilitating injury to so many players, but not Grimes. I was watching him at some private workouts, and it hasn't seemed to have slowed him down at all. Grimes, in my opinion, is the best defensive player in this draft.
That ACL stuff wasn't talked about. We have kind of like a, older, beat up Travis Hunter in a way, I guess. He's a nice player. I would have been more interested if he wasn't 25 years old, but Jets now at number 7.
Nick Erickson has been credited with at least part of the resurgence of the North Carolina football program as the Tar Heels finished the season ranked in the top 10 for the first time in over a decade. Erickson is your consummate bookend left tackle with one exception. He's a nasty run blocker. He joins teammate Corey Kirk in the top 10. They seem to be doing something right in Chapel Hill, and hopefully Erickson and Kirk are the first pieces of the puzzle there.
Let's see where Corey Kirk goes. Does he go top 10 alongside his teammate? Washington, number 8. They go defensive end Wilkinson, so that's not Genesis, who looked really good. Vikings at number 9. They want to trade. I don't think we're going to have a trade
Vikings
option.
are looking to move down.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to give up a lot. I don't think that's a move for us, but somebody will move up. The Jets again. Okay, Jets, go crazy.
Drew Hilton is considered to be one of the safest picks available in this year's draft, and who doesn't love safe picks? He quickly diagnoses and reacts to plays immediately. He has good explosiveness off the ball, above average change of direction, and pretty good range. Not great, but pretty good. The two things that Hilton must improve on are his abilities in run support and his tackling technique. Other than that, you can't really go wrong by selecting him to fill a need for a quality defensive end.
Nice player. The Jets are, I guess, trying to scramble to become competent because of the fact that the Brickashaw Ferguson forced his way out, and maybe more are going to be on the way if the Jets don't start getting better. 49ers, they went and signed Donovan McNabb to be their quarterback, and they have also been cycling through coaches, GMs year after year, 10th pick.
Physically, Ike Fletcher is everything that you'd want in an NFL free safety. He has good size, is very fast, yet he's strong enough to make big tackles. He has excellent short area quickness, whatever that means according to scouts, and very good recovery speed. Fletcher does have the tendency to draw some penalties with his physical play, but he's a big threat as a playmaker. Some scouts feel that Fletcher has the potential to be a top 3 pick, but his maturity will hold him back a little bit. One thing's for sure, his 11 interceptions last year will be hard to overlook, and he absolutely should go in the top 10.
That's, to me, like, from a talent perspective, a bit of a steal. One of the best players in the class kind of fell due to personality concerns, and he goes right at number 10. Chiefs, 11.
Genesis Morrison is a special talent, and he is NFL ready right now. The coaches say everything starts with Morrison, and I've got to agree. Not only is he the strongest player in the draft, he also ran one of the top 10 40 times at this year's combine. This team just drafted a guy who will wreak havoc in the backfield for years to come.
I thought Morrison was really cool. Cardinals, they drafted one of my guys last year. They drafted Mr. Wright. Who will they pair him with as another first-round pick? Defense. Oh, no. They went the corner Danielson. He's not good. He's not as bad as the Baylor corner, but he's not that good. So kind of, one of our first kind of swings and misses here. Lions at 13. Oh, no. They went the Baylor corner. Oh, no, Lions. Poor guys. They just had the Rookie of the Year, Kane, for their quarterback situation finally figured out, and they go and fumble that pick away. Steelers at 14. Oh, and Lancaster. So the ends are flying off the board. I think that was maybe all of the good ends. I think there was like 4 really good ends. I think they're all gone now. Bills, 15.
Corey Kirk is a great pick here. As I've mentioned, he joins Nick Erickson as one of the top 10 players in this class, and I have a feeling he'll be something special in the NFL. Corey has outstanding leaping ability, and he's shown the ability to go up and get the ball at its highest point. Think Randy Moss with the physique of Calvin Johnson. Wow. He's a very quick learner, picking up a new offense during the spring game last year. My only concern, if I had one, would be durability. He was healthy his senior year, but he tore his PCL his sophomore season and took over a year to recover. It's a long time. If he can stay on the field, though, he'll be a huge weapon for this offense.
Browns move up.
SMU's Derek Nickerson is the type of back that could go on to have a Hall of Fame career in the NFL. He was an All-American last year, single-handedly bringing the SMU program back from the dead. Nickerson is 6'3", 221 pounds, and has a punishing running style. He finished last season with 20 rushing touchdowns and averaged an astonishing 8.2 yards per carry. This is a good fit for Nickerson. I've got a hunch he's going to make an impact right away.
Is there gonna be a... I mean, that's obviously not going to be accepted, but Io Vandenbosch holds a lot of weight here. Vandenbosch? I could basically trade Vandenbosch straight up with, like, late round picks. Hold on. We can get Onken, we can get Rucker, we can get DeFlippo. DeFlippo's really good. Like, I know we're not in desperate need of a linebacker, but DeFlippo's really good. Vandenbosch in a 4th. He's really unhappy about being tagged. There was a report at the bottom that popped up on the screen multiple times that he's unhappy with being tagged, which is valid. He wanted a 5-year deal. I think this maybe is an opportunity to sell high on an asset that is declining. I don't know if they'll take the trade, since it's not like one of the top offers, but if I throw them 4th next year, I mean, yeah, that would be interesting. I do have an extra 4th and a 5th due to the receiver trades I made. If I throw this at them, they say no. They want a 1st next year, ideally. So Vandenbosch and a 4th. That's the most I'd be able to give up. I don't know if that'll happen. It is the best offer on the board. The Colts outbid us. All right, Colts trade up. Oh no, the Bucks! The Bucks came out of nowhere. Okay, well, who are the Bucks gonna go? Quarterback, and it's not Tolliver. It's Bobby Dixon from North Carolina. So North Carolina getting another player on the board. Really interesting. The Raiders now have Chris Johnson, and this is our original pick. They go with a receiver, Jamoris Fitzgerald out of Fresno State. Okay, so they trade away the rights to get Bohr Jackson. They go and get a running back and a receiver instead of Bohr. Interesting. I guess the Raiders are kind of taking the quantity over quality approach, just trying to get a bunch of good players in the building. Jaguars are division rivals. Wide receiver as well. That makes sense. The Jaguars were really struggling at wide receiver. You seen when we played them how bad their receiving core was. They tried to trade for one of our receivers that we traded, the Mingo, the undrafted guy. Yeah, that makes sense for them. Saints at 20. They go defensive tackle, Leonard Williams. I thought Leonard Williams was really good. 21, Packers. Ooh.
At first glance, Tolliver looks like every other kid from the OC. But when you look past the surfer haircut and laid-back demeanor, you'll find a fierce competitor who's been overlooked his entire life. Tolliver was raised by his grandparents after his mother abandoned him at age 3. It was very sad. He grew up on the beach, surfing every spare moment of the day. Coming out of high school, he only received one scholarship offer, and that was from nearby San Diego State. He took the scholarship and started all 4 years for the Aztecs. This is a good pick, and I like this kid's chances in the NFL. Surf's up, dude.
You know, not to dunk on the story. Jeffrey did not sound like he cared that his mother abandoned him at 3. He's like, man, that's sad. But he surfs. That's really sick. I don't know. He's kind of a cool player. Packers are replacing Aaron Rodgers, so interesting. I'll be hoping that he becomes a good player. Broncos 22. Another receiver coming off. So a lot of receivers in the back half of the first round. Bengals at 23. Go Lloyd. All right. So the players that we're looking at are still here. DeFlippo is so good. Onken is good. Rucker is good. And then not really much in the second round that I'm loving here. Like, yeah, the other Onken is actually all the way down here. And, like, he's really good, too. Well, we don't need both the Onkins. We just could use one of them. Buccaneers at 24. They want to trade.
They're interested in trading down.
So the Bucks already traded up to take a quarterback. So this is another first-round pick. So they traded, I guess, future assets to move up and get a quarterback. Now they're trying to recoup assets with this draft pick. They don't want any of our players. They just want picks, it looks like, which doesn't really work for us. I'm not giving up a first-rounder next year. Even if I do think that we are, like, going to maybe be a playoff team, I'd rather see if we could have moved one of our players. Yeah, Colts are going to move up. Well, I don't think they're going to go. Oh, no, if they go Rucker, if they go DeFlippo, I'm going to be scared. Oh, no.
6'2", 228-pound linebacker out of UCLA. This kid has great instincts and is a vicious tackler when he gets his hands on you. I'd like to see him bulk up a little bit, add a little bit more weight to be that much more effective at the next level, because right now he tends to get engulfed too easily. But he's very fast, agile, and athletic. I think he's ready to come in and be a good linebacker right now. And if he can add about 15 pounds to his frame, he could probably be one of the best in the league.
And they traded up, literally like right in front of the Texans. Unfortunate. 25. Abraham at tackle. 26. The Chargers. Left end. So the guys on the board that we're looking at is Onken and Rucker. If we have a chance, I will try to make it happen. We won't. All right, the game kind of bugged out there. It didn't play Rucker's draft story. It happens sometimes where, like, this game takes up, like, so much, like, effort from the console to run that sometimes it just, like, breaks. So I had to restart the game. We're okay. We're back here. Pick number 28. Seahawks are taking Onken.
Blake Onken, like his brother, also started all 4 years on the offensive line at Texas A&M. He's slightly smaller than his brother at 6'3", 308, but he's just as good. He loved the Texas Longhorns growing up, and it's still a shock that he went to Texas A&M as a freshman. Blake has a great first step, and he can pack a powerful punch in a phone booth, just like his brother. This team just got a player that will play 10 to 12 years for this franchise.
But there's still another Onken brother out there that we are very much going to be interested in, due to the fact that we suddenly need a guard. He's kind of now our top priority if we can try to snag him. He's all the way down here at 58. He's the lesser of the two brothers, but still, we do need a guard pretty badly, and all of those premier prospects that I was really looking at are kind of gone now. Didn't really have a chance to take them. Yeah, I don't know if I love any of these prospects up here that are worth, like, trading for. I don't think so. This dude, I mean, compared to Devin Hester, so not a great, like, receiver, more like a return man. Some of these guys are unscouted. This tight end looks good-ish, like maybe a nice consolation for not getting Rucker, but not maybe worth trading up significantly for. Yeah, I think it's very much going to be us looking for John Onken here. That's going to be the move. I don't think we'll need to go up in the first round to take him, but we'll see. We're more so looking to maybe trade into the second round. Trade up. Jackson, Super Bowl runner-ups. Patriots go corner. Eagles go QB to wrap it up. Gabe Williams. Dolphins 37. So the Dolphins do want to trade down. They don't want any of our players, which looks unfortunate. I would probably give up like a fourth rounder to move up. Like, I really think Onken is significantly better than anybody we could potentially take right now. Especially, like, at the 50th pick, if it gets to that point. So, if we have to move up, I don't want to give up a third next year. 2 fourths, I'd prefer not to. If I could do, like, a fourth and a fifth, though, that's kind of what I'm eyeing here. A fourth next year, maybe. Fourth next year. fifth this year. I'd kind of prefer one this year, one next year. Like, this is kind of what I'm eyeing. And it's still their best offer so far, so we don't have to up it. We still don't have to up it. We still have the best offer. They're going to have to take something. There you go. Okay, it took us trading a 4th round pick.
This is who I think we should get.
I think that was worthwhile, though. I think we needed to make that move.
They'd like to trade for our pick.
So this is kind of to recoup a loss that we got to trade up for Borjax, and it's kind of the consequences of making a big move. But John Onken, I think, is well worth the draft pick.
John Onken, twin brother of Blake Onken, started all 4 years on the offensive line at Texas A&M. He's a huge kid at 6'3", 311, and when he makes impact, you always feel it. He grew up in Austin, Texas, and it was expected that he would go to the far more superior University of Texas with his brother. But he changed his mind at the last minute on signing day. John and his brother were quite a tandem on the line in College Station, paving the way for 3 straight 1,000-yard rushers. This team just drafted a tough, hard-nosed kid with this pick. I have a feeling he'll have a very long career with them.
This draft just kind of served as our identity here. Now, I think the easy criticism to make is we have now spent our 1st and 2nd round picks drafting players that we traded away. We traded away a guard and a running back so that we could use our 1st round pick on a running back and then our 2nd round pick on a guard. So maybe we're not getting drastic improvements, other places on our roster, but I think the identity is starting to be formed here, and I am betting a lot. I'm betting a lot of my job here on Jackson and giving him the piece he needs to now help him filling in that gap on the offensive line. We still have picks, though. We still have our 3rd, 4th, 5th, no 6th, but a 7th. So we'll see if anything else pops up. If not, we'll be headed to our 3rd round pick. We find ourselves now at the 78th overall pick. Nothing
They won our draft spot.
Nothing really happened that was worth noting. I did take a look at the board, found some stuff that I'm interested in. First being if we wanted to go quarterback, Wesley Jackson actually looks pretty solid. He is also, 71 speed isn't anything special, but that's the most athletic quarterback available. There's a running back I am looking at down here, Benji Williams. Looks to be maybe the most interesting one. I brought him up earlier. There's some wide receivers, typical, decent late round receivers. Tight end, I wasn't blown away by the late round talent. Defensive tackle, I had some players that I kind of keyed in on. There's some guys with some great hit power, but there's one guy particularly all the way down here. This dude, 80 block shed, that I was intrigued in. So, he's all the way down at 219. Yeah, I'll look at trade downs. I don't think there's anything here that's a must pick. So if we get a nice offer here, the Seahawks. We know the Seahawks are probably going to be picking later. I don't want this cornerback for the Chiefs. I don't want a corner. Yeah, so it would be a 3rd next year to get a 6th and a 7th. I don't think I love what's on the board right now. I'm fine moving for a 3rd next year and just kind of taking our 4th this year and working with that. And then there's also another D tackle we were looking at, Colby Gales, who has 78 learning. Block shed is a strength of his. It's really good. 86 block shed with 94 strength. 23, he's actually only 6'2", 280 with that strength. It's actually really, really good. Okay, this is a hard decision. I'm gonna take the D tackle first. Cornerbacks, I want to go take a look. Did they make it? They did. Both cornerbacks did make it this far. They actually said we should take this guy who I don't really know much about him, but these two are the ones. Charles Tillman's a much better comp than David Hawley. Both of them, zone coverage are negatives, football IQs are negatives. This is, really close. Like, you can't press to save your life, which is an issue. I think I'd go with the guy with the better comp and the better press. Even though this dude has just insane athleticism. I'm going to go with the physical tools. I'm going to go Sammy Giddens. I think we should just take him now. We know we like him. Ball carrier vision's a 70 for a guy this low. That's pretty solid. The juke and elusiveness are there. Trucking is there. Speed is good. Acceleration good. 22. Like, I think this is just a guy we should go with. Back here in the 6th round. So, I was still looking at backup quarterback. There was one other guy, Sean Atkinson, who really does intrigue me. He's comped to Drew Brees, and he's got upside as his thing. With 88 learning from Georgia Southern, he is also an injury mess, though. This is a weird player, but he's got a good arm. I mean, I feel like it's hard to pass that up. Nebraska, year younger as well. So he's kind of got a lot of other things that I like. So we'll go with him. And then we're in the 7th round. I'm going to take the quarterback. I mean, he's comped to Drew Brees. Like, it's too enticing to pass up on. So we'll take Sean Atkinson. And I wasn't able to get that one safety that I was looking at. But how about this guy? All the way down here at 320, Freddie Hayden. Good coverage. Speed, excel, jumping. Also from Nebraska. Comp, if he's just Darren Sharper the player and not the person, we're kind of chilling here. Looks really good for a 7th rounder. And that'll wrap up the draft for us. I did not know what to expect going into the draft, but I think we really nailed it, I'd like to think, with the trade. Maybe I was a little ambitious with the trade because, again, we used our first 2 picks to recoup things that we gave up, Chris Johnson and Jake Scott, and we just got another guard and another running back. But I'd like to think that these are good additions to the team that are going to allow me to do the things that I want to do on offense. And I think we did a good job making additions on defense, where we got Adrian Wilson. We were able to, bulk up the D-tackle room, get another corner in there, even if we lost Cortland Finnegan. But safety was that big need. We got an elite safety. And I'd like to think we are in a good spot. All right. This is going to be a little scary part. Boar Jackson contract negotiation. So you can take a look at the amount of money we have. $14 million. And you can also see, actually, trading away Chris Johnson and Jake Scott gave us a decent amount of penalties. Jake Scott was like a $4 to $5 million penalty. Chris Johnson was like a $2 or $3 million penalty. So it was a lot. And Boar Jackson is going to command a lot of money. He's looking for close to $10 million a year, depending on the contract that we want to give him. Now, I'm fully on board with giving him, less money, maybe more guarantees. I don't really have a thought that... it's basically, if this doesn't work out, then it might be just over for us. So I'm happy giving him this. And yeah, that's a lot of money. Thankfully, it drops off quite a bit when you get into a 2nd round pick. John Onken is looking good. So John Onken, we'll give him that. All right, 2.3 million. So yeah, definitely drops off quite a bit when you don't have to sign a number 2 overall draft pick. We'll get the rest of these guys locked up, kind of show you how the rosters look. Just an update from a story from earlier. D'Brickashaw Ferguson. Of course it has to somehow hurt us. D'Brickashaw Ferguson has signed with the Texans. Why? Why, of course, did that have to hurt us? If you're wondering why we didn't go after that, 1, we don't even really need to tackle that badly. 2, after the moves that we made, we're kind of lacking on money. Board Jackson took up a lot of that. The penalties that we incurred were kind of, a little rough on money for this season. We'll be fine long term once the penalties clear up, once we're able to get off of, Justin Gage and a couple of other these contracts. We'll be fine long term, but like right now, we're a little tight on money.
Tennessee's staff has made a concerted effort this season to simplify the terminology. The response has been overwhelmingly positive, resulting in a breakthrough for each player's learning ability.
Well, ain't that awesome? We catch a little bit of positivity headed our way. All of your players' learning ratings have increased. Now, I'm pretty sure it's not like a substantial increase. I'm pretty sure it's like, maybe plus. I actually don't know any of the players' learning off the top of my head what they were before. I'd imagine it's like a +1 or something. Like, I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy, but hey, we learn a little bit better. So I would imagine also, like, anybody who was maxed, for example, like Vince Young, is only going to just have it continue to be, like, at that max cap. So I just think everybody got, like, a +1 or 2 to their learning, which is awesome still, like, really sick. You can see what we're looking at right here, but really cool to get a nice little bonus there. All right, guys, it's time to take a look at the rookie potentials here, and it's going to be some really interesting stuff at the top. I'm excited to get there, but we have some undrafted guys. Makari Strickland was somebody. Isaac O'Neal ends up making the roster. We have a kicker who, this guy I don't think is going to make the roster. I just had another kicker just in case. Roger Jennings and Nick Phillips. So here's Colby Gales. This is the guy we drafted at defensive tackle. I actually kicked him out to end just so I could see what his potential looked like at end. He has 81 potential at D tackle, 78 at defensive end. He's more so going to just be most likely a fine depth piece for us. Was a 4th round pick, I believe. Go to Sammy Giddens, though. 80 potential for him. Was hoping for maybe a little bit higher, but his man coverage, yeah, it's just, he's never going to be a great coverage guy. Probably will never be anything better than a CB4, maybe an emergency CB3 for us. So I was hoping there was a little bit more upside with him, but unfortunately, it's just kind of how it happens sometimes. They don't always have the skills to develop. Benji Williams, the running back that I liked as a late round pick. He has 81 potential. And if he becomes a fine backup running back, then cool. His vision, one of the things I liked about him was he had 70 vision as a rookie. The issue is it's never going to get better. So, again, unfortunate luck there. Next up, though, Sean Atkinson. This is a guy who was comped to Drew Brees, had upside as a big bonus. He will have 91 throw power. That's just kind of what he's stuck at. But with his 82 accuracy, now he can go up to 91. The reason his potential isn't even higher is because I have my QB setting on mobile, obviously, for Vince Young. But the fact that he can go all the way from 57 awareness to 94 awareness, this is actually like a legitimately really good QB. Learning 93 as well. So like if we had like our thing set on like pocket passer, this guy could be like a legit QB for somebody. Maybe even us if Vince Young, falls off with no Jim Caldwell and everything this year. Up next, we got Tyler Pratt, rookie receiver out of Texas A&M. One of the, I think this was an undrafted guy. This is the guy that was comped to Mushin Muhammad, 6'4", so we wanted to have a bigger body here. He's got pretty solid hands. His release is going to get a lot better. Should be an okay player, okay depth piece. We have punter Isaac Lacey, who's going to be our guy for this season. Just a punter, won't spend too much time on him, but he'll have up to 96 kick power with 90 accuracy. That's actually really good. Toby Cook, who was a late round receiver that we drafted, is going to be potentially maybe fighting for that number 3 receiver slot eventually. His athleticism kind of is what it is right now. Awareness will get a little bit better. He can have actually really good hands, solid route running, great release, 92 at his cap. So this is actually a really nice player. Learning is just going to be a bit of an issue for him. But as we head into the now more quality players, Benny Stanford, a real surprise, undrafted pickup, for us, was one of the guys we bid on as an undrafted guy. 81 overall with 85 potential. Power moves can really get up there, and tackling 87. Hit power's already at a 98. His block shed already at an 87. Won't get much better, but pretty good. Play rec and awareness will be playable. Strength, that's kind of where he falls apart, is maybe why he wasn't a top tier prospect, why he went undrafted. Just 82 strength, but this could be a quality defensive tackle for us. Up next, how about we take a big leap? Freddie Hayden. I moved him over to free safety. Thought his skill set maybe helped us a little bit more there. Also, we needed a backup free safety more than we needed a strong safety, but this was a guy who was our final pick in the draft. And he's got pretty crazy caps here. 78-man coverage can go as high as 88. 83 zone could be 92. His speed is 89. That's going to stay like that. His tackling, though, can go up to 91. His pursuit can go up to 93. His play rec and awareness, that's huge. 89 play rec, 96 awareness at its max, and 93 learning. He could actually be, I mean, not to say I want to replace Michael Griffin, but, like, he's got a higher ceiling than Michael Griffin. Here's where we get to, though. The final two players in this class, our top two picks. You can already tell they have at least 91 potential, but how high do they have? John Onken. Oh my goodness! He is a 91 overall with 95 potential. Just to put that into perspective, 95 potential. The difference in this game between 92, 93, 94, 95 is massive. When you get to 95 plus potential, that is deemed Hall of Fame type. Like that's a tier of its own when you get to 95 plus. And John Onken, the lesser of the two Onken brothers, a second round pick. Yeah, I think we made a nice move there, moving Jake Scott, getting rid of him, and moving with John Onken, who can have 97 run block. I mean, look at 98 strength for run block, 93 footwork, 94 pass block, 91 strength for the pass blocking, 93 footwork, 94 impact, 97 awareness, 96 strength. Pretty decent athlete as well, with 95 learning already maxed out. You might be wondering, well, Boar Jackson has higher potential than 95, or at least 95. Boar Jackson, 97 potential. I've never had a player with 97 potential or more in this game. The highest I've ever had in this game, I think, was a 96 offensive lineman. That's in playing on my own, way back. That's, I think, on the channel, I think I had a lineman have like 95, 96 maybe. I've never had 97 potential. 97 in this game is like, it's more rare than a 99 overall in like a nowadays Madden. Like, 97 in this game is unbelievable. Oh my goodness, man. Durability, learning, size, athletic, everything is here. He's an 87 overall, so he's actually a lower overall than John Onken day one. But he has 99 speed, obviously already at its max. 99 acceleration at its max. 99 agility at its max. He has 99 speed at its max. 99 acceleration at its max. Max agility, 99. His strength is 78, it will stay 78. His trucking is 99. His elusiveness is 99. His awareness is 82, but it can be 99. His carrying is 99. His catching is 84 and can be 88. His ball carrier vision is 93, but can be 99. I've never had a running back with this type of vision before, and I'm so, like Chris Johnson, to put this into perspective, Chris Johnson had 50 vision. This can change everything. 99 stiff arm, 99 spin move, 99 juke move. And then this scared the absolute heck out of me. He has 68 injury. He has 99 toughness, 99 stamina, but he has 68 injury. And if there's a reason why he may not be a 99 potential, if that's even a thing in this game. I don't know if there is such a thing as 99 potential. It probably is the injuries. 68 injury. It's going to be something to keep an eye on. He's a big physical back, so that means he's going to take a lot of hits. Running backs' injuries are always an inherent concern, but 99 toughness, 99 stamina is going to help out. He has 91 learning already, which is maxed out again, because also we got that little learning boost from the Game Changer. That's kind of helped everybody out. This is a player unlike any other that I have had in this game, that I have seen in this game. I never have access to these types of players. And it's going to be exciting. John Onken stuns me, though. But Bor Jackson, 97 potential. I've seen injury alert. I thought that was going to be an awfully timed injury. Steven Tulloch broken wrist. But we'll wrap up the preseason here. This is where we end things. Take a look at the depth chart here. As Vince Young will have a new year to be this team's quarterback with even more help at his disposal because he has Bor Jackson at running back. Chris Neal will earn the number 2 spot. Hopefully he plays a little bit better as a number 2 due to the fact that he's going to be on the team, having learned a little bit more, gotten the playbook mastered here. And Camion Walker back for another season, coming off a monumental, a historic rookie season. Quinton Surrency, we're not going to have Justin Gage as the number 3. Last year, we let Nick Skaggs ride it out as the number 3. We're going to let Skaggs potentially be that. He'll keep the job for now out of experience, but Toby Cook will be right there alongside our other guy, Tyler Pratt. So Vince Young will have Kemian Walker, Quinton Surrency, Bor Jackson, and new starting tight end, Heath Miller. Not only that, we'll have Dimitri Cannon in year 2. We'll have Logan Mankins, the best pass-blocking guard in the league last year. We'll have Richard Emanuel hopefully not tearing his ACL this season. Remember that he didn't play last year other than the first month of the season, basically. And John Onken, a big upgrade from Jake Scott, who was our worst offensive lineman last year. David Stewart still here. Tom Bahali at end, alongside Kyle Vanden Bosch, who's going to be on a bit of a hot seat here, playing on a franchise tag. We flirted with trading him. We kept him around. And now we're going to see if he can earn himself a contract or if he's going to continue to regress at defensive tackle. Jerry Carrier is going to be the starter here. But I think, I brought in Cornelius Griffin just in case we couldn't find somebody that I'd be interested in. Benny Stanford interests me. We're going to let him ride things out here. Michael Boley at linebacker alongside second-year Freddie Bates. Keith Bullock still getting it done at 33 years old. Quentin Jammer, Devin Smith. We did downgrade at the number 3 corner spot, but there is potential here if we want to play a guy like Freddie Hayden at nickel corner. I think that could work a lot for us, and I think it's hard to keep a talented player like him off the field. So I think that's where we'll go, where we have Michael Griffin at free safety, new big signing Adrian Wilson at strong safety. That is what we are looking like for year 3. I think after nailing that first draft, I came out here and, we didn't get the quantity of players. We had like 7 future starters in our last draft, which is already amazing. We didn't get that level of starting caliber players, but we got 2 special ones. 2 generational ones. John Onken, already the 3rd best player on the roster, and Bor Jackson, a little bit further down, but the most potential on the roster. We bring in those 2 guys. We bring in Adrian Wilson. And we didn't downgrade in many places. So that will do things. Do it for Season 2. It was disappointing. We won 9 games but missed the playoffs. But by doing so, it maybe allowed us to go and get a player like Bor Jackson. I don't know if we would have been able to make that same trade up if we were picking 22, 24, 26 maybe even. Who knows? Maybe we'd still be rocking up with Chris Johnson, but there's no excuse this year. I wanted to build this team on running the ball. I put a lot of effort into making the running back's abilities better, helping the run blocking. We got everything we need now to run the ball. And who's going to stop a powerful backfield of Vince Young and Bor Jackson? Will it be injuries? Maybe. But Season 3 is going to be on its way. You can let me know how I did in the offseason. And like, comment, and subscribe. All that stuff is much appreciated. I absolutely love this game, and I hope you guys are loving it too. And I will see you guys all for Season 3, where we get to see Bor Jackson in action.